All right. Hello everyone. We are live. Apologies for the delays. Welcome, of course, to the Mogul MTG Arena Championship for 2019, the inaugural finals of the inaugural season of the event. I am the Wandering Bard, joined today by Nick Tacular.
Hello,
Nick,
guys.
yeah, all right. We're looking forward to the matches today, and I believe they are already getting underway. So we will quickly jump on over to see whether the matches are beginning. We've got our first match up today: SRMTG against Jim Roy. So, Nick, what decks do we have lined up for them in this match?
All right. So from SRMTG, we've got an interesting deck so far. So as you can see here, he's got quite some interesting cards there. What are your thoughts on how he's planning to roll with this?
Well, first of all, let me just grab a look here. We're going through our deck list. So we've got SRMTG is on Golgari Adventures, which is obviously a pretty common deck in the meta right now. It's interesting because didn't see too much success at the Mythic Championships, which I think is probably the major tournament that most of our competitors today are taking their cues from as far as deck design. But perhaps it's a meta read. Perhaps SRMTG thinks that this deck's going to be better against maybe Simic Flash or one of the other decks that's kind of come to prominence from that tournament going forward, and he'll be in a better position as a result. Or maybe SRMTG just likes the deck. You know, mastery and familiarity with your deck goes a long, long way in these sorts of events. It's better to be, in most cases, a master of the deck you're playing than like 60-70% even with a slightly better deck.
Yes, absolutely. And like he has his innkeepers there, which for his draw power, so they're going to be quite important for him to get the cards that he needs, as well as he's got the Order of Midnights to get back anything that he loses that can be crucial to his plays.
Yeah, exactly. And as for Jim Roy, I don't see Jim Roy's deck list right off the bat, but
Force of Wilkes.
Oh, Force of... Oh, of course. Okay, yes. We got a username confusion. But, okay, Force of Wilkes is on the Simic list, right? Simic Flash. Yeah, okay. So this deck list was the breakout game, or breakout deck of the Mythic Championships. It didn't win in the end, but it was played by some of the very best players in the world. And it really kind of took an old archetype in Simic Flash, which had been built around the sort of the 4-drop slot with Frilled Mystic and Nightpack Ambusher, and instead of trying to strictly crush the opponent's game before that point and using that as the top of the curve, this build goes a little higher over the top, acknowledging that the current metagame doesn't have a lot of aggro. So we see Nissa, Who Shakes the World, which is of course one of the very strongest linear threats in Standard, does so much stuff for you, and Hydroid Krasis as a way to harness that additional mana. So slightly lower on the early game disruption, but with a little bit of a ramp package and roughly twice as many payoffs in the deck so that you can close the door on your opponent faster once you've kind of stymied their first couple of efforts.
Yes, absolutely.
And so we're just waiting for the match to go live here, I believe.
Yes, we're just getting confirmation, and this match should be going live in just a moment.
Fantastic. All right. Well, we'll as soon as the match goes live, we'll jump on over to the in-game view for all of you there at home. But I'd like to welcome all of our viewers, of course. Hopefully, lots of people out there in the Australian MTG community and Magic fans around the world. This is MTG Arena Esports. We've been waiting for it for a long time, and Mogul have been running a league. So these players were not obviously invited or selected randomly. They've all fought their way here over the last couple of months and earned their place through a finals bracket. Sorry.
Stop. We're still offline on the page.
Are we?
Yes,
well, there's a countdown. We're on a 10-minute delay.
10-minute delay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that's all right. Yeah. We should be online soon. So I've got a starting countdown here, but I was instructed 10-minute delay. That's why we were meant to start around 9:50. So.
Gotcha.
Of course, everyone, as I said, one of the first third-party esports events for MTG Arena. So bound to be some teething problems. We hope you bear with us through any of that. But like I said, the matches will be starting very soon. You're not missing anything. As soon as the matches begin, you'll be right in there spectating. And of course, there's more than one match going on. So between games, we'll hopefully be able to jump around and show you who else is getting on, what other decks are on the field. There's a little bit of variety today. We've got some of your Jund Cat Oven. I believe we have some Fires of Invention decks, including one very, very spicy one coming up. I'm excited to show you that. really just any number of great decks out of these top 8 competitors. And what are they competing for, Nick?
So they are competing for the championship and quite a large sum of money as the final prize.
Yeah, exactly. It's sharing a $50,000 prize pool, I believe.
That is quite a lot of money, and I'm sure that'd be quite a nice little Christmas present for the winner.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, all these players are probably here about, like, as much for the bragging rights. There's some of Australia's most famous and successful card game players in this top 8. But the 50K doesn't hurt, for sure. So, and it's nice to have some stakes behind it, right? It makes it feel a little bit more esports, a little bit more competitive. And it means that the outcome of these matches has a little bit more riding on it. So you're not just watching your average ladder match here today. These players are really under some pressure, and it'll be interesting to see whether any of them deal with that better than others.
Yes, absolutely. So I think so we've got some matches ready to go, and still waiting to catch up. So I think how about we go look at possibly Ring Ding Dingo versus Rubik's.
Sure. Okay, why not? If we've got a match live there. Oh, okay, we actually are in the middle. Okay, so some of the matches have started, just not the feature match. We may as well take you to that live now. So we'll jump on over. All looks good. And here, yeah, we can see the match already underway between Ring Ding Dingo and Rubik's. We got Rubik's at the top there. And Ring Ding Dingo playing Simic Flash. So the deck we were just talking about, but Rubik's appears to be on Mardu Aggro or Mardu Knights. Do you have any experience with this deck?
I do not personally know.
Ah, okay. Well, the list is pretty much all in a meta where everyone else is trying to go over the top. This is the deck for if you are trying to kind of shove it to all those big mid-range ramp decks and just rush them down before they're ready. We see the key card in play already, Rotting Regisaur, which is a prominent holder of Embercleave, certain legendary artifact. You're familiar with that one at least, right?
Yes.
The good old 8 damage double strike trampler coming in is not something anyone wants to see happen as early as turn 4. But
No.
It looks like we're a bit past turn 4 at the minute, and we're seeing how the game can turn against the Mardu deck should things run over time.
All right. So now with that Hydroid Crisis in hand, it is up to them to try and get some more land on the field and pump that up so he can meet the Regisaur in terms of damage and toughness.
Yeah, exactly. With the Hydroid Crisis well in hand, now it's just a careful waiting game for Ring Ding Dingo. Obviously, that Hydroid Crisis is the death knell for most aggro decks, should it be cast for any reasonable amount of mana. The combination of getting a huge blocker on the field that's also a flyer, like goes over the top of these creatures currently in play, and the life-gaining card infusion is just too much to deal with. And now, with an additional Hydroid Crisis in hand, all the options are in play for Ring Ding Dingo. You can just sit here, hold off with your Aether Gust and protect your Nightpack Ambusher while it makes 3/3 tokens. And then if you ever think that the window is kind of safe for you to go for, or you draw a few more lands and you decide that the mana investment is worthwhile for the return, you can cast one of the 2 Hydroid Crises in hand. Oh, and speaking of mana investment, here's Nissa.
Oh boy, here we go now.
So, go on.
Oh, I'll say Now Rubik's has quite the issue now, because not only is that Nightpack creating those tokens, so that is quite in Rubik's interest to get rid of that, but also now with Nissa they've got an additional threat, so this is going to be quite interesting. He's going to have to start swinging at some point.
Yeah, even putting down the Paradise Druid because, of course, you still have mana for the Aether Gust. Nissa enhancing the mana production of all forests by 1 green mana as her static ability. And even though the Breeding Pool is currently a creature and is about to get in okay, not going to get in because you don't want to expose it to the Rotting Regisaur. But even if it were to attack, it has Vigilance and is still a land. So because Breeding Pool is a forest island, it can be tapped for blue-green by itself and represents Aether Gust currently. Something that Rubik's will have to watch out for if he wants to try and resolve Embercleave or indeed anything else threatening. And you can just feel how comfortable Ring Ding Dingo is at the minute. Just, okay, Sky Knight Vanguard, I'll allow that to resolve. That's all right. I'm not fussed about that with 2 sources of 3/3 tokens or 3/3 creatures coming out every turn. And once Dingo untaps, even if he doesn't want to swing into what is still a sizable board of blockers for the Mardu deck, you can just tap out all these forests for double mana and cast a decent-sized Hydroid Crisis to really, really end the game.
Oh boy, this is going surely quite interesting. So right now, yeah, with Ring Ding Dingo building up their side of the field, Rubik's is really thinking hard on how he's going to overcome this this large hurdle that's presented in front.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, the growth spiral there, not the most meaningful top deck, but I think at this point it's more important to wonder what could Rubik's top deck that would actually rescue him here. Like, this is such a dire spot for the Knight deck. I respect no concession. You don't necessarily have any reason to give up. But at this point, your opponent may make it academic for you at any second, and you might even see a concession in response to this Hydra Crazes, because that's just how strong this Jellyfish Hydra is. Anyone who's been playing Standard for the last couple of months would know.
Oh, yes. Oh, here we go.
I like the care taken to manually tap the lands even with the Crazes. And note, Ring Ding Dingo is still leaving the Breeding Pool untapped, still holding up that interaction in Aether Gust just as a sort of catch-all insurance plan in case there's something you've forgotten. Like, it doesn't feel like there's a lot. Even the Embercleave probably wouldn't do it right now for Rubik, since the advantage is so tremendous on board. But why take chances?
Exactly. Yes.
All right.
Oh.
Oh no! Isn't that just typical though, right? Like, you're in the top deck situation, you need to draw roughly the best card in your deck to have any hope, and you draw a land.
Lady Luck is not on Rubik's side today.
I mean, the land does represent some sort of power because, of course, the Knight of the Ebon Legion is attacking here. And thanks to drawing that 6th land and 2nd black source, Rubik's is now able to pump the Knight twice with its activated ability, grants +3/+3 Death Touch. And so that makes a block difficult here for Ring Ding Dingo, because you'd have to block it with all of 3 wolf tokens to ensure the trade. And Dingo is actually just going to take this hit. There's no way to give the Knight lifelink. There's no card in hand to represent a Blacklands Paragon. So that's the kind of game we're in right now. You just take 7 down to 8 life, and I expect we'll see a lethal crackback here on this turn.
Big change. Oof. Rubik's holding on. Good play with the Knight of the Ebon Legion now. Possibly think now. Aether Gust? That's what... okay.
Well, I suppose at this point, like, Ring Ding Dingo has played it so safe, right? Like, holding this Aether Gust up turn after turn. Oh, no! A network error? Alright, hang on. It doesn't look like the client's closed, but could be having issues here, and... Oh my goodness. Okay, with lethal pretty much on the stack, like, let me just quickly count. There's going to be 3 blockers, right? Because this Aether Gust is to set up a lethal attack. We can, like, by attempting to put that card into play, you know what Dingo's going to do. We're going to put that Skyknight Vanguard on the top or bottom of the library, and we're going to crack in with the team. There's 3 ground blockers, so you're getting hit for 8 off the Crasis. You can block 3 wolves. You're definitely taking 10 damage, right? So this is a lethal attack, and there's essentially nothing Rubik's can do. Rubik's is dead. But Ring Ding Dingo has disconnected from the match, so we're going to have to find out what happens in that one later. A little bit of drama in the first round of the tournament already. But in the meantime, while we wait to hear from our admins and see what's actually happened here, we might jump over to the SRMTG versus Jimroy game. Feel bad for poor Ring Ding Dingo here after playing that out so carefully and now suffering network issues.
Quite unfortunate, but we'll be sure to get back and give you the result of that match.
Yeah, absolutely. In the meantime, though, okay, so we're over to Jimroy against SRMTG, and it looks as though Jimroy actually took game 1.
Oh, excellent.
Well,
to Jimroy, Force of Wilkes.
Yeah, Force of Wilkes busting out there. So leading one, of course, these are all best of 3 matches. So that's going to give SRMTG a second chance. I'm a little sad we missed the chance to see where the sideboarding went, because we've got the player sideboards here, and that, of course, is such a huge part of paper Magic and of best of 3 Magic, tournament Magic, however you want to describe it. To understand exactly what the players prioritize in the matchup, and even 2 players with identical decks and identical sideboards in identical matchups could approach things completely differently, and it just changes the texture of the game.
It really does. It's really important to have some very useful and crucial cards in your sideboard.
Okay, so this is the Simic Flash matchup. So Force of Wilkes, I think we'll say Force of Wilkes has a very similar deck to what we just saw out of Ring Ding Dingo. It's a similar Simic Flash with the ramp aspect, the Hydroid Crazies, the Nissas, the Night Pack ambushes. But you can see post-sideboard, you see a white creature token on the battlefield. That's from Lovestruck Beast. So that's a sideboard tool. Interesting to see it brought in here in this matchup, because I would have thought that was more for the mirror to try and pressure opposing flash decks. You know, it gives you both 1 and 3 mana plays in the early game so that you can generate a board presence before they start locking you out with counter magic. But instead, bringing it into play against the adventure deck. Can you think of why that might be?
I'm really trying to think here. It could be he might have brought in the Lovestruck himself just to match. Knowing he's going up against some possibly beefy creatures against SR MTG, who is rolling green as part of his deck, so it could be just to match up and just to have some a little bit of beef in the deck, just in case for whatever may show up.
Well, yeah, actually, good point. There is a Lovestruck Beast already in hand for SRMTGs. Having seen those in Game 1, I mean, those are 5/5s, right? Part of the strength of this adventure deck is that its creatures are just kind of sizable. And the average, like a lot of the creatures in the deck that Force of Wilkes is playing are 3/3. So those Night Pack Ambusher tokens, they're 3 power. The Frilled Mystic, that's 3 power. Even the Nissa lands are 3 power. So a 5/5 Lovestruck Beast, even if it's only a blocker, is actually a really significant impediment to trying to win the game. Not even to mention this big boy.
Oh my. Here we go.
So the Questing Beast hits the battlefield. For those not familiar, this is the keyword soup monster from Eldraine. It slices, it dices, it attacks vigilantly, it death touches, it has haste, it can attack a player and kill a planeswalker, splitting its damage with its multiple heads, and generally is just like everything you wanted to be in every scenario. Wow, okay! So a Lovestruck Beast out of Force of Wilkes and immediately Noxious Grasped. Do you think that's overcommitting? Like, the Noxious Grasp, it is a 5/5, but it's only a 3 mana threat. It's not even the biggest problem in Force of Wilkes' deck.
No, SRMTG is really he seems to be playing this quite aggressively. They want to keep control very early on, before Force of Wilkes can pull out anything from his hand.
Sorry to cut you off there, but we saw the spicy turn 4 Quench actually getting there. Not only, so that was an attempt to cast the adventure side of Lovestruck Beast, a humble 1 mana 1/1, but by quenching the adventure side, not only do you block the creation of that token, but the entire card goes to the graveyard instead of going to exile to be recast. That Lovestruck Beast is wasted now.
Good play from Force of Wilkes there.
Yeah, just it's tricky sometimes. If you have Quench on turn 2, it's incredible. It's the little card that could in the current meta. But often later in the game, as a top deck, it's difficult to find a chance to really punish your opponent with the extra 2 mana charge on their spell, but manages to slip it in there as Force of Wilkes goes for the sort of second main phase play. And I guess that's what you get for trying to hustle and tempo play multiple spells out in one turn. You make yourself more vulnerable to the punish from this deck. It is kind of the only approach, because with Jimroy having multiple counterspells, you have to try and overload those defenses. But I guess we're just seeing the strength of the Flash deck here. Still, though, this Questing Beast, I was about to say it's the best card you could have against Nissa, but actually it's the second best card against Nissa. The best card would have been the Noxious Grasp that we saw rushed out a turn earlier.
Okay, and now getting the Regisaur onto the field, establishing more dominance, and he... SRMTG, I assume, is going to be sending that Regisaur straight onto Nissa because he wants to get... it'd be in MTG's best interest to get rid of that as soon as possible.
I think... Normally, I would completely agree. Nissa is just like... It's one of those cards where if you leave it alive for even one turn uncontested, you're in so much trouble. But I think here, we actually have to go for the face, right? Like, Jimroy is on 8 life. That Regisaur almost represents lethal by itself, and you've got another hard-to-block fatty in the Questing Beast. You can try and pressure Nissa, but if you can get an attack through, you've almost won the game already, so why not point it at the head?
It's true, very true.
Now, you may not get a chance, though. Jimroy's actually producing a ton of mana. We can't see Jimroy's hand. We actually might jump over. There's a Hydroid Crasis. It's exactly what you'd expect and fear if you're SRMTG. That is going to put a real dent in the plans. A 6/6 blocker and a flying threat and some life gain and some cards. There's a second in-wall Innkeeper, but the engines just don't line up. And okay, we actually, you know what? Given that there was a little bit of a life gain buffer now, SRMTG completely agrees with you. Regisaur going in for Nissa Who Shakes the World.
That's it. Okay, so now with MTG only drawing an Innkeeper, this is now it's going to be at the point of top decking, as that with the current threats on board, that Innkeeper is not going to help. Oh, the Hydro Krasis is gone.
But also it trades off for the questing beast, and normally you might say, oh well, I traded my 4/4 for your 6/6 flyer, honestly that feels good for me, but you got to contextualize it. Like everything in Magic, Jimroy has a ton of mana and a ton of cards in hand. That threat was SRMTG's best or second best creature, and there's no cards in hand to replace it. Now there are 2 Innkeepers on the battlefield. This attack is going to be for 6, and next turn it goes up to at least 9, if not more, because of course Nissa allows the Virus to produce double green, which enables that Nightpack Ambusher in hand. So this top deck pretty much has to be an adventure creature, which would allow the draw of additional cards off these edge walls, and then maybe you could start snowballing or something, but oh no! No! In response to the Regisaur trigger!
Oh no.
Oh, and the land top deck. That's going to just about seal it.
A quite unfortunate MTG. Force of Wilkes, Jimroy, quite an amazing turn of events. MTG trying to establish that control at the start, knowing that something like this possibly could happen, and now it has. And Force of Wilkes has established control and plans to finish this.
So it was only like 2 turns ago that Hydro Krasis got cast, right?
Yes.
Like the game has turned around so fast, and I hate to sort of, just abuse the power of hindsight to call players out, but I think back to that Noxious Grasp, right? It was a tempo play. It was a definite calculated risk from SRMTG. Oh, and now, to almost add insult to injury, the Noxious Grasp is drawn, puts it on the stack, and concedes. That's a 2-0 win to Force of Wilkes over SRMTG. Big stuff.
Well done. Good job to both competitors, but Force of Wilkes just able to pull that through.
Yeah, and like I said, the Noxious Grasp on the Lovestruck Beast, the plan was clearly to clear away the only creature that could block the Questing Beast and rely on the Questing Beast plus Regisaur in hand to get there. But the once you're committed like that, the Simic deck can just do whatever it likes to cut you off, and ultimately the spending of that Noxious Grasp on the smaller threat meant that when the Nissa came out a turn later, there was nothing to kill her. If there was a Noxious Grasp in response to that Nissa or on the same turn, that would have meant that there's no double mana to cast the Krasis. You wouldn't even have had double green, so you couldn't even cast the Nightpack Ambusher. You would have had that Lovestruck Beast in play, but that's almost the only card that Force of Wilkes would have had available. We didn't even see a second green source for like several more turns, so I hesitate to say it, but I feel as though that match may have been winnable in a different timeline, in a different version of events. But as it is, Force of Wilkes pulls ahead.
That's it. Done and done. 2-0. Force of Wilkes will be moving to the next round. Shall we look at another match that is currently ongoing?
Sure, why not? Might check out... we'll see who else is actually in a match right now. Of course, we did have that match, unfortunately, earlier delayed by network issues. But let's jump over to what is probably the most exciting deck of the day, if I can find it. Okay, hang on. No. Oh, okay, so that's the match. Right. We'll see whose perspective we're on. I don't know whether I want to show you the perspective of the exciting deck or the perspective of the opposite. I guess we'll go to something interesting looking. Let's jump over and have a look at Lontra Vitae, who is playing... Well, why don't you tell him, Nick?
Lontra Vitae is playing quite an interesting deck. It is quite possibly, if I had to throw a percentage out there, I want to say about 90 to 95% Singleton. Yeah,
so this is not an... Oh, unfortunately, we just saw them go down 2-0, so that match also concluding swiftly. We won't spoil any more of the deck now. As you said, it's almost entirely a Singleton list. You can already see in play one of the greatest enablers of hijinks in recent times, the Fires of Invention. We'll jump back to that in maybe one of the future rounds, and hopefully see Lontra Vitae do a little bit better, but I suppose we'll quickly cut back to intermission then. All these matches in round 1 racing by, it seems.
Absolutely. All right. Now, who are we jumping back into now?
Well, it seems that Ring Ding Dingo and Rubik's are getting back into the game. And okay, it seems as though they've just started a new game and Rubik's immediately concedes. So it seems as though the admins have determined. Remember, if you were here to see that, their stream was their game was unfortunately cut off. But it was cut off with lethal on board for Ring Ding Dingo. So it seems as though that has been respected, and game 1 will be awarded to Ring Ding Dingo despite the disconnect, which honestly I'm pretty happy with. You hate to see someone be robbed in that way, and there's still a chance for Remix Rubik's to come back with the Mardu aggro deck. But here we're watching some sideboarding from Dingo.
All right, so it'll be interesting to see what Dingo plans to do to, even though taking round 1, it'll be interesting to see what he plans to add.
Yeah.
What she plans to add.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, so Ring Ding Dingo, she's got the standard build, but as we said, every player's sideboarding choices differ. And here we're just looking. None of these cards jump out at me as being especially good against the aggro deck. Which is interesting. As I said, these deck lists are kind of inspired by the meta at the Mythic Championship, where the meta didn't really include aggro at all. It was just kind of the consensus that these cat oven decks, the cat food decks that everyone who's been playing ladder is probably well familiar with, is already aware of. Just cut off the food decks too heavily. So they just didn't bother preparing for aggro, assuming it wouldn't come. But in this tournament, Rubik's has showed up with the Meta Breaker, the Mardu aggro deck. So it looks like we're going to rely on these Lovestruck Beasts as large blockers in the early game, like we discussed for the mirror match. And also the presence of a Great Henge, which I think there's only one of for Dingo. But if she draws it at any point, that's going to be a very tough card for Mardu to overcome.
Agreed, yes. Because getting that bonus mana and that life gain, it's going to be something that Rubik's would have to get rid of very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not even sure if Rubik's has any cards that are available to do that. You know, you're an aggro deck, you're low to the ground, everything has to be focused on the idea of running it. And speaking of, if you draw it, there it is in the opener potentially. Is this a keep? Are we going to mulligan it away? Are we?
Ooh.
This is such an interesting decision, right? Because you know you only have this one Great Henge, and it's such a good card in the matchup if you get to it, but... Okay, we're making the conservative choice. We did see Ring Ding Dingo playing very defensively in Game 1, so if she gets there in Game 2, it's probably going to be by those same conservative decisions, and in that respect, it makes sense to put the Great Henge on the bottom. Hopefully we can shuffle it back into the deck at some point with a Fabled Passage or something like that.
Absolutely, yes, and I think that must be her plan, knowing it would have been a very hard decision to put that Great Henge at the bottom of the deck, but... Let's see. We'll have to see how this goes and how this plays.
Rubik's on the play, the greatest asset an aggro deck can have, and the second greatest asset, the 1/2 curve into a Lord. Great start.
Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. So Ring Ding Dingo having not only a Hydroid Krasis, but also the Night Pack Ambusher in hand as well, and playing the adventure with the Lovestruck Beast, getting that ready to go. Make sure that it has that 5/5 on the field, so that Dingo, she can stop Rubik's putting the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why we put the card in the deck. We saw that happen in the sideboarding, and it's always great when you draw the sideboard cards in a matchup. So now we're holding up Quench, it looks like.
Okay.
I think here it'll be interesting to see whether Rubik's even bothers to play something right now.
Yeah. Rubik's knows that they have the upper hand, and so lining up the attack, trying to do as much damage as possible. There we go.
So this is where the aggro deck is favored overall against the Simic Flash, because normally you'd be relying on a card like Quench at this point in the game to be countering a spell, and you'd be relying on the fact that your opponent needs to be casting spells at this point in the game. But the Mardu Knights deck gets on the field so fast, especially on the play, Rubik's technically didn't have to cast a spell there. You could see that the mana for Quench was available. You know that Quench is the big threat. Rubik's instead chose to play a 2-mana creature holding 2 mana up and paid for the Quench. But that Quench was sort of cast in no knowledge of the fact that you're never really going to counter something with it at this point, because Rubik's is not pressured to add to the board until Ring Ding Dingo commits her own mana to add blockers. And in fact, Dingo is just already dead. The Mardu Knights deck curving out.
That's it. As quick as that.
Wow, so already we're on to Game 3. It's kind of funny after Game 1 took so long just how fast that rubber banded back the other way, but that's aggro for you.
It is aggro. It's quite a popular choice, because some people just enjoy having quick control and laying as much hurt as possible. And Rubik's was able to get the right cards and lay some quick damage out, and unfortunately for Ring Ding Dingo, just could not compete with the good pulls and the quick ramp of that aggro.
Yeah, exactly. But there is a third chance, and this time Ring Ding Dingo is going to be on the play, which is so important in this matchup. Like we said, the Simic deck in this matchup, even though it's a different build to the one that initially emerged onto ladder when these cards were printed, against aggro, the matchup still plays mostly the same. The Simic deck is hoping to get like a blocker out and then really stifle as many of these early game plays from the Knights deck as we can. If you can quench that Lord on turn 2 because you got your second land down first, that turns the entire game on its head.
Absolutely. So now it'll be interesting to see what Rubik's plans to edit with the sideboard and to try and secure this third match.
Yeah, and we noticed there was a little bit of a pause, so both players have to complete their sideboarding before the match starts, and we noticed there from Ring Ding Dingo's perspective, she was waiting a while on Rubik's. Normally between game 2 and game 3, sometimes the match pops up very quickly, because you've already done your sideboarding. You know, after game 1, you learn what your opponent's on, you change your deck configuration around, and then you get your sideboard set up. But it looks like Rubik's was at least bluffing that he has changed some more cards. So actually changed the composition of the sideboard again based on what we saw in game 2. Maybe some tools against Lovestruck Beast?
Quite possibly. Lots of more mind games than I was expecting happening today. I'm quite impressed.
I mean, these are not only the top echelon of players, but as we mentioned, competing for a massive prize at the minute. So any little thing you can do to get an edge, within the rules, of course, is free game today. Won't be blaming anyone. And this is a tough decision. Ring Ding Dingo just mulling it up here. It's a 1-mana hand. I don't think she can really keep this at all, even with 2 2-mana ramp spells there.
And gonna be interesting now. Only drawing 1 land off the bat. I'm sure this would have to be a mulligan, because Ring Ding Dingo would need to start off with some more land at least.
Well, she's clearly looking at it because effectively she has a 1-drop in the Lovestruck Beast, which gives her a turn 1 blocker, which is not to be underestimated against the Knight deck. We saw how important the early defenses were in the previous match. And she has multiple turn 2 plays as well in the Paradise Druid and the Growth Spiral. So if you can get even a second Forest into play, you'll be able to play your Druid, then you'll be able to play your Quench. Like, you can kind of play your way into the game with very small resources. She actually keeps... Wow, okay. I don't know whether that was a timeout or not. We'll just wait and see if the game proceeds from here. Okay, no, Dingo appears to be ready. Goes with that 7-land hand. See, this is just how much she values the Lovestruck Beast, putting the 1/1 into play on turn 1. But oh my god, if Ring Ding Dingo doesn't draw a second land, or she does and then this Paradise Druid dies somehow, the punishment is going to be so fast out of this Knight's deck.
Oh my goodness, it's quite the risk, and I think Ring Ding Dingo, I think she knows that this is a risk that she has to take. She has to make the most of what she's got right now. And it's just going to be hoping that Rubik's doesn't get the draws that they need.
Yeah, it wasn't like a perfect keep, but you got to consider, is it better than the 6 you're mulliganing to? And if it's, if there's potentially a 6 that just has all expensive cards in it, the Knight 6 can run over you. Wow, the island off the top never didn't have it. Ring Ding Dingo, despite seeing that Fervent Champion turn 1 out of Rubik's, now no longer afraid, can hold up whatever she likes here. Really could run out the Paradise Druid, but surely you want to have the Quench. The turn 2 play is so critical for the Knight deck.
Absolutely, yes. Now, drawing that island, that presenting, as you said, Tom, a lot of options for Ring Ding Dingo now, and definitely making her feel quite more comfortable. The nerves have probably subsided having drawn that island, so now surely should allow her to think a little bit more clearly and try and make the best plays that she can.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not... Oh, there it is, the Inspiring Veteran. Rubik's thought for a little bit, because the Quench is there, and in the end, you've got to decide, which side, which clamshell do you go for? Which cup do you drink from? Do you just take the turn off, or do you sequence your spells inefficiently as the aggro deck, knowing you're on a clock, to try and play around this Quench? In the end, the nature of Quench is just like, it's too long to wait until you have 4 mana to play that Lord. You have to try it, and unfortunately for Rubik's, Ring Ding Dingo has kept a 1-lander and then ripped 2 lands straight off the top. You couldn't script it any better.
Oh my goodness, this is shaping quite interesting. So, what is Tom? What is the play for Rubik's right now? Having lost that veteran, what is Rubik's hoping for here?
Rubik's has run out 2 more 1-drop Knights, so at least you're generating a board. You know that the Lovestruck Beast is in hand, so you can't really even pretend to hope that Dingo doesn't have reinforcements on the way. Rubik's doesn't yet know that there's a second Lovestruck Beast and a Nightpack Ambusher, so Ring Ding Dingo's hand is full of the beef. What you have to hope is that there's no more lands in hand, so you're not afraid of the 4 mana plays. The biggest spells for Ring Ding Dingo's deck are at 4 and 5 mana, so at worst you're worried about these beasts, which is what you're going to see now. Hopefully Rubik's has a removal spell for the first beast, and then you can just keep punching through. If you can get another turn or 2 of attacks, Dingo's already down to 14 life. Once she gets down to sort of 6 or 8, you have to start being really scared of Embercleave. And at that point, like that, the pressure that Ring Ding Dingo is exerting on Rubik's, because Rubik's has the mana disadvantage against the counterspell deck, will be sort of turned back the other way, where Ring Ding Dingo, even now she's hesitating because she's aware. If you tap out for this beast, you are letting Rubik's resolve whatever on the next turn. Rubik's still has 4 cards in hand. If Rubik's, say, top decks a land here and has Embercleave, you could be taking a lot of damage.
Certainly shaping up to be quite interesting. Only time will tell with what's going to happen here. So Rubik's going in with both champions again, and so now obviously.
Let me quickly jump in. Only attacking with the 2 champions implies strongly that there's a Blacklands Paragon in hand, because unlike Venerable Knight, these 2 have first strike. So if you flash in the Blacklands Paragon and grant them Death Touch, they will kill the Lovestruck Beast. So I don't know if this is a bluff or not, but it's a very good bluff if it is. There's Ring Ding Dingo's really thinking here, knowing that she has no defense against a Blacklands with the mana tapped out, might just elect to take 4 here, despite having the 5/5 in play.
Really, I guess felt that the risk was not worth it. Yet knowing that Rubik still has 2 mana open.
Oh, but the risk does not pay off because his drill bit out of Rubik's. This was maybe the sideboard plan. Didn't have the mana to play it for 3, but since the Fervent Champions got in, you can Spectacle for a single black mana, and now we'll at least know what he's up against, which is almost as strong a weapon as discarding a card itself.
My goodness. Certainly interesting. So now with Rubik's knowing everything that she has in hand, this is certainly shaping up to be quite interesting. Okay,
so Rubik's chooses to take the Nightpack Ambusher, which is really interesting. You could have last game, we saw the tempo play in the other matchup against Simic from the black-green deck, where you decided to try and remove the Lovestruck Beasts and just punch through the deck before it can get its more expensive threats online. And I half expected to see the second Lovestruck Beast discarded there, because sure, this Blacklands Paragon bluff works against one Lovestruck Beast, but increasingly, once that second Lovestruck Beast comes down, Ring Ding Dingo can be a lot more safe in making these blocks. But instead, you decide to play it safe, I guess, by removing the card that's strongest, assuming Dingo top decks a land, right? In the end, Dingo doesn't top deck a land, has to play the Paradise Druid to ensure that she has 4 mana on the next turn, but she will have double blues, so we can represent the Frilled Mystic, which Rubik's hasn't seen.
Quite the trick up her sleeve for Ring Ding Dingo. So now here's the test for whether Ring Ding Dingo plans to block this time, which, knowing that there's that threat, it could still be there in hand, or it could be another bluff. It's definitely an interesting choice. But knowing that she does have another Lovestruck Beast ready to go, she could probably thinks that she can take the risk to block.
I think you could block here for sure. If not with the beast, then you could at least block with these tokens, or even just one token. But no, Lovestruck letting both damage slip through. I mean, you could easily see a flyer come down from Rubik's and then Embercleave on a flyer just end the game now. This is extremely conservative play. Ring Ding Dingo valuing her board above all else, and this is why she doesn't want to be forced to commit another beast to the battlefield. Now she's finally in a position where she has mana to cast a counterspell and a blocker on the field. So in effect, this is the lock, basically, that this deck wants to achieve. The question is, has her life total been lowered enough that Rubik's can punch through in a way that matters?
That is, when push comes to shove, Ring Ding Dingo will block if she absolutely desperately needs to. And like you said, she does have those tokens there that can take out those champions, and at least with 1 token to spare, because really 1 token for 2 Lovestruck Beasts is all she really needs. So.
Well, the champions that right now are attacking as 2-power first strikers because of the buff on each other. Wow, actually commits the Frilled Mystic to the Sky Knight Legionnaire. I was thinking that you might hold the Frilled Mystic, Oh, okay. Wow, yeah. So that's what you see. Once, because Rubik's has so few mana, if you had 4 mana there, you could play the Flyer, which Ring Ding Dingo at this lower life total is almost obligated to counter, and then you could still get in with your Black Lance Paragon, or your threat of a Black Lance Paragon, but because you tapped out for that Flyer, Ring Ding Dingo gets to slam down the Frilled Mystic, develop a larger board advantage, actually taps out to play another Lovestruck Beast, so now just Unafraid. If there's another Flyer here, you might still have time on Rubik's, but the window is certainly closing. This mana screw becoming quite painful.
Oh boy, this is really unfortunate for Rubik's, having not drawn any more mana. I'm struggling. I'm trying to. I would love to know what is going through. It says, oh, there is another. There's more mana, and now the Regisaur has entered the field.
Yeah, I'm just trying to sort of work out the contents of Rubik's hand. You can imagine it's probably Black Lance Paragon at this point. I'd assume it's not a bluff, because there's still incentive to hold that card up. And you very probably have an Embercleave, possibly multiple Embercleaves in hand, which are so far been uncastable, or at least not worth casting on any of the attacks that could be made around them. With the Regisaur, it's in a good position because it can't be Aether Gusted. And Rubik's is aware of that Aether Gust. Of course, you can see the little red eyeballs on Ring Dingo's hand from that drill bit several turns ago. Those cards are currently revealed to the opponent. So trying to play around the anti-red sideboard card in hand, but it's tough to see how this evolves into a win for Rubik's. Now he has to start discarding cards to this Regisaur.
Oh boy, it's really tough because with Ring Ding Dingo having built up her side of the board, Rubik's holding on, getting that lucky mana play and getting the Regisaur out. It's certainly interesting. But now, as you said, having to discard cards for the Regisaur, it's going to be interesting how the next few turns go.
At least by having cards in hand, we're protecting ourselves from the play that we saw in the other Simic matchup, where you use Brazen Borrower to return the Regisaur to hand with its discard trigger on the stack, and it discards itself, which is a nifty little trick in Standard for those who maybe haven't played too much with Brazen Borrower. But yeah, look, it's cold comfort right now. This is looking like one of those really heartbreaking losses. The second copy of Regisaur is discarded, where you draw all your 3-drops and no third land, and you know, as Rubik's, that you have a window to win the game that is slamming shut turn by turn. It was right there. It was there for the taking, and Rubik's didn't have the lands to do it. So, which is crazy when you think that the Ring Ding Dingo kept a 1-lander.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting out the second Frilled Mystic to counter Judith, the summon there, just stopping whatever Rubik's is trying to do, and getting the second Paradise Druid on the board now for extra mana gen.
Yeah, so this is really uncomfortable for Rubik's. You saw someone's hand a few turns ago, and then they drew a few cards, and you have to hope they're lands or Paradise Druids or something else like sort of low impact, but instead, back-to-back Frilled Mystics chopping off your next relevant plays, and with the Regisaur just cutting your hand at rapid pace. Beforehand, at least the silver lining for Rubik's was, well, when you draw your lands, you're going to be able to make a bunch of plays in a row. But by committing to this Regisaur, you've actually sort of chopped down your own card advantage. And now with the Hydroid Krasis next turn, Ring Ding Dingo already has the board advantage, overwhelmingly, the mana advantage as well, and now once this Krasis resolves, as soon as she finds a comfy spot to cast it, she will have a decisive life and, well, not life, but card advantage, and a life buffer.
Absolutely, yes. Even at the very least, even if she only puts the pressure on with the Hydroid Krasis while keeping quite a heavy board.
Okay, so this looks like a desperation play. So we're seeing Rubik's commit something. We saw the Regisaur push forward. Now, the Regisaur does not naturally have trample, so it's absolutely pointless attacking it into this board. It's going to be chump blocked by a 1/1 token or something. The only reason to attack with the Regisaur at this point is to bluff the big Embercleave play, but to make that even possible, you need to attack with multiple other knights. So this would cost Rubik's his board, potentially, and as everyone, spectators and Rubik's know, the Aether Gust is in hand, so an Embercleave will just be returned to the top of Rubik's deck. The multi-block coming out here for the Regisaur. This is definitely a desperate play. I'm not sure what Rubik's can hope to do here.
Okay, and Ring Ding Dingo planning to get rid of that Regisaur as soon as possible, and possibly, do you feel like Rubik's is getting rid of the Regisaur just so that they can stop discarding cards? Because I guess they're just trying to have more cards in hand.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly what's up. I think we're attacking with the Regisaur here. We thought about bluffing the Embercleave, but we realized that would cost us more resources, and instead, we just say, we need to not be discarding cards. Okay, we cast our second Regisaur, but if you cast both Regisaurs onto the field at the same time, you wouldn't have gained much because I guess it enhances your Embercleave play slightly, but you know the Aether Gust makes the Embercleave play slightly untenable. Better to get a good trade of resources. On the attack, Regisaur can eat multiple creatures. If it's defending, it can only block one at a time, and you know Ring Ding Dingo is not going to even expose creatures to trade in an attack until that attack is essentially lethal by itself. So by getting that Regisaur out of the way, you chip away at Ring Ding Dingo's, swelling board, and you preserve some of your cards in hand to try and play back into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what do you think will be the next play for Ring Ding Dingo? Do you think that they'll go? Do you think she will go straight for the Hydroid Crisis next turn, or do you think that possibly will just possibly play a Growth Spiral and then keep some mana open to use Aether Gust just in case?
Well, this is where, this is Ring Ding Dingo's reps on the deck probably influencing her decision making. I might have already cast this Krasis because there are so few plays right now that make the game good for Rubik's. Actually, Aether Gusting the Sky Knight Legionnaires are feeling very comfortable. Obviously, the mana is not there anymore for an Embercleave play this turn, so you can that's the main spell you're scared of. And just like in Game 1, the use of that emergency Aether Gust imply that Ring Ding Dingo feels that she's ready to lock up the game completely. So I would expect Hydroid Krasis next turn for all but 2 mana, and that way you are banking on drawing into some sort of card that can interact with Embercleave, since that's pretty much the only thing that saves Rubik's at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Rubik's almost to the point of relying on luck, just dealing with whatever draw that they get, and also Ring Ding Dingo chumping the Regisaur and hoping to get rid of that now. Oof.
So that chump block was a little bit more different to the previous one because Rubik's had already tapped his mana. Beforehand, we saw that the double Frilled Mystic and Lovestruck Beast block to respect the idea that Rubik's could have Noxious Grasp to blow out Ring Ding Dingo on the multi-block, but with only 1 mana available, Dingo is as safe as can be. And this is what playing the control deck affords you in this matchup. You get to the point where you just have the resource war covered, and you can start, really making the most efficient trades of cards and board presence possible, and just leveraging that. We're seeing Ring Ding Dingo about 1 or 2 turns away from really taking over the game. As this final attack comes in, we pretty much know that one of these 2 cards is Blacklands Paragon, unless this is the best bluff of all time.
This is going to be quite interesting. So I wonder how Ring Ding Dingo plans to block.
Yes. Sorry, go on.
I was saying, okay, so yep, normal play there, Lovestruck Beast to block the champions, and yes, the token to chump the knight. Okay.
So the Fervent Champions, they each buff another knight by +1/+0 when attacking, and thus far they've been buffing each other. Now they buff the Venerable Knight, and the idea here is that you're simultaneously bluffing Embercleave and Blacklands Paragon. If you block the Fervent Champion with the Lovestruck Beast, you can get the Blacklands Paragon attack, but by making the Knight a 4/1, you maximize the value of a potential Embercleave on that Venerable Knight. So if it gets Embercleave now, it's attacking for 10. Including 5 first strikes. So you see here, there's actually 4 creatures are going to block this Venerable Knight, because if that previous block hadn't been changed, an Embercleave would be lethal. Sorry, it would be 1 point off lethal, maybe. No, it would be. Sorry, I can't count.
No, that's okay. So yeah, Ring Ding Dingo, really struggling with what to do here. And the threat of that Embercleave is quite real. I'm very curious to see if Rubik's does in fact.
Yep, there it is.
There it is.
Okay, so this is still a trade. But this is good. This is the best scenario we could have worked towards. And by not casting that Krasis for so many turns, you can see Ring Ding Dingo was playing it safe. The Embercleave was there and you were right to respect it. But oh no, and see, here it is, the Frilled Mystic. If you'd drawn even 1 card off that Krasis, you could have had another counterspell ready. Now, granted, that does clear Rubik's entire board, so Rubik's needs a top deck here. It's definitely not like the game has slipped away from Dingo, but I'm just surprised at how close things are right now. A Fervent Champion would be game over. Also, Frilled Mystic is here, but... Sorry, calm the jets. Not quite game over.
Not quite yet, not quite yet. Even on 2 health, Ring Ding Dingo has even though Rubik's knows about that Hydroid Krasis, the Frilled Mystic is still an unknown for Rubik's.
That's the 4th Frilled Mystic this game, right? Brutal.
That's it. And that is lethal. That is all done. Ring Ding Dingo taking the 3rd round, heading into the next stage.
Wow, spectacular play from both players there. I really, really like. Obviously, we weren't watching Rubik's hand. It's interesting sometimes to see how it plays out in that sense. But let me just say, hang on a second. Sorry.
That's okay. That was quite an excellent match to have witnessed. Very, very good plays from both competitors. Both very skilled, but unfortunately for Rubik's, Ring Ding Dingo managed to pulling it out on top. The thing is that with Rubik's running that aggro and just wasn't able to get enough mana at the start of the game, and that really hurt Rubik's. And that just allowed Ring Ding Dingo to really stretch her legs and get the cards she needed and establish her side of the field as a very strong hurdle for Rubik's. And unfortunately for Rubik's, just weren't able to overcome that despite all the best efforts.
Yeah, absolutely. And despite that all, I really want to shout out, obviously Dingo played that tremendously. Like, I know that it was just a turn of phrase for you there, but it struck me when you said, oh, she's, struggling with the multi-block decisions. I didn't get that sense at all. Like, every part of that play just seemed like someone who's practiced. Like, there's so many decisions in that Simic deck, and Ring Ding Dingo just strikes me as someone who's mastered them all at this point, which is where you want to be at this point in the metagame. But obviously, with that all being the case, Dingo's been able to tie that up, and Rubik's, despite making really the best plays available, like taking those meager resources and bluffing always to try and really kind of fight an uphill battle. Most of the time, Rubik's was attacking with 2 2/2s into a board of 5 5s and still getting damage through. Still got Dingo down to 2 life, but 2 life does not win the game, so unfortunately, that's going to be a win for Dingo, and we're moving on to our next round, I suspect?
Yes, I believe so. Let's have a look at who will be jumping into next.
I did promise the stream Lontravide's deck, but it doesn't look like they're in a match just yet, so we'll see and find someone who is ready for their second round matches. I'm not sure who's playing yet. Just quickly check. Okay, it looks like if this is the round 2 match, it looks as though Psycho might actually already be a game deep. But that... Oh no, hang on. I think they're still just holding. Okay, they haven't even moved off the end of their game 1 against Lontravide. So, looks like we're on a break between round 1 and round 2.
Okay.
So, out of all these decks so far that we've seen in decks, from these different players, what would you like to show off to the audience? Maybe we'll have time to fit in a little bit of a deck tech here.
Okay. That's a very good question. I'll leave this up to you, I think, Tom. What do you think would you like to show off?
All right, fair enough. Well, let's have a look at... so we can find... I think it was Goldmine's deck. If we can see that somewhere. No? Okay, I can't find that one. Look, we'll try Psycho's deck. Let me just pull this up. We'll take a bit of fiddling, but... basically, I want to have a look at one of the cat food decks, because that's the biggest deck archetype we haven't seen on screen yet today. So for those who haven't been following the standard meta closely, we just want to give you an idea of a deck that several people today are playing, and that, if you ask me, we are quite likely to see come up in the business stage of this tournament, just because it is that strong.
It's quite an interesting deck that I also have been seeing quite a lot of as well. And it's like, obviously you've got the Cats and the Witches Ovens, which are the core of the deck, but also the Gilded Gooses that really come into play. And Tom, if you would like to have a look,
okay, fantastic. We're getting the deck list up for Goldmines then, because Psycho and Goldmines are both playing cat food decks, but they are playing different styles, and the clash between these styles of cat food decks was in many ways the story of the last Mythic Championship. There were people playing the Golgari version with Casualties of War, but then some people going to Korvold, the Fakehurst King, who's actually from the Brawl precons that came out recently.
Yes, very nice. Okay. So,
go. Have you actually played with Korvold either in Brawl or in Standard?
No, I have not.
Okay. Just looking at the card on the face of it, because this is a card that people have proven is proven a little bit tricky to evaluate. What would you say is its power level, roughly?
And we're looking at Goldmine's deck, are we?
Oh, I mean Korvold Fakehurst King, just as a card in a vacuum. First time you saw this card, what did you think? I'm going somewhere with this, I promise.
I'm not really. It's hard to say. I'm not really sure. It proved something that could be used. Could be quite useful, and in a few different situations. But I really don't know. Really
Fair enough. Okay. Well, let me just tell you what this card says is when this card enters play, it's a 4/4 flying. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you sacrifice another permanent. But really what it says is when this ETBs, sacrifice, say, a tapped land or a food token and draw a card, and then on your next turn, win the game. Sometimes it says win the game this turn. This is like the craziest engine card that we've seen come through Standard in a while. And I don't know whether like Wizards were intending for it, because obviously these Brawl decks are pretty hard to obtain, and making this card a multiple of in Standard decks is very rough on people who have to buy it, but for better or worse, that's kind of the meta that we have right now. It's a very powerful draw engine in a deck that can already sacrifice a ton of cards. So if you haven't seen this deck play, the cat food combo is Cauldron Familiar and Witch's Oven. And those two cards combine to produce many, many instances of sacrifice. Now, those will drain your opponent of life, but they will also trigger things like Mayhem Devil, and Midnight Reaper, and Trail of Crumbs, and Korvold. And with all of these different redundant engine choices in play, you almost always have some way of generating extra value off these constant sacrifices, and you just overwhelm your opponent within a couple of turns. It's very brutal.
Absolutely. And with how the Cauldron Familiar is created, because not only, even though it may not seem like much, doing 1 damage at a time and only receiving 1 life, but as you're looping through that deck, it very quickly becomes quite formidable. So having some artifact removal is crucial going up against a deck like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And yet there's not that much main deckable removal in the format. We can see that because so many people were expected to probably play Cut Oven, Goldmines himself actually does have some. We've got 2 Thrashing Brontodons there chilling out in the main deck. They're beefy creatures that cost 3 mana, so against something like Simic Flash, they're not dead cards. They're big enough to pressure the board. You notice it's got a 3/4 stat line. Very effective for dealing with those 3/3s out of Simic. But in a pinch, you can pay 1 and sacrifice it. There's another sacrifice trigger to destroy an artifact target. You could even, if you want to draw cards and deal damage with Mayhem Devil, attack with the Brontodon and then sacrifice it to destroy, say, your own food token. Just to generate a sacrifice trigger. These things are often relevant in such a deck. You've also got Fabled Passage as a utility land. It helps fix your mana and can sacrifice itself. 4 Trail of Crumbs mean that any of these sacrifices, even from lands or food tokens, generate you more permanence. So Trail of Crumbs, for those not familiar, when you sacrifice a food, you're able to pay 1 and look at the top 2 cards of your library and then put a permanent from among them into your hand. So if you look at this deck very carefully, in the main deck, it's 100% permanence. We've got a few spells to cast in the sideboard, but all permanents main deck. So your Trail of Crumbs hitting every time guaranteed. And once you go to the sideboard, for the price of diluting your Trail of Crumbs, we have access to some very powerful and specific removal. You've got triple Noxious Grasp to try and deal with Nisses and other large green threats that can outvalue you. The Hydroid Krasis can be a problem for a deck that doesn't really have any real flyers. We've got Scorching Dragonfire for aggro decks, and Epic Downfall, which can exile, I suppose, large recurring creatures. It's an efficient way to kill a Regisaur, if nothing else. Duress for control, Shifting Ceratops for the blue decks generally as a giant can't-be-countered threat, and Massacre Girl as a board wipe with a body tacked onto it. So a really well-rounded list overall, and also I really like to see packing triple Casualties of War in the Jund deck. Because at the Mythic Championship, like I said, some people split between playing the just green-black version of this deck, which is more value-heavy. You don't have the Mayhem Devils or the Korvold as the real game-ending value engines for sacrifices. But you have more Midnight Reapers, and you have the full playset of Casualties of War, and you just hope to completely sort of out-mid-range your opponent by building up an unstoppable board presence. But then the winner of that championship was Pyotr Glogovsky, who built this deck roughly. There are some different cards, but basically put the 4 Casualties of War in the Jund build and just said, why not have both? There's no rule that says I can't play this green-black sorcery in my red-green-black deck. And so you kind of just end up with the best of both worlds. Sometimes too greedy in MTG, but I mean, the proof is in the pudding. This is a championship winning list.
Absolutely, yes, and you get why not both? If you can pull it off, then you might as well go for it. And clearly it was able to do that. And so right now, Goldmine's deck is looking very, very strong, and so it'd be great to see great to see how what kind of draws Goldmines gets and how he's able to play.
Yeah, the one interesting card that I've just spotted and realized I don't think is in the existing or the Mythic Championship winning builds of this deck. We've got 2 District Guides for Goldmines, which is an interesting play. Are you familiar with that?
I am not, no.
Well, that was kind of my point. It's not really a typical standard card. It's more of a draft card from several sets ago, but I'm pretty sure Goldmines has been playing Magic a long, long time, and District Guide is a callback to Civic Wayfinder from the original Ravnica block, a really old school kind of card. It's just a 3 mana, I believe a 2/2, that can find you a land out of your deck, and when you're playing multiple 5 and 6 drops as the strongest cards in your deck, and they have 3 and 4 colored pips on them, this District Guide, you can cast a Gilded Goose on turn 1, a Guide on turn 2, and then potentially by turn 3 or 4, you can be cooking with the biggest spells in your deck. So as well as being a really grindy deck with the Cat Oven and Trail of Crumbs combo, you can actually have some explosive potential in this list as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely, and I mean realistically, and having 3 colors to worry about, District Guide does become just that little bit extra crucial just to be able to search for lands that Goldmines will inevitably need, depending on what the draws turn out to be.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we mentioned, there's a few other Cat Oven decks here today, but this is the one that I have my eye on. I like the Jund build myself personally after testing them all. I've just been completely sold on the power of Korvold, and in fact, I'm a little shocked that there's less Korvold here. So there's only 2, and not even the 3rd in the sideboard. At the Mythic Championships, Glogowski played 2 Korvold main, 1 in the side, and afterwards he said that he would rather run the 3rd main and possibly even fit a 4th in the 75. Even though it's a legendary creature, it's one of those cards that's so strong that if it stays on the battlefield, you don't care about having a second copy trapped in your hand because you probably won the game straight away. It gets so big so fast, it draws so many cards in this list. You can do things like save up all your food from Cauldron Familiar over the course of the whole game, and then sacrifice all of your food at once to Cauldron Familiar as you bring it out of your graveyard, which is a little bit of a priority trick you can do, to just completely draw 7 off Korvold.
That's quite impressive. Well, looking at this deck list, what would you sort of swap out to fit possibly 1 or 2 more Korvolds?
I think the choices here are the District Guide and maybe the Wicked Wolves. The rest of the deck is just like important infrastructure. You can't really cut the casualties of war. You don't want to cut the Trail of Crumbs or the cat or the oven or the goose. Like, all of that is essential. The Brontodons are really good tech, not only for the meta, but like to counter people's sideboard cards against you, since one of the common ways to deal with Cat Oven is actually not so much removal, but Sorcerous Spyglass, a permanent which can disable the activated ability of either the cat or the oven. But since that needs to stay in play to work, Thrashing Brontodon can clear it away if need be. So having the Wicked Wolf in the deck, I mean, it's a good card. It's another great way to use your food, but as only a 3/3 until you sacrifice your food, you kind of want to use your food for different reasons in this deck. You'd rather sacrifice it when you've got your engines in place to draw cards and deal damage off of it, not because you need to make your Wicked Wolf good. And without eating food, it's only a 3/3, which is sort of medium size in the current meta. So I think you could maybe have trimmed those for more Korvold. It's just such a more high impact, high ceiling card, but maybe it's a curve concern. Maybe Minds just likes the Wicked Wolf against certain matchups. There's definitely a lot of personal choice in this archetype.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agreed.
Okay, and it looks like we are actually ready to go into the next round, so maybe we should check out Goldmines' match with this deck since we've just previewed it.
Yeah, so currently Goldmines is Wen getting about to get this going against a Force Wilkes.
Lab Monkey?
Lab Monkey, sorry.
All good.
I misspoke.
Yes.
Against Lab Monkey here.
So 2 players we haven't watched yet. What is Lab Monkey on today?
So Lab Monkey is also rolling another Simic deck as well.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that seems like the most popular deck out of the tournament. I think the consensus amongst players who follow the pro scene, and we know that as competitive Magic players, most of our competitors today likely do, the Simic Flash deck might, if there is a best deck in Standard right now, it's probably that. There is an interesting Scissors, Paper, Rock feature going on between the Simic deck, the food deck that we just previewed, and Jeskai Fires or related control decks, where the Flash deck can cut off the slower late game of some of these big Fires decks, but the Cat Food deck plays so many efficient 1-drops, and cards like the Cat that get graveyard value are pretty good against the Counterspell list. So it's considered usually you can get under the Simic deck playing Cat Food. And that played itself out in the finals as well when we watched Glogowski. Interesting as well to notice when we saw the match being queued up there, which we will cut to in a minute. But Goldmines has actually named his deck Marcio Jund, or Marcio Food. So I believe that refers to Marcio Cavallo, who's another prominent professional player who's playing this deck. So that would explain why the deck list is a little bit different to the ones that I've looked at, but clearly still one that's been tested and proven in battle by some of Magic's best players. So you can't really go too far in betting against that sort of firepower.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, Goldmines, not seeing what has worked and making tweaks to it, be quite interesting to see how it works here. And I believe that Goldmines is actually going up against SRMTG.
Yeah. So there was a slight change in the pairings there, but it seems like we're all ready to go. So let's cut over to the match. And we're on to round 2 now, the Mogul Championship. If you're just joining us, thanks so much for getting in. It's been a little bit of a rocky start, but we are still feeling things out here. This is one of the first major third-party tournaments for MTG Arena, certainly in the Asia-Pacific region, and we have 8 of that region's very best players here competing for their share of a $50,000 prize pool. I am the Wandering Bard. Myself and Nick Tacular are here to commentate this match. Goldmines against SRMTG. First turn Witch's Oven. Could you have a better start?
Oh my. Straight off the bat, laying down what SRMTG has to deal with here.
Yeah, exactly. And turn 2 Trail of Crumbs. Now, this looks fine and dandy, and if I'm SRMTG, I'm probably cursing the gods right now. But critically, Goldmines hasn't found a black source yet. So even though there are 2 Witches Familiars in hands ready to get this value trainer rolling, cannot quite enable that just yet. Never mind, I cursed it. I cursed it for SRMTG. It's a Blood Crypt.
Funny how things like that happen.
So we are now on, maybe you could quibble about the sequencing of those draws, but this is it. This is like Goldmines laying out the manifesto of his deck in the first 3 turns of this game. Cat, Oven, and Trail of Crumbs to increase the value. So every time you sacrifice that cat to the oven, you get a food. You can then sacrifice the food to get back the cat. And every time you sacrifice a food, you can pay 1 to Trail of Crumbs to effectively draw a card. And not just draw a card, draw the best card out of the top 2 cards of your deck. We'll see that happen right now.
Here we go. Oh, and a Korvold bringing that into Goldmines' hands.
Yeah.
And of course, every time that cat comes back to the field, Goldmine is gaining a life and SRMTG is losing one.
Yes, and Goldmines has been able to draw a Mayhem Devil now, so that's 2 in hand. Mayhem Devil, of course, says whenever you sacrifice a permanent, it can deal 1 damage to any target. So, for instance, those 1/1 creatures on the side of the field, if Goldmines so chooses, he could have played out the Mayhem Devil right away and been able to immediately destroy both of those 1/1s just with the Cat Oven combo. And that increasing value over time is what the deck's built for. But we see the slightly greedy play, iterates 1 loop of the Cat to draw a card off of the Trail of Crumbs to try and find a 4th land, and finds it. So still has the option to make the 3-drop this turn if he so desires. And then this means that next turn we're drawing ever closer to Korvold, who of course is a 5-drop. This deck just firing on all cylinders right now.
Oh man, I am quite surprised how quickly Goldmines was able to establish the core of his deck, and just getting some really, really perfect draws here, if I may go as far as to say perfect, because this is really the best scenario for Goldmines.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was about to say, this is the reason why I think so few aggro decks have been deployed. And now, this Golgari deck, it definitely has dimensions to it that allow it to play a longer game, but we haven't seen those in the draw from SRMTG right now. No Innkeepers as of yet. So it's basically just green-black aggro at the minute. And you can just see how that Regisaur, 7 power, but it has no trample. So Cauldron Familiar can block that all day, prevent the damage, even gain you life and draw you cards while it does so, because you can just sacrifice it in response. And this is actually a slightly difficult Trail of Crumbs choice. Looks like we're going to prioritize having Korvold next turn. Cannot blame Goldmines for that. Oh.
It's absolutely. Oh, thinking about Mayhem Devil, possibly. Now, Goldmines just brought in Fabled Passage from the deck.
Okay, so we can get one sacrifice out of the cat, and then another sacrifice out of the food, a third sacrifice out of the Fable Passage, but that is not 4. So that will only be enough to... No, that actually won't be enough to kill the questing beast. So I can only assume that the decision to play this Mayhem Devil over the Korvold or even the Wicked Wolf is out of a desire to deal with questing beast. I think maybe we're just going to do nothing this turn, like just block the Regisaur, do our cat loop, and then next turn we play the second Mayhem Devil, and then you can just start cleaning house with these sacrifices, getting double pings.
Yeah, it's really tough. Yeah, with the Regisaur and the questing beast. Okay.
Okay, so we are actually with some thought here, but it looks like we're going to try and trade the Devil for the beast. And we're even going to sacrifice our land to do it. Very interesting lines from Goldmines here.
Okay. So getting another forest onto Goldmine's side, and so we definitely be taking one hit to the face.
Oh. Well, I mean, it's because we already pinged the questing base off the land. But there's a blowout in response, and this is the punishment that we see. So, of course, now granted, that means that the Murderous Rider has been used. So that's the Swift and the Adventure half Murderous Rider. Effectively kills any threat, creature, or planeswalker at the cost of 2 life, and then later will come down as a 2/3 lifelinker. So what that did there was, clearly the all-in decision was to try and wipe out the questing beast using the damage from the Mayhem Devil in addition to a ping. By killing the Mayhem Devil after all of the resources have been committed, that play is completely denied. On the other hand, Korvold is now ready to come into play, and because of that Cat Oven combo, Goldmines hasn't even really lost that much life.
No, absolutely. Still on some 14 life. Korvold's entered, and now...
Oh, okay. Oof. So we feed a cat to Korvold. You have to sacrifice something to Korvold when he comes into play. I half expected a tapped land to be the sacrifice choice, but no, instead, I suppose with Casualties of War in the deck, you really have to prioritize your lands. And even though that would run you out of food... Okay, so we see the second Murderous Rider. It actually was available. So SRMTG, not fooled, playing with confidence, knowing there's a second removal spell ready for this secondary threat. But D-Mines will be able to sacrifice as many things as he can in response. And with Korvold still in play while this stack resolves, that'll be drawing a bunch of cards.
Yes, wanting to make the most of Korvold before... MTG's Murderous Rider resolves, and that eventually, yep, there we go, has gone into Goldmine's graveyard now.
Okay, so interesting the choice there. You could have Witch's Oven, the cat that you just brought back into play, which would have then let you sacrifice another food to get back another cat. So you would have drawn 2 cards. Instead, we choose to sacrifice Korvold himself, which still draws a card, and in exchange for drawing 1 less card, Korvold is so big that you can actually cook him into 2 portions. He makes 2 food tokens when sacrificed to the oven.
And that's probably and yes, that makes a lot of sense as to why Goldmines did pick Korvold.
Yeah, so Korvold... Oh, the other reason that you sacrifice Korvold there, it might be not quite as much value to get 2 food instead of 2 cards, but by sacrificing the target for Swift End is countered instead of resolving, which means you'll see the Murderous Rider, the creature half, actually goes to the graveyard, so you won't be able to play that 2/3 lifelinker now.
Okay. So, and... oh, here we go. So now the wolf's been played. So... Now, would you say that that Goldmines wanted that food to possibly feed into the Wicked Wolf?
Yeah, absolutely. The Cat Oven combo is typically food neutral. Like, you sacrifice a cat, it makes a food, you use the food to bring the cat back. Having multiple cats in play and looping multiple cats is something you can only really do, is only slightly more efficient than looping 1 cat with multiple ovens. As we see 3 ovens here, effectively meaning SRMTG is going to be dead in turns to just the Cat Oven loop. The only reason you want to stack up multiple food in this deck is to add value to an eventual Korvold or Mayhem Devil, but especially this wolf. So, clear line there, and it pays off immediately as that questing beast, which is normally a really difficult threat to answer, cleaned up by the indestructible wolf.
Yes, absolutely. Now, alright, so now another cat coming back, sacrificing the food. 3 Witches' Ovens on Goldmine's side of the field now.
Yes, that's just crazy. Like, when you have 3 ovens and a cat, like, this is the deck's happy place. Like, Korvold is cool, but this is all you need. This cat oven is draining, like, it's a 6 life differential a turn, in addition to blocking multiple creatures and just negating their attacks if they don't have trample.
This is truly quite interesting. Okay, so MTG getting ready with the Lovestruck Beast, getting the 1/1 token out. This is quite interesting now. My good. So it would I think it's definitely so. MTG is getting ready to get that Lovestruck Beast out on the field next turn. I believe is what it possibly looks like.
Well, we can see, like, SRMTG doesn't have a hand. Those two cards you can see at the top of the screen are both visibly in exile. They are adventure creatures that they went on an adventure earlier in the game, so both players are aware of them. There's no point bluffing. There's a decision of which 3-drop to cast, and it's decided that the 2/3 lifelinker is going to be more valuable than the 5/5, since it looks like the 5/5 trades well with the wolf, but in reality, the presence of food means that the wolf will just eat up the food and then the beast.
Yes, that's quite true. Now, the thing that's now with the lifelinker, it's quite MTG is probably going to get one use out of it, as it's probably going to trade with the wolf possibly or something else.
I imagine that if we wanted to trade with the wolf, you would play the beast, right? Because at least until one more food is eaten, like, you're going to force mines to eat food in order to enforce that trade. To me, the idea of playing the lifelinker is that you can try and race. The idea that if you attack with the wolf, instead of blocking where you inevitably lose your creature, you threaten to crack back with a lifelinker. But unfortunately, there's no racing the cat oven combo. And even though it looks kind of unfair that Goldmines was able to draw 3 of his ovens there, I'd ask people to consider just how many cards he was able to draw off the Trail of Crumbs in that game alone. Like, that is the real winning card there. It's subtle. It doesn't do as much impressing as the Giant Flying Dragon or the Wolf or even the Cats. But that Trail of Crumbs, I'm forced to eat my words when I originally slandered it. It is the engine of this deck, of this standard meta currently.
Yeah, it really is, and that just really enabled Goldmines to get so many cards and a lot of what he needed as what Goldmines needed as well, and just MTG at the end of the day just could not keep up with how fast Goldmines was getting all of his core engine cards out on the field, and eventually MTG realized that there was just no way out, and conceded that match, giving round 1 to Goldmines, and now we are currently waiting for the second match to take place. MTG currently sideboarding.
Yep. Oh, looks like he's just finished. I was jumping over to his stream to see the sideboarding plan, but unfortunately didn't quite catch it in time there. That being said, I'm interested to see Matt might now watch the second game of this match from SRMTG's perspective and see how he chooses to play the matchup.
Yeah, so it'd be good. Yeah, it'd be good to see what MTG's gonna be doing here. Having seen the Goldmines deck quite extensively in that last match, it'd be really good to see this side of the battle this time, and having a Vivien interesting in the first in the initial draw, looking like going to be keeping that one.
Yeah, Vivien Arcbow Ranger, a really, really powerful card, and has Vivien's best friend and partner, the Questing Beast, already available. So even though keeping 2 4-drops is a pretty slow hand, Gumtree even has the Paradise Druid, so we're actually going to go for it here. Oh, and leads on the Castle Locthwain. Fair enough, that isn't always tapped land. I would have thought you could have used the Fabled Passage to fetch a Swamp, and then you would have guaranteed had all of your other lands coming into play untapped. But that's alright, we maybe need the Fabled Passage to fetch out a second green source. We're going to go with it this way, and SRMTG even has the third land available. But you see now, actually, unless we top deck an untapped land, there's no way to cast a 4-drop next turn, where we would have been able to had we led on Fabled Passage into Forest. So potentially a costly stumble here when you're trying to ramp out a 4-drop.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so drawing Edgewall Innkeeper on the first
Yeah, draw. Oh, okay. See, that's unfortunate. Like, this curve would be nearly perfect if we had the 4 mana, but unfortunately, that decision to play Castle Locthwain turn 1, a land that potentially comes into play untapped, has cost the advantage that the Paradise Druid threatened to give him. And now the Mayhem Devil is down, so there's no way to sacrifice the food, but that 2/1 Mana Dork and that 1/1 Innkeeper under huge threat. This is why John Food is like so advantaged in the matchup, because so many of the important cards that SRMTG has are just vulnerable to these procs off of Mayhem Devil.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the trail already, like, again, like Goldmines, like getting the Trail of Crumbs so early on in the second match, having that ready to go. Now, MTG getting the Questing Beast on, laying some hurt down.
Oh. So hang on, watch this. SRMTG has to really think. If you sacrifice that Fabled Passage, the Edgewall Innkeeper will die. Because Mayhem Devil says whenever a player sacrifices a permanent, Now, see, because that's the other reason. If you have Fabled Passage against this Jund deck, you need to use it as soon as you can, because otherwise you're giving your opponent ammunition, and as a result, like, the plays of SRMTG, the sequencing is all constrained now. It's very, very awkward. If you sacrifice this Fabled Passage, the Paradise Druid would die. So, I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference on that exact turn, but, oh my god, Noxious Grasp for the questing base as well. This is a disaster.
Gold Mines getting slowly, one by one, getting rid of MTG's board.
Yeah.
And with Paradise Druid left on there. Now,
nope. Sacrifice of food, that'll kill it.
There we go. That's it. Completely and utterly gone.
And now you may as well sacrifice the Fabled Passage and take one. So,
my goodness.
Yeah, already after only a couple of turns, this plan that looked in theory pretty strong for SRMTG. Like, Questing Beast is one of the harder cards for Minds to deal with, but unfortunately had the Noxious Grasp with the best answer to it. We saw the Minds have 3 in the side, so sided all of those in straight away. We watched between games, no doubt, no hesitation, and immediately paying off in game 2, crushing the best threat out of his opponent's deck.
Absolutely freaking fantastic plays there from Gold Mines. Absolutely. Okay, Oof. So using Mayhem Devil, getting rid of the token, now Lovestruck has just become a pure blocker, and only with Vivien in hand, and now Korvold has entered.
So we've run SRMTG completely out of cards in hand. This is Vivien Archbow Ranger. Now, granted, Korvold can't sacrifice anything else this turn, so Vivien Archbow Ranger can use her -3 to kill Korvold, shoot it down using the 5-power Lovestruck Beast. So it's not just a blocker. It is enabling a critical removal play here. That Korvold would have been extremely threatening on the next turn, drawing a ton of cards, flying in for, 8, 9, potentially 10 damage. But instead, the game is kept at a barely, fingertips clinging to the edge of the cliff level of competitiveness by SRMTG.
Fantastic there. So now with that Vivien on the field, you haven't gotten rid of that Korvold, which is an incredible threat for MTG. With Vivien on only one there, it's possible Gold Mines could use Mayhem Devil to get rid of Vivien just like that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we didn't see much hesitation from SRMTG because you just have to kill Korvold. There's no argument about it. But you're pretty much assuming Vivien is dead to that Mayhem Devil. And actually, that's a really, really interesting play from Gold Mines there. I mean, sacrificing the Mayhem Devil itself to the Oven. Now, you could have sacrificed literally any creature to do that. You could have played a Fabled Passage if you had one. Any sacrifice would have done the job. But what that tells us is that despite having all these cards, David Mines possibly doesn't even have... Sorry, Gold Mines doesn't even have any other creatures in hand. Has to sacrifice the Mayhem Devil in play, taking a pretty big hit to tempo in order to clear away that Vivien before it can uptick. It still does the job, right? And he's still very firmly ahead. But you take a little bit of hope as SRMTG from seeing that awkward play.
Yes, absolutely. So now MTG at the point of top decking, a lot of mana available. So MTG has some options as long as they get the draws that they're hoping for. So now Mayhem Devil returning to the field on Gold Mines' side. This is really neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah. The one positive is we do have the mana. As you see, SRMTG can activate Castle Locthwain. So empty-handed, the card is at maximum efficiency. It's effectively 4 mana and a life to draw a card. So anytime you don't top deck a playable spell or you top deck something relatively cheap, you'll be able to bust it out. And actually considering using the Murderous Rider straight away. Now, if you use Swift End here, you are losing your Murderous Rider because Mayhem Devil will be sacrificed to Witch's Oven. But you are clearing away the Mayhem Devil, which is worth it in the end.
Yes, absolutely. Yep, so there we go. Sacrifice the Oven.
And you're just saying, this is why a 1-mana, quote-unquote, do-nothing artifact like Witch's Oven can be in the meta. It's just that strong to have that ability. It does all sorts of utility things as well as enabling your deck's central combo. And we're actually, because we were able to kill the Mayhem Devil, now our 2-1 Paradise Druid can afford to attack and lose its hexproof. We're holding up another Castle Locthwain activation, and somehow, weirdly, SRMTG is, kind of hanging on in this game. I'd say, like a 1 in 5 chance to win.
Yeah,
that's something.
It's something. There's still a chance. There's still a chance there. So now, okay, Gold Mines getting out the Wicked Wolf and going after the Druid. Now that's gone. Okay, so now all that's left is the Lovestruck Beast to block. Now, with the food available, Gold Mines can buff that wolf, but obviously we'll need another food to get it to the same to possibly trade with Lovestruck Beast.
Oh, Sorcerer Spyglass. Here it is, the sideboard card I speculated on when we were discussing Gold Mines' inclusion of Thrashing Brontodon. I don't know whether he sided it in for this game too, but here is Sorcerer Spyglass. Has the ability to first look at the hand, so we see Casualties of War and Massacre Girl. That's a chilling pair of cards to see. Does he have the mana? Does have the mana to cast Casualties of War, so potentially the Spyglass is going away straight away, but you just have to play like it's going to stick around on the battlefield, at least force the spell out. You name Witch's Oven, so Witch's Oven can no longer be used to sacrifice creatures or produce food. We managed to top deck a relevant card, or a playable card, off of the Castle Lochthar. Paradise Druid, unfortunately, not the most impactful here, but SRMTG just praying for something big out of the deck. I think maybe another Questing Beast might be about the best thing you could have at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the Witch's Oven nullified, what is Gold Mines trying to...
Oh. You do this.
The Casualties of War, there it is. Unbelievable. And just so the threat was there and now completely gone. MTG had hope, but that hope has disappeared. On 6 life now.
Yeah.
It's looking grim.
I think we saw I'd love to see the 1 and 2 reaction shot of SRMTG's face when he drew and cast the Sorcerer Spyglass, and then the reaction face when the Spyglass reveals the Casualties in hand, and you realize you're losing your card draw land, your blocker, and your sideboard card you just drew all in one fell swoop.
That is incredibly unfortunate. Casualties of War, really useful card, and quite lucky that Gold Mines had that available in hand.
Yep, just in a format where everyone is trying to go big, that 3 or 4th one has just proved to be the ultimate haymaker, especially in multiples. Mines, of course, playing 3 out of 4 possible copies, and therefore you're pretty much guaranteed by the time you have 6 mana, you're going to have 1 lying around, so you have to be ready. And SRMTG, unfortunately, when you're this far behind, you just don't really have choices. You just have to run it out and hope it's not there. Unfortunately, Gold Mines just has everything he wants today.
Oh, everything available. And with two life left, okay, back on the field. Oh no!
So we're gonna end this in style. Okay, we're gonna see the concession as the first Witch's Oven activation. Of course, Gold Mines there is able to simply tap both Witch's Oven, make 2 sacrifices, and have Mayhem Devil throw 2 little fireballs at the face. Closes out the match 2-0 over SRMTG. So I don't know if that's back-to-back wins for Gold Mines, but the deck seems very strong.
That is back-to-back wins. Gold Mines progressing to the next stage. That is such an incredible deck. Such an incredible deck.
Yeah. It just won the largest championship in the world. The most recent Mythic Championship was won by a close relative of this list. It's probably the archetype to beat right now. The only threat to it is Simic Flash, but the matchup seems to favour Jund Food between the two. So we'll see if anyone can stop one of Australia's best players on one of Standard's best decks before the day is out. But there are still matches going on, I believe. So we'll try and find another one that is still in competition. Actually, let me just... Oh, Lontravide is not streaming, so it looks like we will still have to wait longer to see that spicy list. But we're jumping over to Ring Ding Dingo against Psycho, with Psycho up 1-0, it appears. So let's quickly update the scores here. And the match appears to be right in the thick of Game 2 between Black-Green. Is that a Bolas' Citadel in hand?
Yes, it is. That is a Bolas Citadel in Psycho's hand. That is with two Witch's Ovens in hand, as well as another Witch's Oven on the field. Sorcerer Spyglass was just played by Ring Ding Dingo, which I assume was played onto the Witch's Oven.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't mouse over in the current spectator setup to check exactly what card has been nullified, but we can assume pretty safely that it was that. Since there's 2 copies of Witch's Oven just chilling in hand, I'm assuming Psycho would otherwise love to rush out onto the battlefield. Still, Bolas' Citadel has not been seen by Ring Ding Dingo, and now I must stress, it's open deck lists, I believe, for top 8. The competitors have been able to see each other's list before the matches.
I believe so, yes. So and which allow them to adequately prepare their decks for any possible circumstance.
Yeah, so the fact that the Bolster Citadel was visible in the list means that Ring Ding Dingo may have it scouted, but it's sort of not really a card you think about naturally for this archetype. And so, as a result, you may have forgotten about it for the moment. You may just be thinking about other more common threats. And this is a very, very powerful card to be ambushed by if Psycho can play it while sort of any life is remaining. We may see it as early as next turn.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah, you're very much right there. Now, interestingly, getting the Hydroid Krasis out only as a 3/3, just as Ring Ding Dingo having something available to lay some hurt down and apply a little bit of pressure. All right, so both Gilded Gooses out, both little food creators there, getting a food out ready. Another cat just drawn for Psycho.
All right, and unfortunately those cats, without the oven being allowed, are not as effective as they would otherwise be. We've got Gilded Goose as the food backup. You can pay 2 with the goose out and tap it in order to produce a food token, but it's certainly nowhere near the efficiency that you're including this Cauldron Familiar for. And all of the hype around cat food aside, this is a 1/1 for 1, where when it's in play it has no text. This is not a constructed Magic card by itself.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it.
Oh, the Shifting Ceratops, that is a constructed Magic card. So you notice that was a spell cast happily into 5 untapped mana from Ring Ding Dingo. That is because Shifting Ceratops is uncounterable. And on top of that, has protection from blue. And if this Hydroid Krasis dares to attack here, Shifting Ceratops can gain reach and block it. I'm not sure how. It's a quadrupedal dinosaur. I don't think it can jump, but... Oh, okay. We see the Hydroid Krasis attack.
Oh my! Look, it's the world of Magic, Tom. Anything can happen.
Yeah, shifting. I mean, this is just it, right? Like, you look at this, you're like, oh, that's a dinosaur. That doesn't fly. But yeah, exactly. The oops from Ring Ding Dingo. Look, I've been caught by this myself. It just doesn't look like a card that can block your flying creature, especially since Reach isn't printed on the card, so you can't see that handy reminder symbol until it's too late, until the Ceratops has been activated. And so the 3/3 Hydroid Krasis kind of dies for nothing there.
Yeah. Quite the slip of the hand there from Ring Ding Dingo. Still with a strong board right there. Second cat on the field. Yeah, it was a very lucky draw for Psycho to get that Shifting Ceratops now. I am just now, interestingly, looking at Psycho's deck list, Psycho actually has, by the looks of this, as long as things have remained unchanged, Psycho has 2 Bola Citadels in the deck.
That's really incredible. I haven't seen, I don't think, any Bolster Citadels recently at all in green-black. So this is maybe Psycho's own like invention that's been tested and shown. We see 3 Murderous Riders now in exile in Adventure. That one just resolved, which is really interesting because no doubt, right, the Bolster Citadel is the biggest card you could probably resolve at this time. Maybe you feel like your life total's threatened, but I feel like with the Krasis gone and the Ceratops in play, that's no longer as much of a concern. So now it's just trying to figure out what you think is the best time when the Bolster Citadel will resolve. And, I mean, you just resolved a Swift End on a viable threat. Does that not indicate that shields are down, that there is no counterspell in hand?
Quite possibly, Tom. Okay, so now Psycho getting the Witch's Summons out onto the field, knowing that that they can't be used because of the Spyglass.
Yeah, that strikes me as just, I need to get these cards out of my hand, because now we have 2 Castle Locthwains in play. And every time you use Castle Locthwain, you draw a card, then lose life equal to the number of cards in your hand. Those Murderous Riders, of course, even though we can see them in the hand area, are in exile right now, so they don't count. But even though those Witches' Ovens are presently useless, holding them in hand will make using Castle Locthwain extremely costly. So we have to play them at some point, and it strikes me as just to sort of get these out of hand while I have spare mana. We'll use the rest of our mana for the turn to create food with the Goose. I don't think you want to pay food to create a food. I think the play is that, yeah, you sacrifice a food with the Goose to make mana, and then you use the mana to activate Trail of Crumbs. That is. Psycho's got it right this time. Just making sure we click correctly, and actually manages to pull out a Shifting Ceratops, which is visible to Ring Ding Dingo, because you have to reveal the card you draw. Trail of Crumbs only lets you draw permanent cards, so you have to reveal the card to your opponent to prove that it's a legal option. But, I mean, Shifting Ceratops is uncounterable, so what are you going to do about it?
And back on the field, okay. So really, now...
Ooh.
Okay, Castle Locthwain again. No, so really here, what Psycho's trying to do, they want to sort of do some damage. Oh, there it is!
Okay, paying off for Psycho's been holding this Bolster Citadel in hand so long. Of course, it it is actually revealed. I couldn't see that before because it was pushed so far to the side of the hand, but it seems as though that was probably drawn off Trail of Crumbs. So that explains why it hasn't been cast. It's been sitting in hand this entire time, and Psycho suspects that Ring Ding Dingo is holding a counterspell for the hugely impactful Citadel. Eventually, though, you can't afford to just hold your Frill Mystic forever at an increasing board disadvantage. You have to commit it. So that's a big win for Psycho if you think that there are maybe no more counterspells available.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ring Ding Dingo still has a lot of mana available. Okay, the Hydroid Krasis is coming out, swinging big.
Okay, so this is a huge showdown now. Or rather, it looks like it is, right? Because you're putting down the Krasis, you're tapped out, so now you know the Citadel can resolve on Psycho's turn. And for those who don't know what Bolas the Citadel does, it's very likely to result in Psycho drawing effectively a ton of cards and playing them for free. Because anytime you get stuck with a land on top of your deck, you can use Trail of Crumbs to clear it away and keep going. So this Citadel can cast a ton of cards as long as you have life. You can always eat food to gain life while you activate the Trail of Crumbs if you have the spare mana. And it seems as though you want to play the 7/7 flying Hydroid Krasis in order to pressure that life total and restrict the use of Bolas' Citadel, which of course costs you life as it does, converting it to dark power. But Shifting Ceratops not only gains reach, but has protection from blue. So those two Ceratopses can block and kill the Hydroid Krasis for no trade.
This is truly, truly incredible right now. Okay, so there goes the food.
We're actually still not using the Bolas. I think maybe Psycho just doesn't want to tap out for the Citadel. And like, it's a huge game to play it, but you are sort of vulnerable for one turn. And just as cautious as we saw Ring Ding Dingo be in round one, I think we're seeing Psycho play this very, very, very carefully, respecting the Simic deck.
Yeah, that's just it right there. Now, obviously, do you think the Bolas Citadel purely to play for free draws? Do you think that obviously with the other condition of Bolas Citadel, sacrificing the permanents to make your opponent lose 10 life, that can be a last-ditch effort to seal the deal if Psycho was to get Ring Ding Dingo to 10 health?
I wouldn't have initially thought that it would have been a play that you regularly make, but this may just be the scenario where you make it. Interestingly, it clears the Hydroid Krasis with the Murderous Rider so that we can attack with the Shifting Ceratops. Frilled Mystic, of course, being a green-blue creature, cannot block, so you have to assign a multi-block here. That's very interesting, right? Because like this whole game plan from Psycho so far has been quite defensive. And now, instead of defending, we could have just used those Ceratops as an effective wall and either kept drawing cards off our Trail of Crumbs or eventually set up some sort of Citadel play where, as you said, the Citadel could have effectively resolved into kill over 2 turns. But we simply clear the board, cast Vraska Golgari Queen, tick her down, it clears away the Sorcerer's Spyglass. And so there, like we said, the disadvantage of your sideboard card being a permanent is it can be destroyed. Those ovens are back online. But the Great Henge! So both players resolving very impactful spells right now.
All right, this is shaping up to be quite interesting. Yes, as you said, the Spyglass gone, Ovens back in action. So now Psycho can resume the cycle, and quite possibly now But the thing is, with the Great Henge, Ring Ding Dingo will be able to get some life back.
Yeah, exactly. That taps for 2 mana every turn and produces 2 life every time you tap it. You don't even need to spend the mana necessarily. You can just tap it to gain the 2 life. There's a huge mana advantage already, so obviously if there's a Krasis to play, it's going to be ginormous now. And of course, every time you play a creature, the Great Henge will refund you an additional +1/+1 counter and an additional card. So both players potentially have the option here with these big artifacts, these legendary artifacts, to just kind of have berserk turns where they play a ton of cards. I'm not sure who that favors, to be honest. Possibly Psycho, just because more cards in Ring Ding Dingo's deck are reactive. But, okay, we're still just leveraging the Trail of Crumbs here. I'm not sure whether at some point you want to just commit to the Citadel. You know, you said it would effectively be a 2-turn clock. We're back to the point where you're not certain it would resolve, but... Okay, we're now making sure to tap our mana very carefully. The auto-tapping system will prefer not to tap the Castle Locthwains, and I think we saw a slight mistapping on an earlier turn, so Psycho making sure this time.
Yes. So the third Shifting Ceratops entering the field, the fourth Shifting Ceratops that Psycho has in hand. All Murderous Riders have been used and are available in exile. So removal has become very limited for Psycho. So now hoping to lay down some hurt, and it's possible that Psycho could be shaping up to drop Bola Citadel either in the
Ooh.
next couple turns.
Okay, so Psycho, look, took a risk here. There was one line of play where you play defensively, save your Murderous Rider for a Nissa, use the Ceratopsis to stonewall everything, cast a Citadel, and try and get the win with a couple of Citadel activations. Instead, we're seeing the multiple aggressive attacks with these Ceratopses, and whether Luck or Skill, Psycho's been able to draw into all of them to keep the pressure up. That was a very risky attack, potentially. That ton of mana could have resulted in a Flash creature, but I guess we're just respecting that most of the Flash creatures are too small to block the Ceratopses, and in the end, Ring Ding Dingo had the Nightpacker Ambusher, but prefers to cast it at end step. I believe Henge triggers off any creature entering the battlefield, so even the Nightpacker Ambusher token would allow you to generate extra cards, but we choose to forego generating that token to cast a spell during her turn because it's Nissa. Now, does this set up an immediate Hydrocrisis?
I think it's looking that way. It's real.
Ooh. No, okay. That's very interesting. I don't know if I would have necessarily cast the Nissa without the Krasis follow-up. Because you were already getting a 3-3 in your end step with Nightpacker Ambusher, and you would have drawn a card as well from a creature entering. Now you don't, because you just play Nissa and turn a land into a 3-3. You could have done that next turn.
Okay, well, it would shape up that possibly the Hydrocrisis is coming next turn, and Ring Ding Dingo can really shape that Krasis up to be extremely powerful. Okay, so the oven loop's happening right now.
Yeah. The issue with not playing the Krasis right now, assuming you have it, which I actually assume at this point Ring Ding Dingo does not, is that if you don't play it right now, it can't block the Ceratopsis itself, so you're playing it as a card draw and life gain spell. It's basically a blue-green Sphinx's Revelation. And you need to then cast it to draw cards so that the next turn you can play whatever it is you draw off it and hope that that impacts the battlefield. So by delaying the draw spell by another turn, you are really like giving yourself as little time as possible. This Cat Oven combo is going to drain you out.
It really is. Okay, so Ring Ding Dingo now on 10 health. Now we're back to 9. So
it's going to be 8 after this.
This and 2 Trailer Crumbs as well. So lots of draw power coming from that as well.
Yeah.
More land on the field. The last Ceratops entering the field.
And of course it can gain haste as one of its abilities, so it will. That's the shifting part. So we're going to be attacking with 3 5/5s that all have protection from blue. Only 2 viable blockers for these. They all go at the face. 2 of these must be blocked at least. So we could preserve our Nightpacker Ambusher if we want. But we didn't use the Nightpacker Ambusher to make a 3-3, so you almost beg the question of, like, you might as well block with it then. If you're going to cast spells on your turn with Nissa, you might as well just trade off the 5/5. And yes, a Ring Ding Dingo is going to do just that.
There we are.
Now, we give the Ceratopsis Trample as well. This is going to put... I mean, that sort of begs the question of whether you could have just attacked with the Paradise Druid and presented lethal. But I suppose you could have potentially been blown out by Aether Gust at that point or something, hit by Aether Gust. In any case, Psycho doesn't seem to be under a lot of pressure.
Yes. I mean, possibly if
we have the Cat Oven combo.
Oh, here we go. Here it's happening, and that's it.
So that's another 2-0 win for Cat Food.
Wow. It is a formidable deck. And there it is. Ring Ding Dingo letting it happen, letting Psycho complete the loop. And that is it. It is a 2-0 win to Psycho. So both Cat Ovens moving to the next stage.
Are we having a cut now? Or is this... We've got... Sorry. I think that's the end of round 2, right? Is that the last match we've got on?
I would believe so.
Oh, just quickly, sorry, let me just bring this back to the intermission. We'll just quickly make sure that all the round 2 matches are completed, but I believe we are actually progressing through the day, of course, in the top 8 of the Mogul MTG Arena Championship. $50,000 prize pool on the line, so if you're just joining us now, these are some high-stakes Magic matches. That's a very sore loss to take. But if you wanted to win, I guess you should have brought Witch's Familiar, the little common that could. It's doing a lot of winning today.
Absolutely, just blown away by the skill of these players today, and like you said, with how well the Witch's Familiar decks have been playing, it's no surprise to see that at least 2 of the decks here today have are this combination.
All right. Well, those two decks might be about lined up in the standings to clash at this point, both going, I believe, something like 2-0, 2-0 through our first couple of rounds. But since we've gotten a few rounds done in the day already, we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back very soon. Don't go anywhere. There'll be more action coming up as we decide a winner today in the MTG Arena Championship for Mogul.gg. I will be back with you very shortly, so stay tuned. All right, everyone, we are back. Welcome again to the stream here, and joined now time in video by my co-host Nictacular. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Good to be on video now, finally. So we're ready to go.
You can see how happy this man is, the impact that this great Magic we've been watching has been having here. Of course, this is the Mogul MTG Arena Championship for 2019, as you can see up the top, and we are well underway. Let me cut across to the bracket really quickly, because we have been seeing a ton of games today, and already plenty going on. You can see here the upper and lower bracket on mogul.gg. You can actually go here yourself, I believe, and watch the bracket in real time if you want to keep track. But you can see we only have 2 players remaining undefeated so far in our double elimination tournament. That's Lab Monkey and Psycho, who we just watched execute a brutal 2-0 finish. Looking like a strong contender for the tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting seeing Lab Monkey go up against Psycho. And the lower brackets are going to be interesting as well. So even though Gold Mines lost the first match against Lab Monkey, Gold Mines had such a strong showing against SRMTG, and we'll be taking on Ring Ding Dingo, who has also proven very well and has a very strong deck. And so that'll be a very good match to watch, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just wanted to cut across really quickly, because there's been another there's been another deck that's really been impressing us, and unfortunately it's someone who's already been eliminated. You'll notice in the bottom part of the lower bracket, Lontra Vitae, or Lontramus as they use it here on mogul.gg, they lost 2-0 in round 1 in the winners bracket, and then 1-2 to Rubix's Mardu Aggro in the lower bracket. We never got to see this deck, which is really brutal, but we're going to show it to you now in a really quick deck tech before we start the next round, because I just don't think that anyone wants to miss out on witnessing this. And also Lontra Vitae deserves some props for registering this thing of beauty. So let me just quickly pull that up in our deck tech machine. Okay. Sorry, one moment.
That's all right. And so we have just witnessed. Well, unfortunately not. So the one of the rounds has already started away. Rubix versus Jimroy, aka Force of Wilkes. They've already gone off to the
okay, yeah. Well, we'll jump over to that game then, I suppose. We'll show you Lontra Vitae's deck in due time, but in the meantime, I suppose we'd best get to the matches. So we'll quickly jump across. So D Mines against Ring Ding Dingo. That's one of our lower bracket matchups, right? But both these players have looked very strong. Absolutely,
yes, absolutely. Both very strong. So they are currently in game at the moment. They look to be be about turn 4.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll transition you across to the game now, guys. I don't want to miss too much in-game footage. So just quickly correct these. We've got Ring Ding Dingo at the top there. Gold Mines at the bottom, playing that deadly Jund food deck that we deck teched for you earlier. So who do you think you have favored in this matchup, having seen both these players compete?
Gold Mines is very strong. Ring Ding Dingo, having lost against Psycho, who was also using an oven deck, so it is not looking good for Ring Ding Dingo. Is probably fretting a little bit, realizing that she is going up against yet another cat oven deck. And I would assume that Ring Ding Dingo has hopefully put some measures in place to try and deal with this type of deck a little bit better. So probably some sideboard tweaking has occurred. And it'll be up to her to hopefully get some good draws. And she has just played the Spyglass, which she is playing on the Witch's Oven, so she is nullifying that straight away, very early on. Yeah, that is a very lucky draw from her.
You can also name the familiar itself, which stops, because if you name the oven, you can use other sources of food like this Gilded Goose to still allow your cat oven combo to work, albeit much more slowly. But if you name the oven, you cut off the main sacrifice outlet for the cat, as well as all the other utility of the oven. So it's generally the stronger name. And that is what we see named here as it comes down. It's interesting in this particular matchup because, of course, the cat food decks are said to have an advantage against Simic Flash, and you can see why. Obviously, they just get their engine rolling very early and potentially get under the counterspell lock that the Simic deck can establish. But at the same time, this Jund build does seem to dip very heavy on the big mana threats. You know, Korvold is 5 mana, Casualties of War is 6. Those are very expensive spells to run into, you know, 1 mana counter spells like Mystical Dispute. So, unfortunately, there is no counterspell in hand for this Casualties of War, and it shows how patience can pay off. Hold this one for the longest time, you are going to get a big reward, destroying the Nightpack Ambusher and that Spyglass that was just played, and the land, almost mirroring Casualties we saw in one of our other games.
Yes, absolutely. So now that a very good play, and it was unfortunate for Ring Ding Dingo, who didn't have a counter, and the Casualty of War is such a great card. Played perfectly right there, eliminating the Spyglass, eliminating the Wolf, so stopping the token generation. So now that threat has been eliminated as well. So really, control has been established back to Goldmines now, who is going to be continuing to establish their board and continue the engine of the cat oven.
Now, it must be noted right now, the engine is only in, like, first gear. It's sputtering and purring right now because there's only 1 cat and 1 oven and no additional card to derive value from that loop. So you are, as we just saw there, blocking the wolf or the biggest attacker every turn and generating a life swing, but it's relatively small and without any other way to draw cards in play. Like, there's no Castle Lochthwain, there's no Trail of Crumbs. So right now, until Goldmines is able to top deck one of those big payoffs, when he does, it will be explosive, but in the meantime, there is a window for Ring Ding Dingo to get back onto the board, and with that Castle Vantress, she's able to scry up a huge threat faster than Mines can top deck one.
Oh my goodness. This is truly getting interesting now. I appreciate your use of pun there by saying the cat oven engine is purring.
I'm glad someone appreciated it. I don't know if our stream viewers appreciated the pun, but that's all right because my co-broadcaster loves it. Excellent.
It slid in so nicely, and I appreciate that.
I got a license to pun now. You've enabled the beast. Speaking of enabling, though, Nissa means that not only is this going to be now Ring Ding Dingo re-seizing control of the battlefield and putting a pretty fast clock on Mines, Goldmines can only really draw like 1 or 2 cards in the deck to deal with Nissa in a hurry. Even a Mayhem Devil right now lacks the ammunition in terms of sacrificable permanents to be able to really kill Nissa, who has a massive 6 loyalty and pretty much exclusively ticks up. So that's going to be a 3-3 every single turn, and if you ever top deck a Hydroid Crisis, like, the game might just end. So it just goes to show the raw power of this ramp build of Simic does put pressure on the Jund deck to do its thing quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately for Goldmines, really not getting any good draws. A lot of mana at Goldmines' disposal, but unfortunately, it's just unless Goldmine draws something soon, this is going to be looking very, very grim. And especially, you know, getting that Nissa loyalty number higher and higher every turn, it's really not looking good.
Yeah, the beatdown increasing by 3 per turn. Obviously, the cat can do a lot. Like, you'd be surprised how much even a single Cauldron Familiar plus Witch's Oven can slow down the aggression from a Ring Ding Dingo attack. But by adding a 3-3 land creature to the battlefield effectively every turn with Nissa, that damage is going to stack up really, really fast. Not to mention, we just saw Castle Vantress scry another 2 cards deeper into the deck. Both cards went to the bottom. Those could have been dead draw lands like we've seen David Mines hitting, but Ring Ding Dingo, unfortunately, has the power of Castle Vantress on her side, will not be dealing with those bricks off the top of the deck.
Yes, absolutely. So just now tapping Gilded Goose at the end and drawing a Wicked Wolf. So now this establishes some... Goldmines can get gets a little bit of control back. Playing Wicked Wolf and feeding Wicked Wolf to buff that and now Goldmines can have a blocker to deal with some of the hurdles that Ring Ding Dingo is providing.
Yeah, unfortunately, to fight this land and not die, the wolf needs to eat a food. And after it eats the food, it gets all tuckered out. It needs to go and have a lie down after a big meal. It's going to be tapped and unable to block this turn, but it is worth it to be able to get one of those lands off the battlefield. But no! The waste of a food as a Brazen Borrower petty theft is put on the stack. That will return the wolf to hand before it can gain the counter, before it can fight the land. Waste of... Now, you can recast the wolf and repeat this trick, but that's eaten up a food and the entire turn for Goldmines. In a way, at least you're getting some sort of payoff for all those lands you've top decked.
Absolutely. That's really unfortunate. Good play by Ring Ding Dingo there. Okay, so this is... It's really tough. Really tough for Goldmines here. Relying on whatever luck can provide them. This is It's looking tough right now. I mean, look, Ring Ding Dingo's in the same spot where essentially is top decking as well, but with that Nissa there, it's proving quite interesting.
Whoops, sorry, we just had a little bit of a momentary stream issue. We'll just jump across to our transition screen. I'm not sure what happened there. The stream's cut out for me, but we'll quickly reconnect, everyone. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh, and now it seems like we finally have game sound for no special region. I love that. Let me get back into the game. Look, it's an advantage. We've improved the quality of the stream immediately.
We have. It's always
there.
Improving.
We go. back live. Apologies. But yeah, as you said, we're seeing a really tense battle still. I like that Mines on the second cast of the Wicked Wolf chose to target the 2/2 Wolf token instead. That means that you leave the Wolf untapped to block, and the Wicked Wolf can still threaten to kill one of the 3/3 lands by blocking and eating a food after blocks are declared. So maybe a better play in the end, but unfortunately just the sheer number of creatures that Nissa is able to generate means that Mines is at a hopeless disadvantage. And here we see the card I highlighted in the deck tech earlier, Civic Wayfinder. It's really nice to ramp you for lands, but I don't know if more lands is what Goldmines needs at the minute.
No, it really isn't. Oh my goodness me. So Druid, Goldmines drawing a district guide. Again, just needing to get something out on the field and getting more land, but Wicked Wolf sent the Wicked Wolf to attack, and Ring Ding Dingo has gotten the Druid to block that, and now enabling Nissa's final ability, getting the emblem.
Interesting that it's worth giving up the Nissa to do that, but this does make it very hard for the Wolf is the reason you do this, right? So you're sacrificing your Nissa, so you're giving up your doubled mana and your ability to create more 1/1s. You could have even upticked Nissa one more time and downticked her next turn to get the emblem and kept her around for her static and land making ability, but we choose to go and get all the lands out of our deck before anything can happen. No top deck Mayhem Devil here. Nothing can stop Nissa now. So every forest in the deck now in play, and all of these land creatures now indestructible. So even though that's effectively weakened Ring Ding Dingo's board for the minute, now she's drawing almost straight gas from the deck, and any Hydro Crisis is still going to be enormous because of all the forests in play.
It's truly going to be an interesting play. If she really does draw a Hydro Crisis next draw, this will be over very, very quickly, it seems.
And even if you don't, it can be over very, very slowly, because now you have 3 indestructible Vigilant lands on the ground. It's going to be so difficult for Goldmines to actually make any sort of profitable attack at any stage of the game through those lands, or even block them effectively over time. You can grow your Wolf to a 4/4 and then start blocking, and you can block one with the Cat Oven, but it just gives you so much leeway in combat for all future turns.
Yeah, it really, really does. And unfortunately for Goldmines, not really having much removal. Oh boy, and oh my goodness, that flyer on Ring Ding Dingo's side, that is a guaranteed 3 damage every turn, at the very least.
Yeah, Goldmines can chump block one time with the Gilded Goose. It is a 0/2 flyer, but a 0/2 flyer isn't going to fight too well, so it really is only buying time. And when you're giving up on your food and mana producing flyer just to save yourself 3 damage, you know that the game is nearly done. Here's another Nissa for Ring Ding Dingo, so now nothing has been lost from the emblem. We're back to full control of the board, and even after that Casualties of War, right, it looked like Goldmines was ready to take over, but we've just seen land after land off the top. Meanwhile, the scrying power of this Simic deck has helped Ring Ding Dingo just draw so smooth.
Really, really has. It's just incredibly unfortunate for Goldmines, just not getting draws, not getting anything useful, and it's just unfortunately there's just not really much that that Goldmines can do. Using a little bit of the cat oven loop here just to get a little bit of extra help to possibly survive this.
Yep. I mean, this is what the Cat Oven deck does. It grinds and grinds and grinds, and it scries and scries and scries. Sorry, it does not scry. It tries and tries. But the point is that ultimately, unless you can get out of first gear, you need those engine cards. Like, this is why I quit. It's a bit a bit unfair to victimize these cards when they're, you know, in their worst case scenario. But this is why I sort of question the inclusion of the Wicked Wolf and the Civic Wayfinder. These are personal choices that Goldmines has made to enable, I think, the faster Casualties of War, the faster Korvold. But by going down on copies of Korvold and down on more cards like Midnight Reaper, for instance, if you had a Midnight Reaper in here, which some decks play the full 4 of, you can be drawing a card off every single sacrifice of your cat. Like, there is no doubt that you would have found your way to more gas had you done so. Whereas these cards, they just have kind of a lower ceiling, and they don't synergize as well with the rest of your engine. So you sometimes can't get it running even with all the redundancy the build has.
Yeah, that's...
Wait, hang on.
Oh, another drawing a Casualties of War with all that mana open.
It might not be enough. We have to say you're going to get land, planeswalker creature, but of course, the lands are all indestructible. So this will not actually destroy a land. I don't think.
That is very true. And yeah, just not having that Trail of Crumbs has really hurt Goldmines here. Just not having the draw power that that they need.
Even if you had the reason is that you have like Mayhem Devil and Korvold as well, but we just haven't found it. At some point, I don't know if there is too many engine cards, right? Like, you just need to have one because this Cat Oven by itself, sometimes it's enough, not against this powerful Simic deck.
No, it's just really, really not enough. And yeah, Goldmines again, nothing in hand, and Ring Ding Dingo wanting to finish this now.
Okay, mine's choosing to crack the Fabled Passage, which is interesting. We'll see what this is about. Are we just conceding here?
I think
we have to block all of these except one, maybe. Okay, we're gonna, yeah, so we can make a food with the goose and eat it. Sure, that's why we had to get the land.
Yes.
So the goose's food is interesting. It effectively negates the attack of one of these indestructible land creatures.
This is a last-ditch effort from Goldmines, barely holding on.
But if you, yeah, he's just about staying alive. If you can draw another creature next turn, like another Wicked Wolf, and make it a 4/4 to block, you will be able to stabilize here potentially. There is a way.
There is a way. Goldmines has 1 HP in a dream, and whether this dream comes true, that'll be yet to be seen.
Yeah, I like that descriptor. It really is all about the dream. Oh no, the dream is crushed.
Oh,
the
no.
biggest Hydroid
Crisis
Crisis
dropped as a 10/10.
It's so enormous. Oh look, and there's Midnight Reaper. Insult to injury. When you're on 1 life, you can have the card that says when your creature dies, you can draw a card and lose 1. And that'll get Frilled Mystics because Ring Ding Dingo has this game so locked away, it's not even funny. We're laughing anyway, though. That's game 1 of this best of 3. Whew.
What a great showing. I think even Goldmines wanting to try and go out on their own terms through Midnight Reaper, but Ring Ding Dingo saying, "Nuh-uh, I want to finish this myself," and then Goldmines being forced to concede. Truly, truly a great match. Really, really unfortunate there for Goldmines. Could not stretch. They didn't have any chance to stretch their legs. Just not really getting any useful draws. Lots of mana, but unfortunately, just not the draws that they needed. So let's hope that for Goldmines' sake, that they get some good draws, and we'll hopefully see something happen. So Goldmines doing a little bit of sideboarding here as well.
Yeah, interesting to see. We're looking at the Midnight Reapers maybe to be taken out. Just considering what could be changed here. Have we seen the Casualties of War come out? So the expensive cards come out of the deck. That makes sense, right? Because you want to try and be your place in this is as the aggro deck. You want to be under that Hydroid Crisis because by God, there's no going over it. So,
no.
as strong as those Casualties of War were, you won't always be in a situation to resolve them, and it's better to just play more reliable, cheaper cards. Duress, of course, the #1 tool you want in this matchup. Just the most efficient way to pick apart the counterspell defense and open the way up for a bigger threat. And we are going to see it on turn 1. Interesting choice.
Okay.
If I can briefly self-plug, I write weekly Magic articles for Card Kingdom, and my article this week was a strategy article covering precisely when you should not play cards. One of the major cases, of course, a spell like Duress, the temptation is to play it on turn 1, right? Because you want to say, oh, well, I want to cut them off from their turn 2 play or their turn 1 play, but this Simic Flash deck is very reactive and very slow. Ideally, your Duress here is meant to prevent them from like counterspelling a big threat. You may want to save it to play like on turn 4. You could play Duress plus Midnight Reaper and clear the way of any counterspells. But we see it turn 1, and luckily enough, it does hit the card that you wanted to. Out of those 7 opening cards, Ring Ding Dingo happened to draw a Nissa, and you were very happy to just deal with that without ever seeing the battlefield.
Yes, and that's it. That's it. Exactly it there. Okay, so Growth Spiral going out. And all right, so the Midnight Reaper dropped onto the onto Goldmine's side of the field. A Wicked Wolf in hand as well.
Oh, that's a huge draw. Way better 4-drop into open 4 mana. You'd be so hesitant to cast this wolf. It getting hit by a Frilled Mystic is so bad here. But now we can go to combat. We look like we're waiting tentatively. This is what you always do. You want to try and draw out the flash creature from Ring Ding Dingo. Now, she could slam down the Nightpack Ambusher, and she does. So what this means is that the Ambusher will be able to eat up the Reaper, but if it does, you can play the Wolf in your second main. It won't be counted, and you'll get to eat up this Ambusher with the food from the Goose. So that overall is a good trade, and even though the Ceratops would be a huge play, it'll be equally huge next turn, and now we can clear a Nightbook Ambusher, which would otherwise be a massive threat.
Yes, that's exactly it there. Really lucky draw there for Gold Mines. And so Fabled Passage, and now the Wicked Wolf coming out.
Huh. I'm really interested by, Mines continues to use the Fabled Passage as an earliest opportunity, even when other lands are available to play. Now, often in this deck you want to save those Fabled Passages because they are a utility land, effectively. They give you a sacrifice trigger, which can enable, if not the Corvolds, because those have been sided out, at the very least your Mayhem Devils. It's ammunition, effectively. But instead chooses to not play it, and it almost looks like he was trying to sandbag the fact that he had red mana. Like, you try and make your opponent think that maybe you've got cards you can't cast stranded in hand instead of lands, but in the end does like to play the Stomping Grounds now.
Yes, so, okay. So another Ambusher back on the field, and the Ceratops entering as well.
So here's an interesting choice. You can attack. I actually wouldn't be surprised seeing no attacks here. You can attack. You could even have hasted the Ceratops and attacked with both, which I think is what you do if you're going to attack at all. Then you offer, even if your opponent trades, you get through for some damage. But you don't want to trade the Ceratops for the 4/4 Ambusher, because the Ceratops has protection from blue, so it's much better facing off against any of Ring Ding Dingo's other threats, including the Hydro Krasis with that reach ability we saw in an earlier game. Whereas next turn, you'll be able to use some spare mana to produce a food with the Goose, which means that it will win future fights against this Nightpack Ambusher in a wolf battle.
Yes, 100% correct. Yes, it's very much that's very much the play that Gold Mines wants to do. It needs to buff that Wicked Wolf if he wants to be able to establish a little bit more control and apply that pressure. Because right now, it's quite possible that Gold Mines could swing with the Wolf, knowing that Ring Ding Dingo doesn't want to lose the Ambusher and will just let that attack go through.
Yeah, might even jump with the 3/3, but yeah, willing to take 4. We saw Ring Ding Dingo drop to 2 against the Mardu aggro deck, just willing to take all sorts of damage, even against a deck with a lot of burst and reach and Embercleave, rather than lose board position, understanding that the key to playing the Simic deck, really, and any sort of tempo-based counterspell deck, is to have the lead on board, because the deck is so good at addressing threats as they are cast, but then normally you have to weigh that against, okay, well, if I spend my mana countering your play for this turn, the creatures you've already got in play are beating me down, so I can only do that for so long. But once you have the board locked up defensively, all you need to do is focus on making sure they never resolve another threat, and you've effectively won the game.
Yeah, that's it. So now, Gold Mines trying to test their luck, going for another attack with the Wicked Wolf, and using the Gilded Goose to get it to eat that food.
Yep.
And buffing it up, but still cannot take both those tokens out.
This is still, in the grand scheme of things, right? You know, all Magic players instinctively do this. Both players in their mind are plotting this match out over future turns. And there is a Hydro Krasis in hand, so it's not like Ring Ding Dingo doesn't have options. But she does need to do something about this battlefield, because if you try and do the same thing next turn and play more... Okay, well, this is something. I was going to say that next turn the Wicked Wolf, if it keeps eating food, will be big enough to take out 2 wolf tokens. But each of the Nightpack Ambushes, not only will they now each create a wolf, but those wolves will be 4/4s, because it's a double Lord effect in play.
Yes, this is quite okay. Now Gold Mines going to be sweating here.
Goldmines has so much land. He's drawn so many land in these 2 games. It's unreal. And the only advantage here is that Ring Ding Dingo can't possibly be optimistic enough to assume that he has bricked all of these draws again. She must be assuming there's some sort of Noxious Grasp, or Casualties of War, or other big reactive spells that Mines is holding waiting to be played. In reality, he's a sitting duck right now. Like, his board is okay, but he has nothing to add to it. And turn by turn, the match is starting to slip away. Just like it slipped away from the Mardu aggro deck when he got mana screwed, this Flood is nearly as bad.
No, you're absolutely right. And right now, Goldmines needs to rely on trying to present a bluff to Ring Ding Dingo that there might Goldmines has possibly something else, and I believe just that's a Noxious Grasp, so that is some removal that Goldmines has now. But there are so many wolves on that side of the field that it is another turn or so, and that it could be lethal. There won't be enough to block.
Okay, will we see Noxious Grasp here in response to the Castle Vantress? Yes, so now there's not enough mana to cast Frilled Mystic. Now is possibly the best time to go for a Noxious Grasp. You need to get these wolves off the field, but Sinister Sabotage, the 3 mana counterspell is available. It may have even been a bait from Ring Ding Dingo to try and draw out those Noxious Grasps that were theoretically in hand. And just as the theory comes true, the dream is snatched away. More counterspells always at the ready, seemingly, for this Simic deck.
Truly incredible.
Oh, no!
Establishing control. And now the Great Henge on the field, shaping up for Hydroic very, very soon.
You may not even need the Hydroic. Like, what is the point of Hydroic, right? Like, sure, you get a bit of life. Mostly it's about making a big creature and drawing cards. Now you're generating 2 5/5 wolves and drawing 2 cards a turn and gaining 2 life from your Henge complete. That's like playing a Hydroic every turn without even tapping your mana.
Truly incredible. And here is the Witch's Oven. Finally showing its face for Goldmines, but still no cats to assist with that. This is unfortunately, luck has really left Goldmines for this round, for this entire round right now.
Yeah, and Mines has been playing out all these lands, which you would think normally in this deck is an insurance against drawing Korvold, right? It's one of your best outs. It has the potential to draw you a ton of cards in one turn. That's why you're banking up your food, you're playing all your mana, you're trying to make sure that when you draw that Korvold, the turn is explosive as possible. But not only does Mines only run 2 out of 4 Korvolds, there's not much chance of a top deck, but he sided them out for this game, as well as the Casualties of War. So there is no top end to this deck. This Ceratops is like as big a game as it gets for him.
Yeah,
so
and here's the Hydroid Krasis coming out only as a 4/4 though.
Yeah, well, no matter how big the Krasis is, it gets blocked by the Ceratops for 1 green a turn. You can trample over it for a bit of damage, but I think Ring Ding Dingo already with a massive advantage on board, generating multiple 4/4 wolves every turn. I was actually wrong about the Great Henge text, apparently. My bad. But still a tremendous addition here. And just by having that 5/5 Krasis, you allow the Frilled Mystics to stay in place. And now, even as a relevant card, somewhat relevant card is drawn by Mines, it gets crushed, snuffed out. Card is replacing Ring Ding Dingo's hand. This match is only going one way from here.
Truly incredible. Now, look, Ring Ding Dingo did have that 1 extra land available that turn. Would it have not been better to bring Hydro Krasis out as a 5/5 and then get buffed as a 6/6 through the Great Henge?
That's quite possible, but what you're doing is bluffing effectively a little bit with your mana. By holding that 1 more mana up, you have 5 available to use Castle Vantress if the opportunity to cast Frilled Mystic doesn't present itself, or even to convince Mines to just have a little bit of hope that you're holding up mana for the castle and not the Mystic. I think Mines is going to play that card either way because he's so far behind on board that he has to try. But, like, for the sake of, the 1/1 size differential on the Hydroid Krasis doesn't really matter at this point. It wouldn't have drawn an extra card or gained an extra life, so I can see why Ring Ding Dingo played it that way, and regardless of what we think of her decisions, she is cruising to a 2-0 victory here to knock Goldmines out of the tournament, one of the top seeds.
Yeah, it's a really quite a bit of an upset here. After such the strong showing in Goldmines' match before, and then to really fall just purely from just the luck of the draw, it's really sad to see. But unfortunately, this is how things go sometimes, and this is how it goes. Sometimes you just draw a lot of land, and you have to make the best of your situation. And Ring Ding Dingo really just strengthening herself, going in all out, looking to finish this now.
This is strictly lethal. There's a ton of food to eat. That's the only thing that they can save Mines. But I mean, you can only eat all that food once. You've been banking it up for a rainy day. It is hailing down, storming, a typhoon of a day here. Look at those 4/4 wolf tokens.
Whoa.
Or are they dingo tokens?
Oh, that's true. That's true. I would say this Ring Ding Dingo loving the wolves. Yes, I would absolutely agree. Sending out the dingoes to eat all of Goldmine's babies.
This is a massive attack. There'll be no babies left with this. This is a fleet of quadrupedal terrors backed up by some of the best creatures Blue-Green has to offer. Normally, you have this Ceratops, you feel so good. You're like, I can block a 5/5 Hydro Crisis, no problem, eat that up. This 4/3 Mystic, I'll eat that next turn. But, like, the resources for mines is Dwarf. The third ambusher here for the maximum blowout. That's going to buff all the wolves that are already in play by another +1/+1, as if Ring Ding Dingo needed to drive home the point any further.
Oh, yes. Wanting to finish off Goldmines in style, and Ring Ding Dingo has done just that. She has just really... it was merciless in that match, and Goldmines unfortunately knocked out of the tournament with that. Great game right there. Really unfortunate for Goldmines. I feel for Goldmines there. When you have draws like that and you're drawing nothing but land, it's just it is tough. It is really, really tough to have both games back to back drawing nothing but land. It's just sad. It's really sad to see it go out that way.
I mean, that's Magic the Gathering, right? And look, to be fair, this is a double elimination tournament with all best of 3 rounds. So it's not as though one unlucky draw can punish you. Mines had to lose a match to get knocked into that lower bracket at all. So, you know, as much as he definitely did have the short end of the stick in terms of the draw there, we saw that the draws of the Wicked Wolf, the draws of the Civic Wayfinder, it's not as though he didn't find spells. They just weren't quite what he needed in that matchup. So, you know, the die flips one way, it rolls the other, and unfortunately we're saying goodbye to Goldmines, but we still have more players in the tournament. I think we've got people still playing out our top of the table matchup. We'll see if we can find one of those right now. Or no, maybe the round is already over. Looks like Psycho may have gotten a 2-0 over Lab Monkey in our winners final. So that green-black deck with double Bolus's Citadel in the main, looking like the hot stuff at the minute. Are all our matches actually finished, perhaps? We'll see.
I believe so. So
okay.
Yes. So Psycho has eliminated Lab Monkey to the lower bracket. So Lab Monkey is going to be having a second chance to possibly take Psycho back on, and I believe that'd be Ring Ding Dingo versus Rubik's now to determine who takes on Lab Monkey, and then who eventually takes on Psycho for our final match of today, and determine who wins the massive cash prize of $50,000.
It's really coming down to the line here. All the serious matches left to play, and these players have already been battle-hardened by a day of tough high-level Magic. We've seen some nerves, some jittery mistakes in the earlier rounds. Hopefully none of that going forward, and no more rough draws, just nothing but tight, brilliant matches to come. That being said, in the meantime, I think we can cut across to a few more deck techs. We've got a little bit of time now in these rounds. That was a short one. So why not take the opportunity to show you off one of the decks that we've been waiting to show you all day. Nicktacular, this is the Spicy Niv Fires list. It was submitted by Lontravides, one of our top 8 competitors. Now, granted, Lontravides was eliminated in straight sets, but did manage to win a game, and still making it to this top 8, had to go through an entire championship on Mogul.gg, an open ladder tournament, hundreds of players registered. These players not only battled into the top 32, but then won a grueling elimination tournament to make it to the top 8. So even this deck, which, you know, had the rough end of it here in the top 8 today, comes from a really, really skillful Magic player. And Lontravides has, you know, also turned on the flair by showing us the most stylish deck in our top 8 today.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely a strong showing to get through the entire tournament to this point. It shows a lot of great skill and very good deck building. And look, for anybody who knows me, knows I love all things spicy, and this deck brings a lot of spice to the table. And it's quite, and probably, and you, as you would agree, Tom, probably one of the most interesting decks from today's players.
Absolutely. So for those who aren't quite sure what they're looking at, because there's just so many different gold cards flying around the screen, this list has only 3 cards in multiple. There are 4 Niv Mizzet Reborn, 4 Fires of Invention, and 4 Fabled Passage to fix the mana. Other than that, the deck is all singleton, except for two 2-ofs in the sideboard. There's 2 D-Sparks and 2 Kaya Ores of Usurpers as a concession to, I believe, Fires of Invention and Cat Oven itself. But apart from that, everything is just a bunch of 1-offs to be found by Niv Mizzet. Now, I've played against a couple of 5-color Niv Fires decks. They are already spicy, but to go a step further and make everything 1-offs is almost mad scientist levels of deck building.
It really, really is, and it would be, if I would love to pick Lontravede's brain about how he went about creating this deck and his reason and his choices and reasonings for what cards he's added here. But it would have been, I would have loved to have seen this deck be in action a lot more, but unfortunately just wasn't able to stack up against the other players who, again, all of these players have very strong decks and a lot of skill, and they earned their places in this grand final. But unfortunately, yeah, this spicy deck was not able to bring enough spice to last for the long run.
I haven't spoken to Lontravides about it, but I suspect that the card choice may have been simple as going into MTG Arena, filtering for gold cards, and adding one of everything. Because I think just about every gold card in Standard is in this list. It's all of the removal, all of the sweepers, all of the value-adding planeswalkers, and then just a couple of like spicy inclusions. We got an Escape to the Wilds. We've got an Outlaws Merriment that I've never seen resolved in a constructed game. An Ethereal Absolution, which, by the way, we haven't seen anyone play it today because the black-white color combination just hasn't been in vogue. But if you want an answer to Cat Oven, that is the absolute. You literally cannot have a Cauldron Familiar in play to sacrifice, no matter how many times you try to bring it back while Ethereal Absolution is on the field. So I'm almost surprised we haven't seen anyone try that tech even out of the sideboard, but unfortunately sometimes you don't catch those matchups, or because it is a singleton card, you don't draw it even with Niv Mizzet to dig for it. Only 2 cards in this deck can't be hit by Niv Mizzet, and that's Golos, Tireless Pilgrim, and Kenrith, the Returned King, both of which are huge value engines in their own right. So if you ever got to hit a Niv Mizzet, like, I'm not surprised that Lontravides was able to take a game against the Mardu aggro deck, but unfortunately it seems like a deck that might suffer a little bit from variance, and all it takes is a couple of low rolls and you're out.
That's it. And Lontravide must be a gambler to be rolling a deck like this with all sorts of different things. And realistically, Lontravide would obviously would have chosen these cards, being familiar, very, very familiar, and with all of these cards, and knowing the types of things that could possibly that they could do, and just making the best of whatever the luck of the draw provides them, and just going with it. So it's a very, very interesting deck, and just a little bit of a shame that we didn't get to see more of it today.
All right, well, that being as it is, we might show you a different deck as well, because there's a bit more time for our next round. It only makes sense with Psycho bulldozing his way through the upper bracket to show off that deck. And obviously a little bit more of a stock list, but there's nothing wrong with that, and has proven to be a particularly potent version of Golgari cat food with some change of its own. There was talk that after the Mythic Championship, Common Wisdom held that maybe the Golgari deck just wasn't the one to play. You should go with the Jund version. But unfortunately, Goldmines is eliminated despite some strong play, and it's Psycho who's cruising at the top of the field. So it makes me feel as though maybe that conclusion was jumped to too soon.
Yes, I believe so as well. Look, having less colors to worry about it adds that little bit of extra strength and knowing what they can do, and having that excellent mana generation for whatever may come across. And it's just, and like you mentioned before, Tom, it's a really interesting inclusion of the Bowler Citadels.
I love it.
Yeah, it's a fantastic card. It can be used in a few different ways, now, we haven't really seen much use of it at the moment, so maybe in this grand final match we might see Psycho make use of it, which will be a great final match.
Yeah,
and it's going to be very interesting to see between Ring Ding Dingo and Lab Monkey who goes. Between Ring Ding Dingo and who
Lab Monkey? It is Lab Monkey. Lab Monkey. Oh, sure. Yeah. They're playing off in loser semis, right? And then winner of that'll play on Lab Monkey, who of course just lost to Psycho 2-0, and then possibly Lab Monkey, or alternatively the winner of that loser semi will win the right to rematch against Psycho for the grand prize. But it kind of depends on whether or not or which opponent Psycho gets probably, whether we see the Bolas's Citadel, because it seems a bit poorly positioned against these Simic decks. Bit of a hedge inclusion for maybe the other cat food decks, where neither player is interacting that much in instant speed. They're sort of trading permanence, and in that sort of game, Bolas's Citadel is king, right? Like, neither player's probably attacking. They both have huge boards. You can get into these big stalls, and yeah, okay, Bolas's Citadel is vulnerable if they untap in Casualties of War, but on the turn you cast Bolas's Citadel, you can just instantly put away the game. And if they don't destroy it, then you don't even need to worry about the board stall. Simply 2 activations will chip away 20 life from your opponent, and as we saw, it's not hard for this deck to clutter up the board with enough stuff to provide an out, and that's just the kind of card. It seems like a perfect solution to some of the deck's problems that had been noticed previously, and a great reason to stay in 2-color rather than opting for the greedy splash.
Yes, absolutely, and I think, and yeah, and Psycho realized that, and that's why I went with just straight Golgari, and yeah, like you said, fixing the problems, having that Citadel as a last resort backup, it definitely makes a lot of sense. Sorry.
Another couple of interesting points I wanted to note about this deck, so before we move on quickly. The couple of Thrashing Brontodons in the main now, obviously almost standard in the list to try and combat Witches' Ovens and sideboard cards, but 3 Bond of Flourishing. So not Casualties of War here that we've seen out of the other Golgari decks, but Bond of Flourishing, which helps dig for those engine cards. And additionally, when you have Bolas's Citadel, if you're sort of comboing off, Bond of Flourishing clears the top of your deck and is life positive when cast from Bolas's Citadel. So obviously a bit of a concession in your deck building there to try and make the Citadels a little bit better, but also to avoid the situation we saw Goldmines get caught up in, where you just don't have the engine card that your deck needs to get rolling. The other interesting thing I wanted to point out, sideboard Deathless Knights. This is a weird little uncommon. It's a 4/2 with haste for 4 black and green hybrids, so eminently castable in this list. And the first time you gain life each turn, it comes back to hand. So it's effectively like a haste cannon that keeps reloading itself and trading for creatures over and over again. And it seems like a lot of the people who were sideboarding Deathless Knight had previously moved away from it to play the Ceratops instead that we saw in the previous game, because it's so strong in the blue matchups. But it looks like Psycho's stuck with the Deathless Knight, maybe a little bit better in the mirror, or just for the ability to recur itself, but clearly a fan of that card, which I like to see, people sticking with their guns.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. And so we are just getting the next matches going and underway. And so we'll have this ready for you guys momentarily, so please bear with us.
Yeah, of course. So the next coming up, obviously, we're going to play... I'm not sure how many we're playing simultaneously. We might just be going to the losers semis. I mean, I'm interested in that match anyway. It's obviously the elimination match. But I think now that we're getting towards the finals, we're going to slow things down and really savor every moment of great match that we have left to play.
Absolutely. This is going to be a really great showing. With 3 matches left to go for the day, it's really anything could happen right now. Ring Ding Dingo's fought tooth and nail after being knocked out of the higher bracket to get back. So it's gonna be interesting to see how she goes with this next match, and as well as Rubik's. Rubik's also was proving quite strong as well. So this should be an interesting match for sure.
Yeah, quickly refresh the back, just make sure we've got everything all clear. But yeah, as you can see here on Mogul.gg, this is of course the Mogul tournament bracket. Mogul have run the entire ladder and then the top 32 and now this top 8 all through their website, which is no plugging, no sponsorship required here. This is literally the cleanest, smoothest tournament website I've ever seen used in esports. It's a great tool, and of course generously providing the sponsorship for this prize pool. So you can check it out yourself if you go to Mogul.gg, but you can also see here Psycho is sitting comfortably in the grand final. I don't know whether we have any sort of grand final advantage. We'll have to check back in, but either way, Psycho has the advantage of being able to sit back now and watch the remaining players squirm and struggle for the right to play against him in the last match of the day. In the meantime, though, we're going to go to Ring Ding Dingo and Rubik's, which is going to be, I believe, a rematch from the first round we already saw. Ring Ding Dingo took it 2-1.
Yes, it is now a rematch. Yes, where you are correct, Tom. Where Ring Ding Dingo did win 2-1. So this is quite an interesting narrative that we have along here. And so it's going to be really interesting. Both the tensions are going to be high as we progress further and further through this bracket. It is definitely becoming more nerve-wracking, and players really have to steady their minds and think clearly and thoroughly for every move they make to ensure that they don't slip up and that everything is calculated, that they do, and they make the best of what they're drawing.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're just getting ready. By the way, we're not stalling you out from the match. The lower bracket semifinals are up next between Ring Ding Dingo and Rubik. So Rubik's, we only saw that first match today. We've watched Ring Ding Dingo a little bit. She's been doing fine. Obviously in that last match doing great. And anytime you can resolve 3 Night Pack ambushes is tremendous. But Rubik's has been grinding out with Mardu aggro, I believe, the only straight up aggro player in the event. So interesting to see that he still managed to stick around even at this late stage.
Yeah, it really, really is. So, and it's gonna, and what we have a very interesting matchup because it's players having a rematch, so they know what they're expecting from each other, and apart from the few unknowns from each other's sideboards, but realistically they should, if they would have paid attention to each other, and they will have a very good grasp of what to expect and how many copies of some of the power play cards that their opponent has. So we're going to see a really calculated match, and should be proving quite spicy, if I'm to make an assumption. So
Embercleave is like a big jar of spice. It's like a spice grenade. If you could imagine some sort of combination of like your mum's spice rack and a Molotov cocktail, where it's got all these juicy smells, beautiful scents, intense cinnamons, bouquet erupting from it, and you just lob that over the battlefield at instant speed, and it just messes up any combat, any sort of bland, boring attacker on blocker situation. Suddenly, boom, 10 trample damage coming out of nowhere, especially if Rotting Regisaur is involved.
Oh yes, absolutely delicious. Oh my goodness.
I personally love my zombie dinosaurs spiced with cinnamon, when it comes down to it.
Who wouldn't? Look, a little bit of spice enhances everything, okay? It really does. And it's quite like Embercleave is quite that card. And now if we could pull up Rubik's deck list for a second. How many Embercleaves does
I assume the full 4?
It's 4 Embercleaves, yes.
Yeah. We're waiting on standby for the match to launch at any second, so we won't go and give you a Rubik's deck tech, but just to look at the list right now, it's fairly stock Mardu aggro if you've been playing much standard. You got the 4 Embercleaves, of course, because in many ways, this is like the deck that's playing weak cards. Every other deck is like pile of good cards. Even the Simic Flash deck, which originally played a lot of smaller Flash creatures, has kind of abandoned those because why would you not just play Nissa and Hydrokrasis, right? Like, so this is the only deck that's kind of playing dorky 1 mana 2/1s and 1 mana 1/1 goblins and 2 mana 1/2 flyers and stuff. And all of those cards really don't get the job done by themselves. You need the payoffs, and those are Inspiring Veteran, the Lord of Knights, who gives all the Knights ++, and of course Embercleave, which just turns any one of these Knights into an immediate lethal threat at instant speed in reaction to your blocks.
Yeah, that's it. And it's really in best interest to get as many Knights on the field and provide that pressure and the alluring threat of a possible Embercleave that Rubik's might have in hand.
Yeah, it's worth noting that there are different builds of these aggro lists, but despite the presence of Regisaur, which is just too good with Embercleave not to include, this is basically a Knights list. We're not playing, we're not even playing the Stormfist Crusader that allows people to draw extra cards. We're not playing Spawn of Mayhem. We're not playing Rankle or the Giant. With Stomp to enable our early game, except there is one Bonecrusher Giant in the sideboard. So those options have been foregone in favor of more Knights, including Weaselback Redcap and Oathsworn Knight, 2 sort of lesser seen ones. The Monty Python's Revenge card is invading the Mogul Championships here.
Yes, absolutely. Now, would you see Rubik's adding possibly Duress from the sideboard into the main deck?
Oh, absolutely. I think I look at the sideboard here. We've got Duress, Epic Downfall, Embereth Shieldbreaker, Bonecrusher Giant, Unchained Berserkers, Drillbit, Noxious Grasp, and Angrath, Captain of Chaos. Also worth noting, a single Angrath in the main deck to give the cards Menace, which could be a really nasty finisher if Dingo ever taps out, assuming that there's enough tokens and stuff on board. We've seen her focus on erecting a wall of blockers before continuing to establish sort of stack control, and this can get completely blown out by Angrath in some situations. But otherwise, the key sideboard cards definitely Duress and Noxious Grasp here.
Yes, and that absolutely. Okay, so the
match
match has now begun.
Finally underway. Here we go. We've got those names around the wrong way. We'll quickly swap those. But yes, Ring Ding Dingo and Rubik's here to play it out against each other for the right to continue in the tournament. It couldn't get any higher stakes.
Yes, quite a beautiful little narrative, a rematch to get into the second to last match to have a chance at that $50,000. And Rubik's here getting an Embercleave in the initial draw, as well as the Blacklands Paragon, the Rotting Regisaur, the Fervent Champion, and the Venerable Knight. Quite an interesting starting hand.
This is a keep. Surely this is a keep.
This would have to be a keep here.
Yes.
Now here's the interesting question.
You put the Embercleave away, I think.
You think it'd be the Embercleave?
Okay, you've got two options, right? You can either hope to draw... You can put the Regisaur away, because you've got... Or the Paragon, one of those two, right? You're keeping the 2/1 drops. If you put away the Regisaur, you lose a blowout play with Embercleave, but you can still Embercleave onto the Blacklands Paragon and make it a 4-power attacker with the Fervent Champion, which is probably good enough. Keeping the Regisaur makes it awkward because, of course, we've seen how badly it interacts against Brazen Borrower, and it can struggle, in general otherwise. You could... keep the Embercleave and commit 3 attackers, hope you draw a red land, and then you're set up for like a turn 4 Embercleave play with the triple discount. But remember, this is a deck that plays Aether Gust. This is a deck that plays tons of counterspells. They actually can interact with your Embercleave even on the turn you play it. So if you rely on that to win the game, you could be setting yourself up for trouble. The Regisaur obviously can be blown out as well, but it's in some ways a little bit more reliable because it's always going to be a 7/6 attacker that just dwarfs anything Ring Ding Dingo has in the early games. So I like the decision, eventually, hard as it was, to put the Embercleave back.
Yes, yeah, I think, and definitely playing a little bit conservatively here. And look, with 4 Embercleaves in the deck, Rubik shouldn't have too much trouble eventually drawing into an Embercleave. So it'll be interesting for sure.
Okay, this is looking really good now. Multiple Fervent Champions ready to deploy over the next couple of turns. So these, again, we saw this interaction in the first matchup between the pair. The Blacklance Paragon in hand grants a Knight, Death Touch, and Lifelink. The Fervent Champions have First Strike. So that means that no matter, even if there's a large blocker to play down, and remember, those Lovestruck Beasts not in the main deck to be played as turn 3 blockers here, that first blocker is potentially just going to get run completely over by the Paragon, or else force Ring Ding Dingo to hold up mana, which then in turn makes it harder to defend herself.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so great.
Okay, this is a huge game. So this is a tempo play. The Blacklands Paragon has Flash, which is what enables it to be used as a combat trick, but Rubik's actually prefers to forgo the chance to use it as a combo trick. There was 2 mana there, right? So that represents either Growth Spiral or Quench. And by waiting until the end step where you couldn't normally play a Knight anymore, Rubik's baits out the Growth Spiral regardless of whether there was a potential Quench and guarantees he can resolve an additional creature to put the maximum pressure on Ring Ding Dingo.
Very good play there. Very good play from Rubik's. Really wanting to show that pressure and push that aggro as quickly as possible. Ring Ding Dingo only having the Druid out on field. Second Fervent Champion in hand, and also the Knight of the Ebon Legion drawing into that.
Okay, so that's important because with only a red, white, and a black land, you couldn't play 2 1-drops on the previous turn. But now you can. You can do any 2 of these 3 1-drops. One of them will be the Knight. The decision here is obviously the 2 mana in hand could still represent the Quench that you played around last turn. So which Knight do you cast first, and which do you cast second? Because whichever one gets quenched, you're not keeping. But we go to attacks first, which is interesting because you could have tried to resolve a Fervent Champion that would have added an additional 2 damage to this attack.
Yes. Okay, so it looks like the Druid's going to be trading with the Black Lance.
Yeah. Goes for the Venerable Knight first. So 4 damage has been dealt, I believe, which means that if the Knight of the Ebon Legion comes down this turn and isn't countered, it will, in the end step, gain a +1/+1 counter from its triggered ability. And the Quench is on the first 1-drop.
There we go. So that was to bait out the Quench, and now the Knight of the Ebon Legion can go onto the field.
Chef's kiss. Rubik's playing that turn perfectly. Now, I don't blame Ring Ding Dingo there, because if there could always be a second 1-drop, but your opponent didn't play 2 1-drops last turn, and if they only play the 1 1-drop and you don't quench that when you're already under so much pressure, you'd be kicking yourself. You're throwing the game away, so you have to try. But Rubik's has the follow-up and punishes with the Knight of the Ebon Legion, already now a 2/3. Now, if you can cast the Fervent Champion, which is interesting.
Yes, very interesting there. Yeah, like it was a bait that Ring Ding Dingo could not avoid, as you said. So the second, and there's the Aether Gust. There it is.
Okay, so the choice there was to either play the 1-drop Fervent Champion or save all 3 mana and threaten to pump the Knight of the Ebon Legion mid-combat. Unfortunately, as is the nature of this Simic Flash deck, no matter what you pick, there's a potential situation where you could be punished. And the punishment here is if you play the Knight of the Ebon Legion line and you attack and pump, it can get bounced by Brazen Borrower, and then you just spent all your mana for the turn, got one of your creatures bounced, you actually went backwards. So Rubik's, already with the decisive lead and pressuring the life total lower and lower each turn, realizes that all he has to do is keep the foot on the pedal, and this game will be his.
Yeah, really, really so. And this is quite a shift from their initial matchup. Rubik's wanting to fix the mistakes and lock down Ring Ding Dingo as much as possible, and Rubik's has done just that. And it's quite possible that Ring Ding Dingo might be struggling with draws a little bit, but there is the Hydroid Krasis.
That's not enough, though. That's it. Enough. That's game over.
That is it.
Oh, we needed to see Nightpack Ambusher, probably in the previous end step, or Frilled Mystic, perhaps something that was big enough to like trade off with these knights, but only a 2/2 Krasis shows the vulnerability of this Simic build to aggro. This is the only aggro deck in the whole tournament, and it's exploiting a meta that right now has decided that these knight decks aren't worth playing. Rubik says, well, hold on your horses for 1 second. I think they're still pretty good. Runs away with game 1.
Yeah, very, very good matchup there. Well done to Rubik's. Just not even giving Ring Ding Dingo a chance to breathe, really, to even think about what to do next. Baiting her into what Rubik's wanted her to do, to get rid of the problematic cards, to remove that mana, to be able to safely activate the plays that Rubik's wanted to do. So very good showing there, very good showing, and it was a good move it paid off to remove Embercleave at the start.
So there's 2 things I want to highlight here as Rubik's just sort of very carefully considers his sideboarding decision. He's already swapped some cards around, but I think now it's just sort of taking the available time to really consider, which is always good to do, especially when you have a fixed time to sideboard. But for one, as opposed to their first matchup, by winning game 1, Rubik's guarantees that in game 3, even if he loses the next one, he'll be on the play again, which, as we've seen, is like a massive, massive factor in who wins this particular matchup, if not all matchups. And then additionally, we talked about the importance of sideboarding in duress, but Rubik's actually more comfortable with the deck, decides to leave it in the sideboard, it looks like. And you know what? Upon reconsidering, I don't think he's wrong. Consider that a lot of the counter spells, especially the one that's best against you, Frilled Mystic, can't be hit by duress. You also can't duress Hydroid Krasis. You can't duress Nightpack Ambusher, which is nearly better than a counterspell in most situations. Like, you're actually more scared of the big creatures out of this counterspell deck now. So instead, the sideboard cards are Noxious Grasp and Epic Downfall, which will wipe out those big threats for only 2 mana apiece.
So yeah, that is very true. So yeah, and you're right. Like, it's probably better off to leave duress out. And look, it's up to chance whether Ring Ding Dingo had whether good draws. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. Okay, that hand was already looking pretty good. I would have said it's like a medium hand. You've got a curve of creatures, but none of them are especially special because, again, like you said, you need that payoff, and all we had was knights. But then we top deck the Night Lord into Embercleave, and now Rubik's is spoilt for choice. This Embercleave is so dangerous alongside Sky Knight Vanguard because Sky Knight Vanguard generates additional attacking creatures when it attacks. You could have an Embercleave as early as turn 3 with this draw, but elects to play nothing. Interesting. Plays around the Quench, happy to conserve cards in hand at the moment and play it slow, even though he has no removal. Now he goes for the Blacklands Paragon in end step, knowing that, again, if you can force Ring Ding Dingo to respond to this Blacklance, she won't have mana to respond to your next play. So now Rubik's is 2 turns ahead. This is the exact game plan, right? We saw Rubik's sideboard out the expensive creatures and replace them with cheap removal. So the entire game plan is resolve Knights on turn 1 and 2, and then try and just hold Ring Ding Dingo's throat and never let her into the game.
That is truly, truly incredible. What a spicy first draw. This is looking pretty perfect for Rubik's right now. There's the Quench, getting rid of that Sky Knight. Venerable Knight coming onto the field. Oof.
Rubik's playing around that Quench literally as perfectly as is possible to play around. Lands the Blacklands Paragon the turn before. Ring Ding Dingo can't afford to cast the Quench, knowing that something more powerful like an Inspiring Veteran might resolve on Rubik's turn. As a result, gets in the 4 damage to pump the Knight of the Ebon Legion, and is still able to resolve an additional 2-power creature even on the turn the Quench is cast. That's a worst case scenario for Ring Ding Dingo.
This is truly true. Wow, how this is unfortunate. There's the Frilled Mystic stopping the Sky Knight. 2 Embercleaves in hand now
Yep.
for Rubik's.
Yeah. This
And
looks
that is
so
something-
grim.
That is something that I don't think Ring Ding Dingo is expecting. She might expect 1, but possibly 2. That is... Oof.
Okay, so there's an interesting consideration here all the same. At 8 life, you have so many choices here as Rubik's. You may not even elect to play anything. You could just bluff that you're going to pump your Knight of the Ebon Legion, but there's also an argument to cast Inspiring Veteran instead of the more powerful Embercleave, just because the Embercleave, if you try for it here and it gets Aether Gusted, you could get your creature killed, right? Like, if this happens, you Embercleave on Knight of the Ebon Legion, I think. If that block happens. So you don't want to Embercleave the creature that's getting blocked as a combat trick like you might otherwise, because you know that the Embercleave might not resolve and go through to combat damage.
Yes, absolutely. You're very right there. So now, swinging with all 3 creatures.
I really feel for Ring Ding Dingo here. Look at her like assigning and unassigning these blocks, just not sure where to go. There's danger on all sides here.
This is really incredible. Oh, and here comes the Embercleave.
Okay, wow, the best possible result of Frilled Mystic, but because we had to cast a Frilled Mystic after blocks to avoid getting Embercleaved, you go down to 3 life as Ring Ding Dingo, that Mystic unable to block this turn and eat one of the Knights, and that means that the second Embercleave will almost certainly be lethal, especially if another land is drawn next turn, which would allow both the Veteran and the Embercleave to be cast, requiring 2 counterspells to stay alive.
This is truly incredible. Okay, got Hydrokrasis coming out. Just provides some sort of blocking
Oh, it's
power.
a land. Oh, that's going to be it, I think, because now you can cast the Inspiring Veteran, get the Lord buff, and with 3 attackers, you'll be able to cast an Embercleave. The shields are completely down on this Simic deck to cast the 4/4 Krasis. It was cast it and cross your fingers, and unfortunately, the Superstition will not get you over the line against this Magic Sword.
Oh no, oh no! Like I said, Ring Ding Dingo, she would not have expected Rubik's to have 2 Embercleaves in hand.
There's always another Embercleave, Nick.
There's always another one. Feeling safe to deploy the Hydrokrasis. The Embercleave coming out. Oh.
There we go.
That is it.
Wow.
That is it. Whoa.
Compare that to their first best of 3. It's night and day. Even though Rubik's was able to take a game in the original set, they were long, careful, considered, drawn-out games. Bluff and counter-bluff. The Simic deck drawing resources into resources to eventually take it out. But it goes to show you cannot rely on that happening. And when the Mardu deck gets its hand together, oh my goodness. Those rounds pass in a flash.
That was incredible. I think it definitely seemed like Ring Ding Dingo. It seems like she was just not getting some great draws. She was getting some land, so it just seemed like she was being luck was screwing her over a little bit, and it's just unfortunate for her. But that aggro,
luck. Look, it's better to be lucky than good in Magic. It's a commonly attested truism, but you can't always blame luck, right? Like, Ring Ding Dingo's luck was in some degree made for her in the deck building phase. And when you build your deck as she has, and as, to be fair, most Simic Flash players have, you're building it to combat the food deck. You're building it to combat other Flash decks, the Fires deck that we haven't really seen at all today, but is quite prominent in the meta. All of this stuff is what's normally important, and that's what those card choices are for. The heavy counterspells, the big threats. None of them are that good against, like, turn 1, 1-drop, turn 2, double 1-drop, right? Like, all you've got is Quench, and she had the Quench every game. It's just that the Mardu deck is able to play around that because it goes so fast that, like, Quench even is moving in slow motion compared to the speed of this Night Charge. And, you know, like, I don't think you can really ask for much more out of that Simic deck than Quench into Frilled Mystic on time, and you were on the play, right? Like, how much better does it get? It just wasn't good enough.
No, yeah, look, when you put it that way, you're absolutely right. She had the Frilled Mystic, she had the Quenches, and it just could not keep up with the speed. And it seems like from their first showing, she was able to pull out the win. But this time round, Rubik's just getting some perfect draws and just laying the hurt down and just really not being able to compete. And it begs the question of Rubik's knowing that some of the decks that were going to be played in this tournament, knowing that they were going to be Simic and Golgari, you know, some slower decks, and opted for a speedier deck like this one, knowing that that Rubik's could take advantage of that and speed to victory.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the beauty of Magic, right? Like, there's a lot of talk nowadays. I don't want to get into the thorny issues. There's a lot of talk of bans nowadays. Whenever there's a best deck, it always seems like there's one or two decks that are being played at a tournament to an exclusion of all else. And that there's the approach that, well, the top players have all figured this out, so there's no point trying to go against that, right? It's very intimidating to look at the entire hive mind of the Magic the Gathering internet and go, well, they're wrong and I'm right. But if you've got the courage to do something like that, like Rubik's, and take a calculated risk, if no one's, it doesn't matter if the Mardu deck is like 1 or 2 steps behind, if everyone is so working their deck builds towards fighting these other really big game decks and they neglect their low end. You know, they move their Lovestruck Beast to the sideboard. They don't play unsummons or extra quenches or whatever else you might normally tech. To even the 2-mana flash creatures like Brineborn Cutthroat that we saw in earlier Simic builds that have kind of vanished nowadays would have been invaluable there for trading with a Knight, just to buy a few more turns. But they're gone from the builds, and now maybe the Mardu aggro deck isn't as bad as everyone thinks.
That's true. Yeah, that's it. That's right there. So we're going to be moving on to the next match, which will now be Rubik's versus Lab Monkey, and they'll be fighting tooth and nail to take on Psycho in the final match.
Absolutely, it's amazing how fast this tournament has passed by. It's been a real pleasure, Nick.
Likewise, Tom. It's been such a fantastic day, and couldn't have had a better co-host.
Absolutely. So while we wait for the next round, I may as well give some more information because, of course, we've been going a while now. We might have some people just tuning in. If you've been out on the Twitter sphere and you just heard, oh my goodness, there's a high-stakes Magic tournament rolling on, then you're joining us here at the Mogul MTG Arena Championship. That's Mogul GG for Mogul's amazing tournament platform. It's not just for Magic the Gathering. They run, I believe, Dota, Counter-Strike, Teamfight Tactics, any game, really, that you want to go into right now. It is one of the smoothest, most well-adminned experiences I've ever had. You won't believe my shock when I go to play a Magic match at 1 a.m. because I'm a bit of a night owl, and there's already an admin in my room checking to make sure the match is running smoothly. Just a really cool experience, and of course, they're investing in the scene as well by putting up a $50,000 prize pool for this tournament, really rewarding the Magic players of like Australasia, Oceania, like they haven't been before in a long time, especially for Arena. And of those top 8 players here today have been whittled down to just 3, so there's not that much longer to go.
Yeah, no, I agree. Mogul truly is, it's a fantastic website. Everything is really straightforward. It's easy to use, and everything's clearly laid out. And it's really nice to have this resource, especially in Australia, where the esports scene is still in its infancy, and over time it'll be really nice to see things improve. And with Mogul now, that can allow the Australian esports scene to really take some strides.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can always sign up at mogul.gg pretty much whenever. There's all sorts of quick tournaments running. I think you just ran one yourself last night? Or the night before?
Yes. Yeah, thanks to Mogul, we ran a little quick cup last night. And that went really, really well. So there'll be some great players getting some card packs. Thank you to Wizards of the Coast, who will be providing those.
Of course.
And we also had a little quick cup on Thursday night with Ethos. Ethos's quick cup, which also went very well. I'm not sure how Ethos fared in his quick cup. I unfortunately was bested quite easily.
Oh, that's no good.
Mine. But look, that's how it goes. That's how it goes sometimes.
Don't worry. I'm sure that after watching all of these like top elite players play all day today, you're going to go away with some more tips and deck ideas for your next quick cup.
Absolutely, 100%. My knowledge has definitely been strengthened today.
Yeah, and so furthermore, like, it just goes to show that, like, this tournament is a culmination of a months-long league, right? These players ground it out and, like, earning it in the trenches every day. But it doesn't have to be that way. If you're not sure, if you're not confident, if you don't want to commit something that long, there's quick cups firing all the time, all sorts of different formats going on, most of them prized. It really is a cool resource to have. And it's really exciting to see more tournaments like this pop up for MTG Arena in the future, because I'd love to see the scene develop, as you said. And also, while I'm here, by the way, you can see around me, it's a pretty nice room I'm in. I'm streaming from the RMIT Redbacks esports studio today. So cheers to RMIT, and of course Danog Dota, who's the coordinator in charge of things for letting me use the space, also contributing in their own way. Check it out, by the way, if you're on campus sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of which, yeah, so Mogul also does offer a lot of games available that they run tournaments for. So like, and if like they like, of course, if you're a card fan, they do have Hearthstone as well, but and lots of different games that on offer from Mogul. So it's really good to see, and that list is going to be ever expanding as well. So if it's not just Magic that you love, and you love some other competitive games, some other esports titles, Mogul can really cater to that. So definitely go make an account. Add available games that you have to your profile, and check out tournaments that are happening all the time.
All right, so we're still waiting on some of the players. They're getting a quick, well-deserved break, by the way, before the final matches come up because, we've been seeing how long these players have been playing all day. It's exhausting to keep your focus as intense as it needs to be for this kind of matchup for that long. So it's only fair that they get a moment to rest and relax. We might feel some more of that time by taking to a deck tech of one of our remaining competitors. That would be Lab Monkey, who unfortunately took a loss to Psycho in the winners final, but otherwise have been doing very strong all day with their build of Simic Flash, a little bit different to the other ones we've seen so far. So let's just bring that up. And what do you think of this slightly different take on the archetype?
Well, it's Lab Monkey has proven that this build of the Simic Flash is very strong, and like I said, it's very there's very little that's different to what we've previously seen. What I'm seeing here is that the Mystical Dispute, I think, is one of the key differences. Is that correct?
No, you're right on. There's a couple of key differences. It's mostly in the counter magic. Like, it seems that Lab Monkey has gone for a little bit more of that instant speed interaction. You got the Mystical Disputes are obviously best against blue decks, but unlike some of the other sideboard cards, which are only main deckable in certain metagames, like Aethergust, for instance, it predicts a green-dominated field. With some Embercleaves thrown in. But Mystical Dispute can counter anything just as a 3-mana counterspell, which is usually good enough and doesn't even need double blue, which sometimes can be an issue. So I like that there's a couple of those in there to tech. We've, of course, got the Growth Spirals, so that starting as early as turn 2, you can hold up your mana and still develop in your opponent's end step if there's nothing worth countering, which is the critical play pattern of this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And then having two Brazens in there as well as another form of a counter, really useful card there. And looking at the sideboard for Lab Monkey's deck, we've got some interesting cards in there. So there's a third Hydroid Krasis, and also two Sorcerer Spyglass. How would the Spyglasses be utilized here? Could you see them? What key cards would Lab Monkey want to lock down with the Spyglass from Rubik?
It seems to be that in blue-green are a little bit restricted on choices to fight the Cat Oven decks, which are one of their worst matchups anyway, because both Cat and Oven cost 1 mana, Trail of Crumbs costs 2, right? So those are the 3 arguably most important cards in the deck that, if you're on the draw, literally all come down before you can counter them. You have no chance to respond. And if those cards all come down, like the match may as well be over from there, because this Simic deck can't really win fast enough, even with like the fastest Nightpack Ambusher draw, to beat the Cats. As such, you need something like Sorcerer Spyglass there to deal with it. And in fact, there's even a Crushing Canopy in this sideboard, which can, I believe, destroy the Witch's Oven completely to try and deny the combo that way. Other than that, I'm really interested in the one of Incubation Incongruity there at the bottom. That's a really, really novel inclusion. But I think the important part is that it allows you to exile enemy threats. I think it's for the mirror, where both sides are useful. You can bring in the extra Hydroid Krasis to have 3, because obviously it's kind of like a battle of the big guns in this mirror match. And then if you don't need to use it to dig, you can use it as an extra pinch removal spell. It gives your opponent a 3/3, but if you're exiling a Nightpack Ambusher that's creating tokens, or a 10/10 flying Hydroid Krasis that you otherwise have no answer for, you're happy to give them that 3/3.
Yeah, that definitely. And now, so how would Lab Monkey want to utilize this going up against Rubik's?
Well, obviously you've got the 4 Lovestruck Beasts in the side, which are invaluable 5/5 blockers, as well as 1/1 blockers. Like, you get 2 early creatures out of the 1 card. You couldn't ask for anything better against the Night Onslaught. You obviously want your 3rd Aethergust as the tempo set back against the Knights. Some decks don't really care if you put a card back on top of their deck, but for the Knight deck, it's a brutal loss. Other than that, maybe you bring in the Mystical Disputes, but I don't think so. It's too expensive when your opponent doesn't have blue spells. I think that's really all you can afford to do. Crushing Canopy can kill Embercleave, but it seems very narrow. I guess it brings down a flyer if you're worried about that.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, and look, Rubik's does have I think it was the Sky Knight, which is a flyer
But it's
from
such a tiny flyer.
it is it's a tiny flyer, and it can be dealt with in other ways. So honestly, it would be probably Lab Monkey would probably want to get rid of the two mystical disputes that are in the main deck and probably replace them with one or two of the Love Struck Beasts just to beef up
Yeah.
his side of the field and really sort of hold on to control.
If you cut the two disputes, and if you cut the negate, which doesn't really have a lot of viable targets, maybe even cut the Sinister Sabotage, because the 3-mana counterspell that can't add to your board in the way through a Mystic can is very awkward. Then you have probably enough 1 and 2 mana spells, 3 Aether Gusts, 3 Quenches, 4 Lovestruck Beasts, 2 Brazen Borrow or Petty Thefts as well. The Borrower itself, I don't know whether you cut that one. Maybe that's what you leave in. It can't block ground creatures, which makes it look pretty miserable, but you can bounce a Knight in response to it being targeted by an Embercleave in combat or by the good old Blacklance Paragon combat trick. So pretty impactful to just cast the Petty Theft side of things.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like we're about ready to get the match underway. We'll signal for things to go. And hopefully very ready to jump into our losers final here, down to the final 3. Lab Monkey and Rubik's. Will the aggro deck make it all the way to the finals? I'm almost rooting for Rubik's here. Not that I'm not impartial, but it's a matchup we haven't seen today, at least on stream. The aggro deck against the Cat Oven.
Yes, that would be an absolutely fantastic final if it eventuates to that. So very excited to see. But also, Lab Monkey is not going to be going down without a fight, and Lab Monkey earned themselves to that, like to where they got themselves today through this Simic build. So this is not something to be taken lightly, and Lab Monkey will be adequately preparing to go up against Rubik's, and so this match should be quite a strong showing from both players, and I think either way, it's going to be a very interesting grand final match for that massive cash prize.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We've seen Psycho kind of cruise all day against the Simic decks in a favored matchup, but we have also seen, in the unfortunate case of Gold Mines, how if that food deck stumbles and can't find its engine cards fast enough, then you can establish the counterspell lock, because so many cards in the food deck are kind of pitiful by themselves, right? Like if your opponent just resolves a cat, you don't really mind. So that means that as opposed to a more mid-range deck where like every potential draw might bail you out of a bad board state, you kind of need to string a few strong draws together to make your opponent commit counter spells, and it turns the odds against you.
Yeah, absolutely. It really, really does. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, and what type of initial draws that both players get. With how things are going to go. So,
all right.
It looks like we're going to be seeing things from Lab Monkey's perspective.
Yes.
Starting off with, I'm just waiting for Rubik's to accept the challenge, and we'll get things underway.
Of course, we're always capable to show both sides of the matchup, and I like to do that where I can. But we just watched Rubik's play out a match against Simic Flash in a very similar deck. So we're going to jump over and get the Simic side of things today for you blue-green fans out there. You've been having a great time in Standard lately, but even after ban, we are rolling hard with the Simic cards. There's just so much good green stuff still in the format, and Lab Monkey is hoping it's good enough to carry him all the way to the grand final and maybe that $50,000 first place prize. First place prize share. I should not misrepresent.
Yes, and quite a substantial amount of money. That man, like. Tom, what would you do with $50,000?
Oh no! Don't tempt me. Don't ask me that. I would buy a new stream setup. I might just like buy this studio. It's so nice. I actually can't believe how cool this setup is that RMIT has. I would buy a lot of Magic cards. I just finished buying a Legacy deck, so I guess I'd like pay myself back or another Legacy deck. I bought Enchantress. For all you fans out there, that new Enchantress card from Theros got spoiled. Whoa, I'm hungry. But
very nice.
No time to talk about legacy formats. We got some Standard to play as we jump into the beginning of the game. Oops, I got Rubik's on both sides. One moment. Rubik's against Lab Monkey. And Lab Monkey opening strong. This is a decent hand. Nothing on the first 2 turns. But in return, this Growth Spiral is going to enable the turn 3 perfect mix-up between Frilled Mystic and Night Pack Ambusher. If we can find a 4th land, and there it is. So now it really is a lock. Things are going to be... Rubik's has to have a huge second turn play. Either 2/1 drops or a strong 2-drop here. Otherwise, he's in trouble.
Oof, that's good. having that Frilled Mystic there just in case as a backup to really nullify anything Rubik's wants to get off early on.
Might see the Blacklands Paragon.
Yep.
Yeah, the same trick
There
we
it
saw
is.
in the previous matchup. Same play pattern. Rubik's knows how he wants to play this matchup, and the cards are there again.
All right, here we go. This is it. All right, and drawing into a Quench. Okay, so more feeling more comfortable being able to counter whatever Rubik's plans to throw at Lab Monkey here.
Okay, decides not to play the Fabled Passage. It's interesting. You kind of, in some ways, want to play that when your opponent's tapped out, so they can't take advantage of you having less mana by responding to the trigger beat. But it's not like the Knights deck has a lot of instant speed plays anyway, and we just saw one of them come down. So now we decide, okay, we're going to hold up the Frilled Mystic to guard against the possibility of a Lord. Could have flashed in the Nightpack Ambusher there to block, but if your opponent has another Blacklands Paragon, you can immediately lose the Wolf, and what you really want is to just resolve a Nightpack Ambusher. In fact, we're even considering resolving a Nightpack Ambusher and letting the Regisaur come down, but that won't be the case. Frilled Mystic is good enough for now.
Yes, yeah, getting rid of that Regisaur, doesn't want to deal with that beefy creatures off the bat, while Lab Monkey is still establishing their side of the field.
Yeah, so Lab Monkey is now going to potentially have double Counterspell. If we crack that Fabled Passage for a blue, we can cast Quench and Sabotage, which can answer potentially a double 1-drop turn, or a 2-drop 1-drop turn. So we might see this sabotaged. Even though it's just a 1-drop, you really need to limit your opponent's side of the board. Alternatively, you could just take whatever's coming to you this turn and resolve the Nightpack Ambusher, because every 3/3 you get out of that is just about as good as a card out of this Knight deck. That's the disparity in power levels.
Yeah, it's exactly it. So, okay, there we go. Fabled Passage has been cracked. It's going off. Decided against the Sinister Sabotage. It's letting the Fervent Champion
No, we're oh, okay, we fetched another green source. That's interesting. So now you get to Sinister Sabotage, but you don't have Quench available. And you're not even bluffing that you have Quench.
Okay, interesting choice here.
I'm not really sure why you needed a 4th green source when you already have 2 forests and a breeding pool. Like, yeah, you have Nightpack Ambusher in hand, but if you really needed more green, you could just play another blue and then use your breeding pool as a forest, and not fetching that blue hurt. You have a lot of double blue spells in your deck.
It's very interesting. Is it because Lab Monkey had an island in hand? Is that why they chose the forest from the Fabled Passage?
I feel that you are happier having 4 islands than 4 forests, and especially in that situation, like if you'd fetched a forest, you would have been able to counter that extra knight that came out.
That's very true, and you know, and already having 2 forests available to get the Nightpack Ambusher out anyway. So, very interesting decision there. But now Rubik's establishing more of the side of the field there.
Yeah, so you have to, if you block the Venerable Knight, nothing's good here. If you block the Venerable Knight, you get an extra counter on the Sky Knight. If you block the Knight of the Ebon Legion, it gets pumped and your Ambusher dies, which is just like an infeasible thing. You can't allow that to happen. If you block the 1/1, you potentially get punished by this, but Embercleave, it doesn't matter what you do. And now the Quench is useless against the Embercleave because there's so many attacking creatures, and this is the reason you include it. Like, Sky Knight Vanguard does not look like a constructed playable card, but this is the reason it is. It makes the Embercleave cheap enough to play, even through a Quench, and this is going to be so brutal as we see the Nightpack Ambusher die despite the decision to block a smaller creature.
That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Rubik's really playing well
This is game over. You've put the counter on the Sky Knight Vanguard. You can now equip the Embercleave for 3 mana and get him for 6 in the air. Regardless, you'd have to tap out and cast a Hydroid Krasis, and all that would do is buy you a turn. So Rubik's crushing Lab Monkey, and to be honest, I don't want to rub this in. If you just fetched an island, this wouldn't have happened.
That's it, and that is the misplay from Lab Monkey that has cost so much, and it essentially cost this first game.
Yeah. I mean, look, you're always looking for something. I think the angle on fetching a forest is you want to draw a Nissa, and you have a lot of mana, but all that doesn't mean that you can draw a Nissa, and then if you then draw a Krasis or something, like, it's a really big play. It's such a distant future possibility compared to the additional blue mana that would have let you double spell to keep up with the tempo of this Knight's deck, and you cannot disrespect that tempo, or this is what happens.
Yep, that's it. And getting another Nightpack Ambusher out. Only a Mystical Dispute in hand.
Yeah.
Planning to block the 1/1 there.
No, you have to block this Knight of the Ebon Legion. So the decision was made to not attach the Embercleave, I think because it could get Aether Gusted. Brazen Borrower would set you back either way, but this attack is still, like, That wasn't going to be lethal, I don't think, unless there's another Embercleave in hand, which would get you there, I believe. You just flash it in over the existing one. You could, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I guess it's quite possible with Rubik. I mean, bluffing, you know, with the 4 mana available going into the attack, it's quite possible that Rubik's did, in fact, haven't had another Embercleave there, and Lab Monkey just realizing that this match was probably a lost cause.
Yeah, the key thing is that either way, like, the best case scenario with that block is that you block the Knight of the Ebon Legion to not die, and you pay 3 mana, pump it, and eat the Ambusher, right? And then you just say, your go, you can top deck another card. Like, any card you draw there as Lab Monkey is, at best, keeping you alive for another turn, but not improving your board, not catching you up. You're effectively out of the game at that point.
Yep, that's it. So, unfortunate for Lab Monkey there, but now Lab Monkey is going to be making some very crucial changes, and hoping that he can have a better showing against Rubik's.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so you bring in all the Aether Gusts. Surely you bring in the third Aether Gust. We're just having a look. The stream's a little bit slow here. I think we're considering the Incubation Incongruity because it is an extra form of removal and it can dig to whatever you need to get out of the situation. But giving a Knights player a 3/3 Frog Lizard in return for a creature is probably upgrading their creature in most scenarios.
Yes, that's it. And so as we see, so Mystical Disputes have been removed, and same as the Sinister Sabotages, the Aether Gust has been brought in as well.
Okay, and so this time we got the sideboarding right.
Yes.
But we saw Rubik's plan last game, right? I wonder if it's going to be the same. Duress is left in the sideboard, bring in the cheap removal, and go under the Simic deck again.
All right, yes. Yeah, no, I think that's the way to go. And so quite a decent hand. Having the Nissa at the beginning. So getting...
Whoa, no.
Oh,
No.
Thinking about it.
You need that. Don't get rid of that card. Put away the Paradise Druid. It's useless. Seriously, like, you can't really cut the Paradise Druid. Like, there's nothing better to cut for it, but that card is so sad in this matchup. Like, it cannot block any Knight. It just trades. I think we saw one trade for a Black Lance Paragon in an earlier matchup. That is literally the best case scenario for it. And if you're tapping your, like, blocker to make an extra mana, like, the Knight deck is like, yeah, fantastic, take the turn off, and, like, crunches in for 6 damage. So... You know, it does keep it here and goes away from the Quench, I think, just because of the distribution of lands in hand. You really need to be casting the Growth Spiral turn 2. And against a card like Knight of the Ebon Legion, right, is the perfect punish for Quench, because it allows Rubik's to threaten additional damage through the pump ability in a way that can't be countered. So you can punish Lab Monkey for holding up mana without having to, you know, run spells out into counter magic, and you force the counterspell deck to make the first move. That's the name of the game here for the Mardu aggro.
Yes, that's exactly it. And so Lab Monkey here going with the Druid just to provide...
yeah, but watch this. The Druid can't block anything here. Well, okay, sorry, it can block the Knight of the Ebon Legion. It doesn't have first strike from the champion, but it does take a trade, I suppose.
Yeah, that's exactly what Lab Monkey was planning. Although it seems unless... Oh, there's another land. That's exactly what Lab Monkey needs, and possibly could be going. So triggering the Lovestruck Beast and playing the Growth Spiral. I think.
Okay, we're gonna make the 1/1 interesting. You could have we're gonna make the 1/1 and then Growth Spiral pretending that we're holding up a Quench rather than you could have just played it as a 5/5 blocker. But it doesn't match up well against the Knight of the Ebon Legion. I'm actually, honestly, a little bit surprised that Rubik's chose to attack with the Knight of the Ebon Legion last turn. And even, okay, you get the pump, but you're offering the trade of the Knight for the Druid, whereas you could have just attacked with the Fervent Champion, gotten in for the same 1 damage, and this turn you'd have 2 Knight of the Ebon Legions to attack with, each threatening a pump.
That's true, but I think... I guess in Rubik's head, seeing the Druid, even, being as a former mana generation, wanting to lock down any higher costing plays as soon as possible, and I assume that's why Rubik's went for the attack with the Ebon Knight there.
I think you're completely right, yeah.
Okay, so Growth Spiral, Gethul Forests.
That's lucky. Okay. Well, now we're actually looking great. Now we can make Nissa, who shakes the world, if we want. We'll have 2 blockers available, which can eat a Fervent Champion and chump the Knight, and then Nissa takes 3 from the Paragon. So this looks very good. Rubik's needs to have a Black Knight's Paragon or an Embercleave to make this next attack look good. And the punishing thing about Nissa is if you don't immediately punish the turn tapped out to play her, you're going to be buried, basically.
Yeah, that's it. And absolutely. So going with Nissa on the field, Lovestruck Beast ready to go at any moment, and also that alluring Hydroid Krasis, which obviously Land Monkey wants to get probably just a tad more land. But now with Nissa, she can bump that land up even more and get quite a formidable Hydroid Krasis on the field.
Okay, so the block's coming out here. We're going to trade for the Blacklands Paragon. We're going to allow the Knight of the Ebon Legion to potentially hit, but here it is, the punish. It does have, you always got to play like you've got the cleave, but Rubik seemingly does actually always have the cleave. And so now, this goes from, well, as long as they don't have Ember Cleave, I'm okay, to, am I dead? I might be dead.
Might be. That was quite a strong attack. 4 health left for Lab Monkey.
How big is this Hydroid Krasis? This is the question. Do you play a big Hydroid Krasis, or do you play Krasis and Beast? Because you could tap a forest and an island to play the Beast here, use Nissa, untap a forest, and cast a Hydroid Krasis. I think you just tap out for the Krasis as big as you can, and then untap a forest, and then you have 3 blockers.
Yep, I think that is honestly the best way to go, because that big Krasis is gonna even though Rubik's has Lab Monkey on the ropes, and that Ember Cleave attached to the Black Lance is definitely a strong competitor. If Lab Monkey can get that Krasis with enough pump enough into it to withstand.
Oh, okay, using all the islands here, that's an interesting one, because Nissa could untap the Breeding Pool, which allows you to, if you draw instant speed spells, which of course in this deck is very likely, having 1 blue up lets you cast some of them, but if you leave an island up and make it a slightly smaller Krasis, you can cast anything you draw. And oh no, the time is running out. Lab Monkey's actually going to go back and try and cast, I think, a smaller Krasis. Wants to undo one of those island taps, perhaps thinking about the same line, but there's not much. Okay, has a timer. I thought the turn might expire there, and that would be a really tragic way to lose the game.
It really would have, but luckily Lab Monkey had a timeout to use.
Okay, does commit, spends all the blue, so now, okay, and in the end didn't draw into the Frilled Mystic anyway. It was a long shot, but like potentially high reward, and so we only untap the basic island here, understanding that we may have to lose some of our lands in a trade, so you want to untap the low value ones as creatures.
Yes, that's it there. So now having those 3 blockers, as you said, was probably the way to go, Tom. And so now trying to desperately hold on back to 6 health, and it is looking grim, but it is really neck and neck. Lab Monkey's trying desperately to do anything at all. Nissa getting very close to her last ability as well. And if Rubik's allows Nissa to get to that point, then suddenly those islands aren't. Those lands are not going anywhere.
And the best part is there's a second Nissa already in hand, so you can get the ideal play line on that turn where you minus the first Nissa, put every land in your deck into play, then immediately play another Nissa and animate one, so you're not even taking a turn off from making a 3-3. Although in this scenario, we may see the somewhat rarer line where you just uptick a Nissa, play the second Nissa over the top, and uptick again to make 2 3-3s on the same turn, because the pressure from the Knight deck is just that much.
Yeah, it really is. Rubik's, like, the aggro proving very formidable right now. Either way, it's gonna it's hard to say what's gonna be the better way to go. What do you think it's better to replace the Nissa, or do you think it's better to enable that emblem?
Well, right now, I think the interesting decision is actually the one on Rubik's, on how to attack here, because we may not even make it to the next turn to see that Nissa come down, depending on what Rubik's is holding. Now, all the mana is untapped. We could be bluffing another Ember Cleave. You cannot move the existing Ember Cleave mid-combat, but you could attack and threaten to play a second Ember Cleave onto an unblocked attacker. You can threaten to pump the Knight of the Ebon Legion here, which could punish the land multi-block, but would not generate lethal. You also might have a Noxious Grasp, and because Blacklands Paragon has Trample from Ember Cleave, a Noxious Grasp destroying this Hydroid Krasis would be game over on the spot.
Oh, no, goodness me.
So there's no multi-block on the Trampler. In the end, no Noxious Grasp comes out. We see the pump taking the guaranteed trade with the Knight of the Ebon Legion, which puts Lab Monkey low, but costs Rubik's both creatures and does not end the game. So honestly, that's a good outcome.
That is good. Holding on for dear life, Lab Monkey is. Temple of Mystery being played here. So it seems like...
Oh! It's on top of the deck. We can use Growth Spiral to draw into Aether Gust, which puts Ember Cleave back on top of the library mid-attack. That's life-saving.
Wow. That is fantastic. Fantastic for Monkey there. All right, so Lab Monkey looking to activate Nissa's ability here.
that Temple of Mystery Scry was so key, because you would never take this line normally, right? Like, it's not worth holding the mana up over the guaranteed advantage of playing the second Nissa. The Growth Spiral, like, just drawing a card, the cantrip part, never worth doing in the blind. But by playing the tapped land, you see the top card and leaving it on top, we can guarantee the 1-2 cantrip Gust Chain, and that is going to mess up Rubik's combat step something fierce. May even net a dead creature, which at this point in the game, Rubik's is running out of cards. If you can kill another attacker, but there is the best possible Embercleave carrier.
Oh my goodness. The Regisaur showing up at just the right time for Rubik's. Okay, playing that Growth Spiral, getting at the Gust.
Okay, so did not attack with the Embercleave this turn, but that's taking a turn off. We need to attach Embercleave next turn, and then that Embercleave is going to be Aether Gusted away. So if you equip the Embercleave with only these 2 attackers, even if you have a second Embercleave in hand, you have no mana left to play it. So this is going to be another turn that Lab Monkey buys for himself. And additionally, having drawn that Frilled Mystic, you now have a guarantee against the next big spell that Rubik's tries to resolve. So even though it doesn't look like this, we're seeing the Simic deck come closer and closer to stabilizing.
Yes, Lab Monkey's really clawing their way back. Unfortunately, so all that land entering the field,
Ooh.
the second Nissa coming out.
Yeah,
Absolutely crazy.
Tapping all of the forest before the first Nissa goes away to ensure that the mana is doubled up. Then casting the second Nissa off that floating green. Manages to make the 3-3. It's just like we said, we have the Aether Gust available. Rubik's can't really play around it, even if he suspects it's there. So have they done enough? Has Lab Monkey done enough here to defeat this relentless Knights deck?
Oh my goodness. Okay, there's the Embercleave onto the Regisaur as expected. But now, with that emblem, those lands are indestructible, so that is a very safe, some safe blockers.
Yeah.
That Lab Monkey's always going to have now.
And with the Aether Gust, you can gust away the Embercleave. The Regisaur will not only lose the Trample and the Double Strike, it'll even lose the +1/+1, which means those 2 3/3 lands are enough to cut it off. Not even attacking. Okay, yes, you want to commit the Venerable Knight. Why not, right? Like, what's going to go wrong if Lab Monkey chooses to block, then you may as well risk it. You may as well risk it, surely.
Ooh. No, deciding not to.
I mean, okay, look, these are your last resources. It's right for Rubik's to take time to think how to commit to them, but, I mean, we know that Rubik's may not get another chance to make a profitable attack. And actually, okay, yeah, blocking with the indestructible lands, and here it is, like a death knell for Rubik's.
There we go, and that's it. Off to the top of the deck.
This Aether Gust card, like, it's clearly intended to be like a narrow sideboard card, but the way that the meta plays out, it just answers so many of the best cards against this green-blue deck. It makes sense to have them in the main and more in the side. Your Uncounterable Ceratops, Aether Gusted. Your Instant Speed, Unstoppable Embercleave Combat Trick, back to the top of the deck. It plugs up that hole in the dam perfectly.
Yeah, it does. Okay, so getting another indestructible land onto the battlefield, swinging.
Yeah. And now, not only with the Frilled Mystic in hand, but another Aether Gust. Rubik's doesn't know those are there, but I'm sure he can imagine. He's played this game before, and as tantalizingly close as that one was, it has slipped away from him. He'll have to lick his wounds and come back in Game 3.
All right. That is very good comeback from Lab Monkey there to bring it to 1-1. My God, what a fantastic match there, Tom. Oh, my goodness. I am sweating from excitement.
Absolutely. It's getting hot and heavy here in the final stages. There's a lot of money on the line, and these players are really forced to push their decks to the very limit. 3 life there, dipping so low, and just managing to hang on with a slick sequence of draws, and not to mention multiple Nissas. But then again, that was the match where the Simic deck was on the play. It has effectively an extra turn ahead, and that turn 2 Quench is so important in all these matches. So even though we saw the Quench scried to the bottom there, the threat of the turn 2 Quench, the ability to play the Paradise Druid on turn 2, which forced a trade. Like, that extra turn of interaction was literally the difference between life or death, and this time you will not have it. You're a turn behind the aggro deck.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And so Well, hang on, what is happening here? So removing one of the quenches to the sideboard.
Yeah, well, that's just a factor. Often, this is very, very common in high-level play. Changing your sideboarding decisions depending on whether you are going first or not. We just pointed out how important the turn 2 quench is on the play, because you can counter their 2-mana Lord. You can counter their second 1-drop of the turn. When you're going second, they may have already resolved 4 or 5 power of Knights by the time you even have quench available. At that point, it's too punishing to hold up the quench. So we decide to trim a quench, and instead we include Incubation Incongruity, which is always good as removal no matter what point in the game we draw it, and can even be cast on turn 1 to try and plug up a hole in our hand, either finding a Mana Exelement in Paradise Druid, one of our bounce spells in Brazen Borrower, a Krasis, whatever we want. So that's a really understandable change for the sideboard from Lab Monkey.
Understandable there, and already turn 2 Rubik's off to the races. 3 creatures on the board. Quite outstanding here.
Again, this Paradise Druid looking kind of wimpy, and this is the difference. The Paradise Druid on turn 2 last time was good enough to trade with the Knight of the Ebon Legion, but if there's a Lord here, this time you can bluff that, yeah. So now the Knight of the Ebon Legion has mana to pump, and it will swing very confidently into this Paradise Druid, probably getting the trigger here for 4 damage on the Knight.
Yeah, that's it. And using the champion to buff the Ebon Legion right there, Lab Monkey letting it go through, and there is the Sky Knight.
Oh, so this is one of those situations where I can't blame Lab Monkey. Now draws the quench insultingly late. Does have the Aether Gust and the Brazen Borrower, which are going to be the only hopes here, but this is tough. Nightpack Ambush are also available, but you have to park it in front of something lowish value like a Venerable Knight, the Knight of the Ebon Legion, already getting too big. And the way that worked out was Rubik's challenged Lab Monkey to block the Venerable Knight as the most viable block by pumping the Knight of the Ebon Legion, and that is such a bad decision that Lab Monkey elected to let it all go through and just hoped and prayed that there was no play, like no creature that Rubik's could put into play on turn 3. Unfortunately, Sky Knight Vanguard comes down, and now a mountain of damage facing the Simic deck.
Oh my goodness, this is Rubik's playing super strongly here, and swinging with everything it's got.
Chooses to not flash in the Nightpack Ambusher to block, respecting the Embercleave. Does Rubik's have it? Do you play it now? I don't think you play it at all. You can pump the Knight of the Ebon Legion and get in for a fine amount of damage. Doesn't even pump. Oh, that was only first strike damage. Okay. To be fair, if you pump, like, Aether Gust doesn't get Knight of the Ebon Legion, but Brazen Borrower does. So you're still committing mana in a way that allows Lab Monkey to interact and get some sort of tempo advantage. The way that Rubik's is playing this, he knows that his lead is so absolute, he doesn't need to allow Lab Monkey a single in to play one of their cards, to any sort of effectiveness. Just make them play the sad end-step Nightpack Ambusher. Make them not block with their Paradise Druid. Just hold out hope, and now, at full life, hope has all but slipped away.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Only drawing into a Frilled Mystic, establishing a little bit of a board, but with only 4 health, it's not looking good at all. Oh, boy.
I've watched these Knight decks crawl through Standard and just never quite make the cut. I've been trying to play Knights in Standard, or trying to hope for a Knights deck in Standard, since they printed Ariel, Knight of Windgrace, back in Dominaria, and even in this Standard, it looks like the Knight decks has just been overmatched by this big green, but if you want to see how aggro decks can be played with skill, and how much of a difference that can make, go back and watch Rubik's play through the tournament. These stream matches have been incredible to watch, how he's navigated these decisions about when to pump, when to flash in the Paragons for tempo, how to sequence the spells around all these counter magic decks. Like, this is not easy to play.
No, it really isn't. And now, looking to finish this right now, swinging with everything.
This has to be lethal. I haven't counted, but poor Lab Monkey, even with all of these instant speed options, how can you answer all these Knights?
It's really hard to say. I mean, you could possibly use an Aether Gust to remove one of the creatures.
Yes. You want to block. Sorry, if you want to have a hope of getting in this game, you can't just block the biggest creatures, which are the Knight of the Ebon Legions. You have to block in a way that removes some of the attackers from next turn, so you can survive that as well. You've got the Brazen Borrower, and there's only mana to pump 1 Knight, and neither Knight is lethal by itself. I think you need to block one of the Knights, because if you let them both go unblocked, Rubik's knows you have to interact with one of them first, and he'll wait and pump the other one when you do. So you need to block one of the Knights, leave one unblocked, you can let him pump that and then bounce it. Then you can block and eat up the tokens. Time's running out here to make the decision. Only 3 blockers.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, this is good. This is better. Okay, so blocking the token, you can't trade with the Fervent Champion with that Paradise Druid because, of course, it has First Strike. A little bit frustrating in this scenario. Nightpack Ambush is going to eat the biggest thing it can eat. The Flyer's going to get through. The Flyer's going to get Aether Gusted. You're going to bounce this Knight that gets pumped. The Brazen Borrower is going to be able to block the Flyer next turn, so that's not like a game-ending problem. We're piecing it together here in real time.
Yeah.
As is Lab Monkey from the state of their timer.
Oh my goodness. So there goes Brazen returning one of the Ebon Legions to the hand. Aether Gusting the Sky Knight Vanguard.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. If you Aether Gust the Fervent Champion, it just comes down with haste.
Yeah, that's it. Otherwise, that's a dedicated 2 damage that... Because if that gets through now, the next turn, like, you know, that would just has a free swing to the face. But removes that.
Oof. Okay, so we bounced a Knight. Unfortunately, the other Knight can just come back down now. There's still 1 mana available. There's 2 mana available. Oh no, Epic Downfall!
Oh no!
Oh, a Master Stroke by Rubik's. I thought there was no gas left in the tank. Holds the second land until second main and exiles that all-important creature. Now there must be no way back for Lab Monkey. That's heartbreaking.
Unbelievable. Very, very good plays from Rubik's.
That's 1 Epic Downfall in the whole 75.
That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Rubik's masterly playing this deck around Lab Monkey's Simic deck here. I don't think there is really much that Lab Monkey can do. I think next turn Rubik's is going to be swinging. I mean, even with a Brazen, but no, there's still nothing.
There's 3 lethal attackers because that Fervent... Oh, no, sorry, the token is not a Knight, so Fervent Champion cannot buff it. So you need to be able to, at minimum, block the Champion and the Knight of the Ebon Legion. So you can Frilled Mystic to block the Knight of the Ebon Legion. You can... Nope. If you Growth Spiral to draw a card, I don't think there's any way for you to get 2 blockers off of this. They draw a land, and it's not going to be good. Oh, wait, is it? Okay, they can... They go out by their own breeding pool, shocking themselves out of the tournament. Lab Monkey loses 2-1. Rubik's Mardu Knights are in the final.
Oh my goodness. Rubik's has really earned their place in the grand final and a shot at that $50,000.
Absolutely.
Very great showing. Unfortunate for Lab Monkey, losing against Psycho, dropping down to the lower bracket, and now being masterfully outplayed by Rubik's. It's unfortunate for Lab Monkey, but look, Rubik's, a great showing, great deck, and now we are shaping up for quite the interesting grand final match and a shot at $50,000 to the winner. Oh my goodness me.
It is truly, truly incredible, Nicktacular. This is just such a tournament we've seen. Rubik's got knocked down to the lower bracket in round 1. Round 1 has to make the loser's run of a lifetime, plowing through these Simic decks one after another, avenging the loss to Ring Ding Dingo, now taking down Lab Monkey and booking himself a spot in the finals against Psycho and the green-black Cat Citadel, Cat Food, Cat Palace, whatever you want to call it. The cat food deck. Yeah. It's a really interesting... I'm so glad these 2 decks are in the finals, right? Like, if you're the kind of person who's like, look, it can be demoralizing playing against the same decks on Arena over and over. Like we said, it makes the meta seem solved sometimes. The pros going to those elite small field tournaments, a lot of them bring the same decks, and that's because those decks are really good against the field. And so you start to feel like maybe there's only a couple of options, pretty much just only net decking, but neither of these players are really net decking it. This is not only the underplayed Mardu aggro, but like this particular mix, this exact 75, I haven't seen close to it before. There's definitely a few individual choices in there. The Oathsworn Knights we haven't seen as much of because I think Rubik's has been boarding them out in the Simic matchups we've seen. But those are really cool inclusions against some of the other decks in the field, as is the Weaselback Red Cap, as is that Epic Downfall. We just saw the one of Epic Downfall really living up to its name and winning outright that lower bracket final. And against that, Psycho's deck is completely unique, not so much in the cat food engine, but in the decision to forego the card that everyone is playing 4 of at the minute, Casualties of War, in favor of Double Bolus of Citadel, a card that has barely been played seriously in Standard in months.
This is truly, truly incredible. I'm so excited for this last match, Tom. I am incredibly, incredibly excited. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to there's gonna be a small break before we get to that. The players will need Rubik's needs another small break just to shake some of those nerves and to recompose themselves before this final match.
Yeah, absolutely. We might even take the time to bring up Rubik's deck tech, because I don't think we've done that yet. We've touched on a lot of the other decks we've seen here today. I'm glad we've been getting through them. But Rubik's, of course, in the grand final, we deserve a closer look. We've talked a lot about the Exact 75. Why not just put it up on the screen and really go over it with a fine-tooth comb so we're ready for everything that faces us in the final matchup of today. So we'll put that together for you in a moment. But what do you think about this Mardu aggro deck? Is this a deck you'd rather play in the finals, or would you prefer to be on the cat food side of things?
Look, honestly, it seems a lot safer to be playing with the cat food. That is assuming that you get some of the engine cards that you need early on. Because as we've seen, with gold mines, you don't get some of those crucial cards, especially like the Trail of Crumbs, and the cat deck really falls apart. So it's really hard to say. I think I would probably feel a little bit safer going with the cat oven that Psycho is going. But then again, Rubik's has shown that even with this aggro deck, that it is a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at that exact deck list now up on the screen. You can see a lot of the card choices make sense. When you hear Mardu Knights, you sort of think, okay, well, what are the Mardu colored Knights in Standard? But there's a few cards that don't necessarily look like they should be in the constructed deck, and there's a couple of non-Knight notaries as well. So just going through the list here.
An interesting inclusion of Angrath as well. With Captain of Chaos, and with the second one in the sideboard as well, that Rubik's has at the disposal. And that is a card we have not seen yet. And it does make it and getting that Angrath on the field with the rest of the Knights, it really increases the impression twofold, and it makes things incredibly spicy by giving everything menace.
Not to mention, it also generates an attacker itself.
It does, exactly it. So it's interesting that Rubik's has been able to get this far without the need of having, without the need of Angrath. But it's quite possible we could see Angrath appear in this final match, and utilizing it effectively. In fact, it could definitely turn the tide.
I suspect we will actually see. I think Angrath is in the deck for this matchup, right? Because think about how the cat food combo works. One of the main advantages of it is that the cat in question, the Witch's Familiar, or Cauldron Familiar, the card that consistently is sacrificed to Witch's Oven and comes back into play. It's used to block a large creature like Rotting Regisaur, which we saw be so tremendous there. And if without an Embercleave, that Regisaur's entire damage will be soaked up by the cat, which can then be sacrificed to the combo, losing no efficiency and protecting you from damage. But Angrath gives your creatures menace. So in that case, you need two cats, which is actually a lot less common than you'd think, in order to make the block. Additionally, even with a wide board, like the Golgari cat deck can generate, having menace means that it's very unlikely they'll be able to block all of your creatures, which might let you slip through Embercleave onto one of the unblocked Knights to generate surprise lethal. So Angrath going to be critical in the upcoming matchup. Definitely wouldn't be shocked to see the second one come in from the sideboard. Another card that I think is going to be much bigger in this matchup than we saw previously, Judith the Scourge Diva. Not only buffing all your Knights by +1, which can get them into the range to kill the smaller creatures or medium-sized creatures in the cat food deck, but pinging for damage, which again, when you've got really heavy board stalls, anything that makes your trading more efficient is super valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting. So we'll definitely see some utilization of some different cards, and like you said, with Menace, it doesn't allow a Psycho to really to nullify that damage with the cat combo, because Menace is so hard to sort of work around. And as we've seen before, there hasn't been a lot of creatures. It's really only in the late game that Psycho has been able to really beef up his side of the board. So having that Angrath, getting that sort of a little bit early on and giving those Knights menace is really going to make things tough and possibly end up winning the matches for Rubik's here.
Absolutely. So, with the sideboard, just because we now know our final matchup, so we may as well have a look at the sideboard and think what is going to be important out there in this matchup for Rubik's. And my eyes immediately go to Embereth Shieldbreaker. We haven't seen that card all day, but that's because it has a very specific target. If you don't know what the bottom half of the card that's covered up in this image says, it's a 2/1 knight for 2, but has an adventure for a single red that can be used to destroy target artifact. So what's the key artifact in the Cat Oven matchup?
Of course, the oven itself.
Exactly. So Embereth Shieldbreaker is a creature, so you're losing no real aggression. You're paying 1 extra mana effectively on one of your knights, and you can destroy that all-important engine piece of the cat food deck. And the best part about this Mardu aggro deck is that as long as you can slow the cat food deck down a little bit, you should be able to run them over just like you ran under the Simic Flash deck. They don't really have a lot of time to draw into extra ovens if you destroy one of them with a Shield Breaker. So if you see a hand in this post-board games with 1 Shield Breaker in it, that's nearly always going to be a snap keep, because just breaking up that cat oven combo removes like over 50% of their defense against your deck.
That is, yeah, that's exactly right there. So we should definitely see. So looking at this, so looking at sideboards here. So wanting to including the Shield Breakers, what would you possibly take out? Possibly the Weaselback Red Cap, or
I think the Red Cap. I'm not sure what the Red Cap's in there because it was taken out against Flash. I would have thought against Flash was one of the matchups where you want it because it's another 1-drop threat that allows you to invest mana uncounterably to generate damage, thus forcing some sort of non-counterspell reaction from the Simic deck. But I think that vanished out of the deck in those matchups as well. So look, a 1/1 is too easily blocked, I think, by the cat food deck. You don't want it trading for a cat. You don't want it eaten up by a Murderous Rider 2/3 lifelink. So that probably goes. You might take out some of the Regisaurs, I'm not sure. You almost don't want to cut it because even when it's mostly bad, sometimes it's so good with the Embercleave, but it is like the poster child for getting completely stonewalled by Cat Oven. Like a 7-power non-trampler is the worst feeling thing to have blocked by a 1/1 cat over and over again. So that could just be a casualty of the matchup. You also want to fit in these Noxious Grasps from the sideboard. They're very potent against the 5/5 blocking creatures that can come out of the green-black deck. I'm pretty sure Psycho is running the Lovestruck Beast in the board. Yeah, so you want to be able to kill Lovestruck Beast. You definitely want the Epic Downfall to deal with Wicked Wolf, which otherwise in the presence of like a Gilded Goose for food is just unstoppable. And in fact, you may even want to bring in the Bone Crusher Giant, which in addition to being a nice large creature, it stomps on Gilded Goose. Which seems like a small thing, but like I said, you only need to buy yourself 1 or 2 turns of making the cat food deck stumble. And if they're keeping a hand, like we saw some keeps that like were Mana Accelerant 4-drop out of these green-black decks. If they keep a hand like that and they cast their Gilded Goose and then you go, I'm on the play, my turn 2, stomp on it, attack you with my 1-drop, they are in so much trouble. So for that reason, I think we see it come in.
Yeah, definitely. I think definitely the Weaselback Red Cap taken out, and I think Rubik's might end up taking up one of the Regisaurs out. So that allows to bring in a Shield Breaker and a Noxious Grasp. And then possibly Rubik's might decide to take out a second Regisaur or possibly one of the Venerable Knights.
Okay.
Maybe some extra, but
if we want to get right down to it, if we want to get right down to it, we want to include what? Angrath, Epic Downfall, 3 Shield Break. Yeah, this is going to be too many cards. Maybe I was over-eager with the sideboarding. There are a lot of good options here, but maybe you keep it simple. We saw Rubik's do that previously, and that's the sense with a linear strategy like this. Your main deck is your best cards for winning the game, and winning the game faster than your opponent can react is always your number one plan. So it's a trap to over sideboard, even though most of these sideboard cards are somewhat aggressive, and weaken your attack plan too much, because that effectively gives your opponent the time back that your sideboard cards are generating for you. So maybe we just bring in the Shield Breakers. I think you swap the Shield Breakers for the Paragons in this matchup. You might leave in 1 or 2 because you know your opponent's potentially bringing in things like Lovestruck Beast. But Black Knight's Paragon is only really good for making your Knights trade with larger blockers. And one of the larger blockers in this matchup is Wicked Wolf, which Black Knight's Paragon doesn't work against if there's food. You can indestructible your way through the Death Touch. So as a 2-mana 3-1 with Flash, it's pretty unimpressive in this matchup. Might want to replace it with Embereth Shieldbreaker where the utility is more relevant. So that's an easy 1-for-1 swap of 2-drops. And then you can trade out some number of Rotting Regisaurs, Weaselback Red Cap, maybe even the Oathsworn Knights. I'm not certain whether they're good or bad here, really. I would think that they're good as 4/4s, but they do lose some value in getting pinged by my Mayhem Devil. Actually, no, Mayhem Devil's not in this matchup. This is Golgari food, so leave them in, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we just see the Regisaurs. You could even trim all 4 Regisaurs in the red cap and bring in a ton of removal if you want to play it like we saw Rubik's do against Simic Flash. I'm not certain. We'll have to find out. We've seen Rubik's be like so confident in the sideboarding plan, so I guess I'm excited to see what he does here.
Yes, likewise. It's going to be a very interesting matchup, and yeah, it'd be really good to see what happens with how Rubik's plans to to sideboard his deck in preparation to go up against Psycho. And so this is going to be a very good matchup.
I also want to note, just for our viewers, just in case any of you saw Psycho's deck tech before, Psycho has informed us that list is slightly out of date. I believe that's the previous green-black list that he played in the last stage of the finals, the top 32. So the lists are very similar. We haven't seen Psycho play, and I'm pretty sure I saw most of these cards, right? It's the same fundamental deck, but if 1 or 2 cards are different, don't panic. There's no cheating going on. We showed a slightly outdated deck lists. So apologies for that. But overall, you got the idea. It's green-black cat food with Citadel at the top end. Okay, and it's confirmed there's no winner's bracket advantage. So even though it's a double Elim bracket, Psycho has not necessarily earned himself any sort of special edge in the grand final. This will be an even footing best of 3. Winner take... Not all, but winner takes the lion's share for sure, which when there's a $50,000 prize pool, that's a lot to fight for.
That's it. Absolutely. Tensions are going to be very high. I mean, you can only imagine the stress and the thoughts going through these competitors' mind, knowing that the result of these matches is it could possibly win them that like humongous amount of money. The pressure, I could not imagine the amount of pressure on these competitors right now.
Exactly. In some ways, I think, would you rather be Rubik's or would you rather be Psycho here? Because Psycho's had some time off and gotten to just sit back and watch the games play out, as well as the confidence of not having lost all day. But Rubik's is just like running so hot right now, just winning match after match after match, the last couple quite quickly. So would you prefer to be the one who's like comes into the finals at a sprint, or the one who's had time to rest and recover?
It's really hard to say. I mean, Psycho. It's when you're talking about this level that these competitors are playing at. Psycho has time to relax, to clear their head and really sort of think about and actually spend a lot of time with their deck in preparation for their match, and really figure out what's going to be the best and what outcomes are possibly going to be the case, and who they're going up against. So really, I guess for the sake of composure, I think Psycho. I think I'd rather be Psycho in this situation. But I mean, it's not to say that it's gonna be that Rubik's is to be taken lightly. I think Rubik's would be very exhausted going through these matches. The tension's high, and these little breaks between matches are really crucial for Rubik's to have a drink, recompose, and get their mind in the right headspace to really take on Psycho head on in this final match, and hoping that this cat oven doesn't prove too many issues for him.
Yeah, absolutely. It does depend a lot on the draw. We've seen the cat oven decks that are like hot, and those take the game away very quickly, and we've seen the cat oven decks that are not hot, and those got gold mines eliminated from the tournament. So we'll wonder which one it is. If both decks run hot, I think I still prefer the cat oven, just because the cat oven combo just fundamentally kind of beats the whole concept of aggro decks. There's a reason we haven't seen many of them lately, but Rubik's has run the gauntlet pretty well so far, so...
Yeah, that's it. It's gonna be look, it's either way, it's gonna be a great showing, and whoever does end up winning this final stage it's gonna be a well-earned substantial prize money.
All right, so we're just waiting. The players are getting set up now. The final moment's coming in. If you're just joining us, you are here just in time. We are about to move into the grand finals of the $50,000 inaugural Mogul MTG Arena Championship tournament finals. The top 8 has all been played out. We're down to just a top 2. They're on even footing for the finals. It's going to be Remix Rubik's on the Mardu Knight aggro with a little bit of spice in the Regisaur Embercleave combo against Psycho playing green-black cat food with a lot of spice out of Bolus's Spicedel. I might have worn out that phrase, but it's time for some serious commentary. Bolus's Citadel is seriously one of my favorite cards. I've been trying to build. I've built all these different combos with it in Standard ever since it came out. I think the card's gas, so very excited to see it potentially win the first really big third-party tournament in Oceania. Okay, so we're creating a. Okay, we're waiting to set up a special lobby on Mogul for this final so that these players can officially register their results. That was a slight hold up, but we got the admins on it. Shout out to Brucey, of course, who's been the tournament admin for the day, head admin, running everything so smooth like butter through this whole day. It's been a long one, but we're getting ready to finish as the players line up competing now. God, I've just realized $50,000 is a lot of money, huh?
It is a lot of money, and like I said, that it just increases the pressure. You know, like, how bad are you going to feel, you know, when this much money is on the line and you slip up and you make a mistake and that costs you? You know, it's an incredible amount of pressure to be dealing with.
Yeah. I was about to say, we haven't seen many, like, obvious mistakes today just because this is the top 8 and all these players are really good. But there has been one or two, which just goes to show, one, Magic's an extremely complicated game and nearly impossible to play perfectly. Two, there are a lot of nerves coming into play. I'm sure these players would play more comfortably, maybe even play a little bit better when they're just queuing at home, grinding to Mythic. But when you're sitting in the hot seat with all the money on the line, you've already registered your deck, the luck of the draw and the power of your plays is all that can carry you. You're probably sweating.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The sweat is real. It's tensions are high. It's like I'm on the edge of my seat, so excited for this match. I can't wait.
All right.
And look, it'd be really interesting to see Angrath get played out here, and also to the fact of, like, if we see the Bolus Spicedel, as you dubbed it, and that I really like the name of.
Okay.
This will be a very interesting match and
Fair
a great
enough.
one to finish the day off.
All right, so we're about to get started. Nicktacular, before we dive into our final match for the Mogul Championship, who is your pick?
If I had to pick, I think with it's honestly to say, I think Rubik's might take this out.
Okay.
I think Rubik's might take this out.
Well, I can't go against Bolus Citadel. I think Psycho's deck is sick as hell. We're going to go to the match right now, everybody. Your final game of the day. Coming up live, the Mogul Grand Finals have begun. Psycho, I believe, has kept 7, is on the draw. That is an interesting keep. 2 spells, 5 lands. What do you reckon?
Well, that's very much an interesting keep, and, like, I guess appreciating the amount of land that has been drawn out to him on the first draw, knowing that Psycho won't have to worry about land, and starting with the Gilded Goose as well. Midnight Reaper coming out.
Yeah, so, I mean, Gilded Goose into Midnight Reaper turn 2 is a pretty potent play against the Knight deck, but the Midnight Reaper against aggro is at almost its weakest spot. It trades down. You can see in a block against this Knight, it's going to trade for a 1-drop here if you block, and even though it draws you cards when your creatures die, it doesn't help you actually win the board battle. Like, you're already winning the late game. You don't really need to draw extra cards against aggro, and it actually makes you lose life when you block. I'm not saying it's all bad. Drawing extra cards is always, like, potential to draw the cards you need, but it's definitely not as good here as it would be elsewhere, and then you get punished by drawing further lands on top of your 5-land keep. So, very bold of Psycho to keep this against the all-out aggressive Mardu deck.
It really is, and you know what? When it's this final match, you got to take that risk. You got to be bold. You got to risk it for the biscuit, as some say.
Okay.
And trying to see that Witch's Oven is available at the top of the deck.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the start of this cat engine very, very soon.
Yeah.
Just needs to get that cat in hand, and we can see it starting.
This is a huge turn as well for Rubik's, because Psycho has played this very well. You've set it up so you've got the Goose here. Even if you block, you can pay 2 to make a food, and next turn you'll have the 4th land in play, and you'll be able to play Wicked Wolf with a food in play and gobble up that Inspiring Veteran, even holding back on the food to make the Wolf indestructible in response to removal. We know there's an Epic Downfall in the side that can eat the Wolf through its indestructibility, but I don't think anything will do it in the main deck, so that becomes a massive blocker. You almost want to block with the Goose here, but like, that's your source of food that can keep the Wolf growing over turns. I think you want to keep it around. Yeah.
Yes, you definitely want to keep it around.
Ooh, okay.
Oh my, there it is. There's the big boy himself out on the field. Rubik's not playing around. So drawing into that Witch's Oven that we knew was coming.
Yeah.
Looks like possibly thinking about whether he wants to drop Castle, and he dropped Castle, and now playing the Wicked Wolf.
Okay, so destroying the Inspiring Veteran is important here because next turn, otherwise you'll be able to attack with 3 creatures and threaten an Embercleave. Now, Rubik's needs to have land plus Embercleave, but as often happens when this Mardu deck is on the play and has that advantage of going first, you really have to just hope they don't have it. Because if you have Embercleave on Rotting Regisaur here, the damage will be almost incalculable. It's huge. I can't do maths. Literally incalculable.
We're sweating right now from the excitement. All right, there's no time for maths. We have to just sit and just watch and of what these players are going to do to try and gain the upper hand over each other. And so right now, limiting Rubik's to 2 creatures.
Oh, there it is, the 4th land. Oh, okay. Second Regisaur.
Okay.
That's still pretty good. Don't get me wrong.
That is still pretty good.
Ooh, okay, so Holt's back. We don't want to attack with the 1 Regisaur because that would see you could block with Midnight Reaper and Wicked Wolf, make the Wolf indestructible, and you would effectively be trading a Regisaur for a Reaper. So next turn, potentially attacking with 2 Regisaurs means that one of them is going to get through for valuable damage.
That's it. The second Gilded Goose now. Witch's Oven played.
Oh, 3rd Regisaur stranded in hand. What a draw for Rubik's.
Oh my goodness me. So there's potentially 1 or no Regisaurs left in the deck for Rubik's.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But I mean, you don't want any more Regisaurs at this point. You want Embercleave. You want the big red sword. But Rubik's is down to top deck mode now with these Regisaurs enforcing that through their discard ability. So if this card is something that influences this next combat, I think we see the Mardu deck take the game. If this was a land and Rubik's is just holding it, as a hot seat bluff, then Psycho might have a chance to stabilize. We'll see what this attack brings out. You have to go for it.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so swinging with everything. So Rubik's knows that that obviously, I mean, I don't even think he's going to. He's not even going to try. Oh, he's going to block with the Gilded Goose. Okay. He's just going to chump. He's just going to take it.
Yeah, 2 Gilded Gooses is too many, and by blocking with this Gilded Goose, you actually get to refund the card, because it'll die at the same time as the Midnight Reaper, and we will see the ability trigger even as the Reaper dies. So potentially drawing 2 cards in addition to preserving the Wicked Wolf and killing one of the Regisaurs is a pretty good spot to be.
Yeah, that's it. Psycho's playing this as best as he can right now.
Deciding whether to block with the other Goose, maybe? You do already have 2 food in play. You'll be able to eat the Gilded Goose blocking the Regisaur with the oven as it is and make an extra food off of that. And you could make a food with this Goose even as a box. You could block with both geese, end up with 4 food in play, and draw 3 cards.
That's true. That's very true. But I guess Psycho still wants to keep a Gilded Goose because he still wants that food generation there to keep buffing the wolf.
Interesting. Yeah, look, it's very important if you draw a Trail of Crumbs to have more food generation. And the Gilded Goose can always block again later. You just lose the ability to draw an extra card off the Midnight Reaper. So Psycho valuing the Goose, even against the clock pressure that Rubik's applies. Rubik's does have a relevant card, casts a Flyer. So I guess you'll be happy at this point that you kept the Goose around. That can at least block the Sky Knight Vanguard for the time being.
Yes, that's exactly it. So, yeah, definitely, it was definitely in Psycho's best interest to keep at least 1 Goose. Okay. Now with a second Witch's Oven in hand, another Wolf and another Reaper. And now Rubik's has nothing in hand, so cannot present any type of threat, hidden threat, and is just relying on the top decks that are occurring.
Yeah, we can cast the Wolf and the Reaper here, and then the Regisaur effectively can't attack because you can just block with both. You could block with both Wolves and make both Wolves indestructible and just eat Rotting Regisaur here. Wolf's going to take out the Flyer, fair enough.
Yep, definitely a good decision there.
So the game's starting to run away from Rubik's. These Rotting Regisaurs, if they don't get the job done, their discard clause makes it pretty hard to keep going. And unfortunately, without an Embercleave, he hasn't been able to break through these Wicked Wolves.
It's unfortunate. Like, cause the longer that Rubik's can't get what he needs, Psycho will just allow Psycho to really stretch their legs, and then before you know it, Rubik's cannot speed through Psycho, and eventually Psycho's just going to take this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, if there's, we've got so many lands in play that anything off the top for Psycho is castable. If there's, a Bolas Citadel or something in there, We could see that played. A lot of cards that could just like crush the game basically on the spot. It's worth noting that Rotting Regisaur costs 3 mana, so if you draw Vraska Golgari Queen, she can downtick to destroy it, and you still have a Planeswalker in play. There are a lot of good draws for Psycho here, and even though he's missing on them for now, he's actually staying in this game and growing more powerful by the turn. Worrying stuff for the Mardu Knights deck.
It really is. Okay, so what's it? Okay, so an Inspiring Veteran.
That's a big draw.
It is. That's good. Brought back buffing the other knights there. Okay, now so swinging with, so I could only really block with the goose here.
Yeah. By drawing that Inspiring Veteran, you mean that this 2-drop is now pressuring in the air. It's going to take a good number of turns, so I'm still not excited I'm still not hopeful that much as Rubik's, but you have like some ability to pull ahead, although of course the goose can just make food every turn and gain you life. So, oh, and there's the Citadel.
There it is. Oh my goodness.
Okay, making sure that the auto tapper does not leave you stripped of green mana there. Good choice. Cauldron Familiar, that's life neutral. That gains you the life immediately. Has the option to cast the Murderous Rider for 3 life. Interesting stuff. But I think with the cat in play, you just play these 2 ovens and then you sit tight. You probably play this knight at instant. You can play it off the top of your deck at instant speed with the Citadel if you need to counter an Embercleave off the top, and that's really the only card you're scared of at this juncture, so you go for it. Yep. Oh, no, draws it. Okay. Because of the Midnight Reaper, I wonder whether he considered that.
That's true. Oh, and now with the Trial of Crumbs ready to come into Psycho's hand.
Yeah.
And then that just furthers the Cat Oven Engine. Oh my.
Now this is a slightly awkward spot, because by drawing the Murderous Rider, you could have cast it from the top of your deck. You could have cast the Swift End removal spell for 3 life, but now that you've drawn it to hand, you're tapped out. So that's offline for a turn. Which means that Rubik's, if he was lucky enough to draw the Embercleave right now, does have the window to get in for some good damage. Although he would have had to attack with 2 creatures, so we know that it's not available here. Oh no, sorry, it generates a second attacker by itself, I forgot. Yes, so could Embercleave... Nope. Okay, didn't have it.
Okay,
what was Oh no, it was just a land.
Just a land.
Now, Cat Oven will do its filthy work.
Oh my, here it goes. Here we go. And sacrificing the cat again, and now he's going to draw into that trail, and another Gilded Goose at the top of the deck ready to go.
The game could potentially end on this turn. The Bolas Citadel are capable of generating so much advantage. All of these permanents, like Gilded Goose and Trail of Crumbs, both generate an extra food token as they enter play. Those food tokens are good and legal to be fed to Bolas Citadel for 10 damage. You could easily consider just closing the game out with an end-step Bolas Citadel activation. Next turn, go for it, make the second activation. Rubik's is dead without you ever needing to tap your creatures in an attack.
Truly, truly incredible. Truly incredible. Okay, there is the trail. There it is.
We're on the trail to victory.
With full effect with 3 Gilded Gooses generating food. This is truly incredible. Rubik's is not in a great spot right now. Psycho is really feeling comfortable right where he wants to be. Yeah. And, oh boy.
Will we see the end step activation? There's pretty much no hope at this point, because even an Embercleave will be answered by a Swift End, as Psycho looks to put a Swift End to Rubik's chances in game 1. Happy to take 2 from the Sky Knight Vanguard. Another Regisaur is one of the better draws for Rubik's, but I think that just highlights that we've well past the ceiling on this Mardu Knights deck. Unfortunately, that Wicked Wolf draw in the early game turned what looked like a shaky start for Psycho into pure gold, and I think that Rubik's will be very happy to go to the sideboard and try and make this matchup a little less grim.
Yes, absolutely. Drawing another land, so... looking to play that second. If this match continues going, he will be looking to play that second trail. Right now, Rubik, because what could turn the tide? Could Angrath possibly turn the tide for Rubik's if he were to draw into that?
That would actually help. It wouldn't help tremendously. I think you would still need like Angrath plus Embercleave, or you would need more turns, because at this point, if you won't get the kill in 1 attack, it would require 2 blockers per Regisaur, which would mop up most of Psycho's field, and you would get in for sort of... Actually, there's only 8 life. I still don't think it's good enough. I think you get in for, like, close to lethal, but then you die on the crack back to these wolves and or the Bolas Citadel. But, like, in theory, yeah, that's why Angrath is such a strong card. Oh, Massacre Girl! I don't think you want to cast it, but, like, if you're scared of a potential counterplay, You could easily cast Massacre Girl, sacrifice all of your creatures to Bolas' Citadel in response, the board explodes, and you have all these food tokens lying around to finish the game off.
That is quite a good play. That in Massacre Girl, yeah, it's a very, very good backup to have.
Okay, we're sacrificing Midnight Reaper, I think because we've drawn enough cards now, so we want to stop losing life when we sacrifice our cat. We're going to go up life now with the combo instead, and just secure like any hope of Rubik's winning this game. Oh, wait.
Whoa.
Okay, so we had to remove our Midnight Reaper so we didn't die to Massacre Girl. We're not responding to the thing with the Bolas Citadel at all, so no consideration given to the Bolas Citadel activation. It would have been nearly free there, surely, but no matter, this situation still looks very good for Psycho, as Massacre Girl just goes off like a frog in a sock, kills like 30 creatures, the field littered with bodies, look at them all. She's so happy, goodness. So covered in blood.
It is so delightful seeing someone drop a Massacre Girl and just wiping an intense board like that.
Just carves them up.
Oh my goodness. Okay, the second trail, the trail's there. So still with the second trail in hand.
The value train is rolling, Nick.
Oh my god, here we go. This is it. We could see, we're looking at possibly a finisher with the Bolas Citadel.
Yeah?
Which is what we were kind of were hoping to see.
Surely you activate it if you have literally lethal with it. Come on, Psycho.
4 health left.
Tap the Citadel, Psycho. Yay!
This is it.
The giant laser beam shooting out from the evil lair of Nicol Bolas even sacrifices the Citadel for BM purposes. You can sack it to itself. Yeah. Only needs the 1.
That's it. -6. Oh my goodness. What an outstanding match.
Wow, Psycho with that super confident 5-land keep in game 1 with the Goose Midnight Reaper locks it up and is now 1 match away from first place prize.
That is what an absolutely fantastic play. Psycho really playing every turn, so calculated. I am incredibly impressed, and the Spice-Adele proving too spicy for Rubik's.
Okay, so interesting. Okay, so we see some stuff that's very expected. We see Vraska Golgari Queen come in. The Casualties of War, which by the way were the cards we were missing from the previous deck list that we showed. It was a little bit weird because I thought we saw Casualties earlier. That's the change that Psycho made going into this top 8. It's the why not both, but at this time instead of why not have Korvold and Casualties of War, it's why not have Citadel and Casualties. And you can see the mana's better, the curve is fluid. What I'm really interested in is that he's boarded in Noxious Grasp, which only hits like half of the creatures in the Knight deck, and not even really particularly the strong ones. Can't kill Rotting Regisaur, can't kill Knight of the Ebon Legion, can't even kill Fervent Champion, or Blacklance Paragon.
That's a very interesting choice there. This is going to be interesting for sure. So did I see correctly that Psycho decided to leave out the 2 Citadels? So,
yeah, the Citadel costs you life, so there's a lot of, like, you gotta think, in that game, it was the perfect card, but did he really need it in the end? Like, a turn after we got the Citadel into play, Psycho was able to find the Trail of Crumbs, and you saw then that in a lot of scenarios, you would rather activate the Trail of Crumbs and just do your cat oven thing, than play the Citadel. The Citadel is designed to win the Mirror, and some of the other, like, mid-range decks where you need a little bit more juice to go over the top, but, I think that in this aggro matchup, you really just don't want a card that relies on having a life total and paying life to do anything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Fair enough.
You don't need the Citadel activation either, right? Because like eventually you just generate a board so wide, like we saw there. The Citadel activation at the end was just to speed things up by a turn. The game was already well and truly won.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exactly right. So, look, it was. I was very happy to see that activation come to pass, and. So now, yeah, Psycho, revisioning the deck, and Rubik's would also be probably revisioning, his deck just a little bit as well, wanting to really take on Psycho's creatures. And I would definitely think that if Rubik's hadn't already, definitely now both Angraths will be in the main deck.
Absolutely. Angrath would have been one of the few cards in the 75 that could break the board stall here, and no doubt we'll also have that Epic Downfall in to try and answer the Wicked Wolf. I can't remember whether we saw Spyglasses out of the list. I'll just quickly check for Rubik's. There's no Spyglasses, so one of the things you can do with Spyglasses is actually name Wicked Wolf, and it's unable to eat food and become indestructible. But as it is, going to have to rely on just the Epic Downfall, and possibly, if there's no food around, you might be able to snipe a wolf with a Noxious Grasp out of the board. But actually, this list notably weak to Wicked Wolf, in addition to its existing weakness to the Cat Oven combo. Have to see if those Embereth Shield Breakers line up for Rubik's here. Otherwise, it's going to be all over in 2 for Psycho, but actually kept... I can't believe it. I looked away for a second, assuming there was going to be a mulligan. Psycho has kept 4 lands, Gilded Goose, Witch's Oven.
Yes, that's like two. What an interesting first hand to get the 2 Gilded Gooses and the Witches Oven off the bat as well. So Fervent Champion dropped first turn by Rubik's, getting an early 1 damage in. Yeah, like you said, Tom, Rubik's really needs those shield breakers in here to remove the ovens, because those are crucial to Psycho. So if Rubik's cannot remove those ovens, then really it's gonna the eventuality it's gonna end up the same way it did before.
Rubik's choosing to play the Sky Knight Vanguard and then attack the 1/1 champion into the Goose. I don't know, just to make sure. It doesn't cost anything. You could have attacked before spending the mana, and at least then you somewhat bluff that you're going to play Blacklands Paragon, but it's not really the kind of thing that decides games most of the time. And I'm very interested, looking at Psycho's Keep more, I kind of see the sense in it, because these Gilded Geese can block some of the creatures. These 1-power creatures get stonewalled by an O2 Goose. And with 4 lands in hand, you know that at absolute worst, while you're waiting to draw a powerful card that does something, you can just pay mana every turn to make food and eat food with the Geese. And that will, much like the Cat Oven combo, even though you are losing some life, it slows down the aggro deck so much that you can pretty calmly just draw into your answers. And we've already seen one in hand. Vraska Golgari Queen is so strong against Rotting Regisaur and company out of this deck.
This is going to be very interesting to show. We haven't seen Vraska used too much as well, and because the Psycho hasn't really drawn into her. But seeing that Psycho's drawn into her now, it's going to be proving to be quite interesting, this match.
Absolutely. This is already worrying for Rubik's. Now, of course, it depends on what Rubik's has in hand. We're not looking at Rubik's view. There's 5 cards that could easily be more creatures, but there's going to have to be, because if Psycho draws any more, like Wicked Wolf or any other sort of removal and interaction that can shut down Rubik's board in the next turn or two, things are going to be really grim. The only saving grace is that Psycho may not want to tap the Geese and eat the food to cast Vraska this turn. And there is another Sky Knight Vanguard. In fact, it looks like a 2-land hand for Rubik's, so it looks like it's very spell heavy, which is actually good in this case. There's no sign of a board wipe yet from Psycho, and going wide might be the Night deck's only hope.
Yep, absolutely. It's gonna be interesting. Although eventually Rubik's probably would need to draw a little bit more land just to be able to have a little bit more flexibility in what Rubik's can do, and especially to get the Embercleave out eventually as well.
Yeah, so Vraska Golgari Queen has to downtick to destroy a 1/2 flyer here. Doesn't feel nearly as good, especially knowing that she could easily just be attacked to death here. She does effectively gain you some life, so it's like a worthwhile 4-mana spell, but Psycho still hasn't found another big threat yet. We drew a Paradise Druid, just a bit of mana, not a great blocker here.
That's it. So what we're looking for, Rubik's will be wanting to take down that Vraska as soon as possible. So again, attacking with the Fervent Champion and the Sky Knight, then buffing. Well, that's the thing. I mean, the thing that we have, it'll buff the Sky Knight. So it's like either you block with the Goose and lose it, or you let Vraska go.
Yeah, exactly. Rubik's trying to think about this attack, because it's pretty clear that you would like to kill Vraska, and you would also like to get in for as much damage as possible. You would like to make it hard for the Goose to block effectively, all of these things. And the question is, like, how do you get your main goals achieved of killing Vraska while sacrificing as little damage as possible? So I think the nature is, we're going to attack 2 1/1s into Vraska, which guarantees she dies and loses you at most 1 damage. And then we have the Embercleave! Oh, the payoff, ultimate payoff for Rubik's. Slamming it down. This is going to kill the Gilded Goose and get in for 2. There's no way to respond. All you can do, you can eat the Goose, which will make a food, but you take an extra 2 damage. So, I mean, you're kind of hedging yourself for if you manage to draw into one of your food payoffs like Wicked Wolf, but that is a big, big, big play, having the Embercleave off just 2 lands.
That is truly, truly incredible. Rubik's making the most of the 2 lands that he's got available, And the most useful ones being able to draw into all 3 colors. Far out. Wow.
Psycho wasn't punished last game for keeping 5 lands, but this time the land keep is followed by more lands off the top, and this draw is looking anemic right now. Does not have the gas he needs to fight back against a pretty strong draw out of the Knights. They're perfectly happy with just 2 lands. That means there's more Knights in the hand to play. And Psycho is not going to a lot more turns in order to draw that Wolf or that Casualties of War that he's looking for.
Yeah, it will not take long for Rubik's to really just clean up and finish this match before Psycho can even draw into anything that might help. And here we go, attacking with everything. Oh my goodness.
Fervent Champion buffing the Flyer. Doesn't even have the mana to re-equip the Embercleave right now, so can't make that Flyer a double strike trampler, but that's okay, because there's not, like, there's nothing really coming out in terms of removal for 2 mana that can target the champion right now. So Rubik's is happy to crash in. This Paradise Druid can at most trade with a token. Like, it's just not doing the job here. You can eat you eat the food for 3 life, you block with the Gilded Goose. Like, I gotta give credit, the cat food deck is so good at fighting this rearguard battle, but it will need to draw interaction soon.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, not much. 10 health differencing the 2 here. Psycho probably sweating a lot more.
Ooh!
Oh.
Okay, now the Cat Oven is not as effective once the Knight deck has a live Embercleave, because the Embercleave creature has Trample, so if you sacrifice the cat, it removes the cat's magic ability to soak damage. Luckily, the Embercleave is currently only on a 2/2 Knight, so your Cat Oven is going to be blocking 1 damage a turn from a token, and then negating the damage from another token with the life gain of the cat re-entering. This time, Noxious Grasp on the Gilded Goose means there'll be no flying blocker. If there's a 3rd land, you could move the Embercleave over onto the Sky Knight Vanguard, but I think you might just want to attack if you've got another spell to play. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Maximize your attackers.
Yes, yep, that's it.
Double pump on the Flyer, potentially. Neither of these creatures can favorably block the champion. At best, they trade with the 1/1 tokens. This is not a good spot.
No, it really isn't. There you go, buffing the Flyer and buffing the champion that has the Embercleave on it.
Oh, that's 2 extra damage, of course.
That is... Oh, no.
This might be lethal, actually.
This might actually be lethal. He can block one of the tokens there.
So you can block 2 damage and gain a 3rd life from the cat. You can bring back the cat and sack it again, so you can be up 4 life on 11. You're taking 6, 7, 8, 9. This is lethal. I'm almost certain.
Yeah, I think this is over.
We're gonna try. We're gonna do our cat oven best.
Psycho is literally on the ropes, doing whatever he possibly can to try and secure some more health.
If you've ever seen
just outlast.
If you've ever seen the gif of a kid like banging the oven door open and shut to make music, just imagine you're doing that at like unbelievable high speed and like throwing this yowling cat in and out of it as it goes, and that is a rough approximation of Psycho's desperation. Whoa! No way! Massacre Girl!
Oh my goodness! There's nothing better that Psycho could have drawn into to wipe the entire board and hold on for dear life.
Oh, Rubik's, he can't do anything. This is going to clear away all of the Knights. Now, there are 3 cards in hand. Hopefully, Rubik's has held something back, especially a Flyer or like an Angrath and give the creature menace, but that's completely cleared the board. Oh, and even removal of Massacre Girl is not enough to clear the way for an attacker, because you can sacrifice her to make food and bring back the Cauldron Familiar. So we could actually restart the Cat Oven combo soon. Player Shock. Angrath, there it is. Okay, that's the
Angrath.
That is the best possible draw.
Showing his face.
Okay, now hang on. That doesn't quite do it, right? Because Massacre Girl herself has menace. So if you can play another creature off the top, you can attack Massacre Girl, kill. Oh no, it's a land. Okay, you can play castle. You can play a land, and you're gonna have to attack, kill Angrath. That removes the menace. Then you have to play your land out of hand, so you can activate Castle Embereth and only lose 1 life. And then you have to hope Embereth draws a playable blocker or a source of food.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, that's the thing. Well, now getting rid of Angrath with Massacre Girl, I would assume that Psycho is going to want to play the cat, but also possibly sacrifice Massacre Girl to generate some food and gain some life and outlast that token there.
That's true, actually. No, so you're right. Sorry, I slightly misspoke. Embercleave makes blocking too hard. You need to draw removal off of the Castle Locthwain.
Yep, that's it. Yeah. So Psycho doesn't really have a lot of options here. Okay, so
holds back.
Holds back now, waiting to see what happens.
Okay, here's the Embercleave equip. I mean, this is all like kind of a little dance between the players. Psycho knows what the play is. Okay, sacrifice Massacre Girl, yes. Bring back Cauldron Familiar, yes. I would have drawn the card before I did this. Because this cat doesn't do it by itself.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just eating our... Really? We're just eating our food. Okay, fair enough. I guess this gives you a draw anyway. Where? Oh, no, you can't cast it. You can't cast... It costs 2 life.
No, that's it, exactly. Oh, no.
Ouch.
Unless, what if... Wait, is possibly to play the Cauldron Familiar and sacrifice it with the oven to generate a food, eat the food, and possibly use the Murderous Rider.
No. You can't play the Cauldron Familiar. It's in the graveyard. You would need food first, and there's no way to get food. You can cast the creature half of Murderous Rider as a 2/3 lifelinker. That will soak up 5 damage, which would let you live 1 more turn.
Oh my.
That's so heartbreaking. You draw the removal spell that your deck has offered you and it's not enough. Now we draw Castle Locthwain. Wow! Casualties of War. That'll do it. Okay, so now Rubik's... So we're going to see a life on 1... No, wait, hang on. You go down to 1 life to do that. Now you get trampled on and die.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Huh? Oh no, there's a second Angrath out of the board.
There we go, the second.
Menace.
Oh, that's it.
It was already enough, but now it's double enough. I don't really... Yeah, that Castle Locthwain activation was a little loose. I think you're dead anyway, right? Because you do 6 attacking, double strike, trample. 3 is soaked up by the rider itself. It gains 2 on the... Actually, no, it doesn't even gain 2 because it gets first striked out of the way. So you're just dead regardless. Never mind. Yeah, so Embercleave is just too damn good. We're going to a game 3. Rubik's riding it out, but now Psycho is back on the play. We've talked over and over again about how important the going first advantage is for the Mardu Knight deck, even more important than it is usually. So now Psycho will have just that little bit more time, and we saw how close that game just was. Can Rubik's do it again? And in fact, I want to jump over to Rubik's screen momentarily. Let's see Rubik's sideboarding. So actually, we've lost an Oathsworn Knight. We're leaving in all the Regisaurs, which is really interesting. I think that's sort of playing to the ceiling of the card, knowing that one of the ways you can win it from any situation is Embercleave on Regisaur, and you just hope they don't have it, and then you win immediately. Other than that, we seem actually cut some of the 1-drops, which I almost didn't even say before because it seemed so against the ethos of the deck, but the 1-drops are pretty bad against all the small blockers. Like, why would you give them the opportunity to trade with a cat or with a Paradise Druid when you can just play better creatures? So keeping in 2 of the Blacklands Paragons for any larger blockers, bringing in the Shield Breakers for the ovens, even cutting one of the Lords, which is kind of crazy to me. That card's so strong, but it does respect that the Cat Oven deck has a lot of instant speed removal, and sometimes you can kind of play yourself a little bit when you have these Lords against a deck like that, where you make an attack counting on the buff from your Inspiring Veteran, and then after blocks it gets Noxious Grasp or something. You can lose multiple creatures off 1 removal spell for no trade, which is game losing. So, wow, interesting stuff. We'll watch this match from Rubik's perspective, I think. See how this goes. So,
yeah. So Psycho remaining, his deck remaining unchanged going into this final match.
Okay.
Hoping that things will go in his favor a little bit more, and being able to sort of outplay Rubik's just like he did in the first match. And boy, what an interesting first hand. Definitely going to have to. Well, I mean, starting only 1 land starting off with, but. The 3 Fervent Champions in there. Whew.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the 3 Fervent Champions, despite all that, I don't think this is a keepable hand. Not with the first place on the line. You're like dropping the 1. That's not going to get there. You need to draw multiple lands off the top in a row. If you draw a White Source, oh wow, the keep. Okay, so this is it. Rubik's is going all in on drawing a White Source. Now, granted, this hand is very fast, which is what you need out of a deck like this. Land is still okay. Land gets you to Embercleave. You've already got 3 guaranteed attackers running out one after the other after the other. You'll be able to play your Noxious Grasp on the first real blocker. And then hopefully you can get like something like a turn 4 Embercleave, which might do it.
Yeah, that's... Oh, my goodness. Okay, so getting the Trail of Crumbs very early this game. That's going to be good for Psycho to...
Oh, there it is, the
get
tournament
through.
grounds! Okay, so now we can play both Fervent Champions and threaten turn 3 Ember Cleave or turn 3 Inspiring Veteran. This is so big. So big for Rubik's. All of these knights can buff each other, so the Goose will be able to block exactly none of them. We're gonna activate Trail of Crumbs with the Goose trick. So you make a mana off the Goose eating a food, which then pays for the Trail of Crumbs activation from the food being eaten. It's a disgustingly synergistic little circle, but it sure doesn't prevent any damage or gain any life. So the best way to punish you for climbing aboard the value train without a real ticket is crashing in with 3 Fervent Champions for 6 damage on turn 2. Nicholas.
Wow.
What on earth?
Already off the bat. Wow. What a fantastic starting hand to draw those champions from the first hand. Yeah, like you said, I think Rubik saw that hand and thought, you know what, this is a really good starting hand. I'm gonna keep this, and prayed to draw into a little bit more land to get more of them out, and that's exactly what's happened, and got some early damage out off the bat.
Like, I'm sure Rubik's wasn't watching the stream to know this, because that would be cheating, but he lost earlier in the day to a similar one-land Faith Keep from Dingo, so this is kind of just karma coming all the way back around to Rubik's, believes in the heart of the cards, and his deck pays him back for it. Now, what do? You have 2 different options to buff the team. I think that you want to commit the Inspiring Veteran right now, because at the very most, if your opponent is holding Noxious Grasp, they have to play it, and they have to tap one of their blocking geese to do it. And you don't get blown out for that in this situation. There's like no configuration of blocks where you suddenly lose all your champions. You can hold the Embercleave back for next turn. It'll add the same amount of damage, and the Embercleave is like always good pretty much compared to the champion or the veteran, which is like a little bit more loose.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, okay, we're going to go to combat, so it's Embercleave time.
So he's shaping up, ready to go, ready to add more damage. And even though the Cauldron Familiar is there.
Oh, okay. So actually, sorry, double pumps on 1 Fervent Champion. So hinting that there's an Embercleave. Interesting choice. Like, why not stack? In that case, why not stack them all on 1 champion?
Yeah, I guess maybe it would be making things too obvious. So putting only 2 pumps instead of 3 applies a bit more widespread pressure, and says like, hey, look, I could put it on either one, or I may have one, I may not. Rubik's trying to play some mind games with Psycho here.
I guess what it does is by leaving 1 Fervent Champion as a 1/1, you tempt Psycho very much to block that 1/1 with a Goose, which means you open up a block where you kill the Goose if you want. And now Psycho's trying to decide, is it better to kill the Goose or is it better to get in for damage? Decides to kill the Goose, which is probably the right call. The ability to activate Trail of Crumbs basically for free like twice a turn is so big. So, by eating up the food, you're kind of dealing damage against the future life they would gain and the future cards they would draw. It's definitely not open and shut. These are the tough decisions you have to make playing an aggro deck. But gets in for damage, reduces Psycho to 11 health, starting to get already to kind of a slippery point. The Cauldron Familiar is in play right now, but you're already facing down an Embercleave. And the best part of Fervent Champion that rarely comes up, but this is where it does if ever in Standard, Fervent Champion reduces the cost of equip abilities that equip things to it. So your Embercleave can jaunt around between these champions for 0 mana.
Wow. That is truly powerful. A truly powerful combination.
And that means that normally against Embercleave, one thing that you can do, that initial hit is always the worst, because if you don't have anything to respond in the instant, you're getting blown out in the worst possible way that the controller of Embercleave can make it happen. But after that, you can try and set them back by at least using removal on the creature holding the cleave, and then they have to spend 3 mana next turn to put it kind of back on board. But in this case, you can just keep running out things like Inspiring Veteran and have the cleave all ready. So Psycho holds back the removal, knows that they have to wait, play it at instant speed in combat if anything, but Inspiring Veteran is going to make it so hard.
Oh boy. So Veteran's coming out, and Rubik's leaving 2 mana, paying the 2 life to get that dual land out, and keeping 2 mana open, I'm assuming, to present some, possibly showcasing that there might be something else that he's hiding.
Well, there's a Noxious Grasp, and this is the real reason to play the Embercleave last turn instead of the champion, right? Because if you played the champion last turn and it got removed, or you played the champion last turn and Psycho played some large blocker that you didn't want to attack into with 4 creatures, you would not be able to play Embercleave and Noxious Grasp out together. But by saving the champion for this turn, even if it's slightly less damage, you guarantee having Noxious Grasp, which in the end is not needed because your trampling creature dies at instant speed. But how many Murderous Riders does Psycho have, right? We're going to find out.
Exactly, that's it. All right, so some damage going through. So using that Murderous Rider at the right time, so stopping that onslaught. But Embercleave's still there. And there we go. There it is. Bringing that Embercleave back onto a champion.
Yeah. Now, I think depending on how the next turn plays out, you might even see the Embercleave equipped 4 mana to the Inspiring Veteran, because as a 2/2, it's pretty humble as an attacker, but if you Embercleave it up, you're attacking with a full board of large first striking knights, and there'll be no favorable blocks, effectively enabling a few extra damage.
That's a very, very good plays from Rubik's here. Very good plays. That Noxious Grasp, he's keeping that Noxious Grasp in hand just in case anything pops up that proves to be a problem, and will stop Rubik's plan to win this match.
This is looking better and better for Rubik's. One of the best cards in Psycho's deck in this matchup is Wicked Wolf, but right now Psycho has been pressured so much he's been forced to gobble up his food for life and to draw cards off the Trail of Crumbs. But now he's at a point where does he have his land drop for the turn? He surely does. Okay, so before that Gilded Goose, without a way to make food, the Wicked Wolf won't be good enough because Noxious Grasp can kill it. Now there's a bit more of a question.
And this is truly tough. Also, Psycho not able to get a witch. There it is. There's the witch's oven.
That's still only okay, though.
It's not great. It's okay, but this will allow Psycho to block with that cat and nullify at least one of the attacks.
Yeah, this is going to negate a lot of the non-Embercleave damage on Rubik's side of the board. And what's great about that is that the Embercleave is currently only on a Fervent Champion. So, granted, with the Fervent Champion buff and the Inspiring Veteran buff and the Embercleave buff, it's going to be attacking for 8 next turn. But 8 is still not even lethal by itself, and that's not even counting the cat life gain that's possible or the food life gain that's possible. We're going to Noxious Grasp a Gilded Goose for that reason, to try and remove the potential to block and make food, making it as difficult as possible for Psycho to stay in the game, because the resource game only favors Cat Oven over time. Those Cat Oven activations potentially triggering Trail of Crumbs as well. So that is why we're seeing this. You're trying to tax Psycho's mana as much as possible. Every turn where Psycho doesn't get to draw an extra card off Trail of Crumbs is like a desperate scrap of life for Rubik's. They're kind of both charging towards the finish line, almost falling towards it now, and whoever runs out of gas or time first is going to suddenly just drop away from this game.
Yes, absolutely. Ooh, boy, I'm nervous, Tom. I'm nervous of what could happen.
You're right to be, Nick. Okay, it looks like Psycho's in trouble here, adding a Paradise Druid to the hand, but one Casualties of War could just end the game on the spot. You kill Embercleave, you kill the Knight, you blow up a land. Oh no, the second Veteran! This is double striking lethal?
Oh no!
If you attack with everything here, I don't think there's any blocks. Noxious Grasp on Inspiring Veteran is like the only play.
Yep, going all out.
Does Psycho have it? You put, surely, all the pump on the champion. All the pump, no. Oh, wow, okay. Okay, sorry, no, that's the pump from the champion that has the Embercleave. All good. Yes. Sorry, it cannot target itself. I couldn't see which one that was coming off of.
Okay,
pumps the Veteran, which is interesting. I guess it's making them all roughly equal power, but is there a Noxious Grasp?
Alright, so yeah, as expected, cat looping.
You can eat this food for 3 life and be alive. Oh, that's the saddest thing. You live one more turn, but for what cost? You need Massacre. Massacre Girl won't even do it because all of these creatures are buffed. The Inspiring Veterans mean there's no small creature. Massacre Girl needs a 1/1 in play to get started. And without the... Okay, hang on. You can play Massacre Girl, respond to Massacre Girl by killing her, which lets you bring back the cat, but I don't think Massacre Girl's trigger counts herself, so that still won't be enough because all of the knights are 3/3s?
Yes. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be enough.
This looks so bad for Psycho. These Trail of Crumbs can't even find the removal spells, and you don't have the life to play a Murderous Rider, even if you top deck it. He's paying for double of Trail of Crumbs. I think maybe if this is like a land and a rider, there's a rider.
There's a rider there, but...
No, that might be good enough, right? Because I think you have the land drop for the turn, and now you gain a life so you can cart... No, but there's 4 attackers. There's no way. It's good game! This is it! Wait, I mean, surely, we will wait. We will hold our applause, but it looks like Rubik's is on the verge. The Knights, the Mardu Knights!
Oh, no, that's it.
Fervent champion in truth today. Javier Dominguez and friends getting it done for 50k!
Oh my goodness gracious.
Bang!
Who would have seen this upset and aggro that no one was expecting to see? Taking it. $50,000 going to... Oh my goodness.
Rubik's, you've done it!
Rubik's fighting his way through tooth and nail through the lower bracket, clawing his way back and taking out the entire tournament. I am blown. My mind is blown. My mind is blown.
Loses game 1, bounces back game through, does it game 3 on the draw. The Embercleave, the double inspiring veteran play in the late game, the sequencing with the Noxious Grasp, even to the end. Rubik's does it so clean, squeezing every drop of juice out of this deck and squeezing the life out of the previously undefeated Golgari Cat Oven Citadel deck. And that's it. That's the whole tournament. Months of league play, top 32, all-day tournament. This top 8 itself has all come down to this moment, that attack, that Embercleave. Winning this tournament as it has done so many before. Nictacular, what a finish. How would you describe it? I think there's only really one way to sum it up.
There really is one way. That Embercleave is one spicy card. It is truly formidable. Absolutely fantastic showing. It is just too strong of a card. It is something that cannot be taken lightly, and is something that always needs to be to be prepared for. You need to be able to remove that, and unfortunately, Psycho was not able to do that. And Rubik's does what he does best, and those champions with the Embercleave just made Psycho pay, mercilessly attacking and not leaving Psycho any chance.
I just gotta wring the adrenaline out of my body. Whoa! We had an all-day tournament, and that's what it came down to, folks. It's both that hard and that easy. Just doing it with the big dumb aggro deck, but in the, like, so intricate. I'm sure that this tournament was a great display of the sequencing and the awareness required to play these decks. It's a great meta right now, honestly. Like, Standard, it's had a rocky couple of months, but even just with the interplay of the decks we saw on stream today, the Simic, the Simic Flash, the different Cat Oven decks, and the Knight aggro, it's kind of a beautiful circle, and there's all sorts of really, really tight decisions. We saw some of them pay off in spades, some of them not go so well. That one land keep with the triple Fervent champion, I would have mulliganed that hand. I probably wouldn't have won first place prize, but Rubik's knows what's up, and hopefully in just a second we'll be able to cross to Rubik's for a quick winner's interview. But we just want to give him a chance to soak in the moment, maybe stand up and run around the house holding your hands up. You just won a big money prize.
I know. I mean, this is no meager prize. This is you said like a share of $50,000, which is absolutely mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Oh, is that Rubik? So we got you in the chat now?
Rubik says unmuted. I think he's there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, hang on a second. Hello, Rubik, are you there?
I'm here.
How do you feel, buddy? You just won first place prize, share of $50,000.
Oh, I'm pretty pumped. A little bit.
I mean, there's so much to ask, so much to go over. We've been following you now for the last, like, 4 or 5 rounds. A terrific losers bracket run. I'll start at the start. What made you play Mardu Knight aggro into a metagame where everyone had pretty much given up on attacking with 1-drops?
I mean, I'd been doing it for a while.
Okay.
Quite a while. I had played it all the way through the leagues when people were playing Golos and Oko. I was like, no, I'll just keep knighting people, keep cleaving. Got to believe in that Embercleave. Keep adjusting the list, and I just kept on adjusting it. And I was actually starting to beat up a lot on Oko players, just because I think they were just so used to playing mirrors and stuff that they were playing sloppy against me.
Right. And yeah, like one of the few decks that can pressure the Goose Oko start.
Yeah, it's one of the decks that can do like 6 damage or 5 damage to Oko on turn 2, 3 to kill it straight after they cast it. Like, not really any other decks can do that. I did make my deck more aggressive. Initially was the one from the MC a couple of months ago. What I think one of the guys top 8'd with.
It had drill bits and stuff, right, in the main?
No, not in
No?
the
Oh, okay. Right.
It had the equipment, the knight searches for equipment or another knight.
Oh, yeah, the 3-drop, like, chain draw knight. Yeah, claimed contender.
But I removed all that in the end, made it more aggressive, more 1-drops, went to 13 1-drops, and added in the Sky Knight, which was, that came in only a few weeks ago. I realized it guarantees a turn 4 Embercleave, because it creates a guy attacking when it attacks. And then you can also do it turn 3 if you just go 1-drop Sky Knight, you got 3 guys attacking.
Yeah, and we saw that actually come into play in like multiple games. Like literally, that inclusion made the Embercleave play possible.
Yeah, he was very good during this as well. And against like green, blue, like flash decks when they're trying to like 1-for-1 you, having a good would just constantly applies pressure, flies, which is a big key in this format. I know a lot of decks are kind of weak to flying, even though he doesn't do too much. The fact that he's flying and pressures, like, he has to be dealt with.
It gives you some reach, right? Like, even if you have any pump, it goes through a goose, and then most decks don't have any other flying blockers, so now they're using removal on a 2-mana 1/2.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so I wanted to get back to the tournament a little bit. Obviously, this 75 is very finely tuned. Very cool to hear that you're like a Mardu Knights loyalist, and that loyalty has paid off. I mean, I think it was obvious today. Like, that was some of the cleanest sequencing, decision-making around how to buff, how to attack, how to bluff, even just little stuff. Like, I noticed against the flash decks, you were consistently flashing in Blacklands Paragon on turn 2, not even worrying about using the combat trick side of it, just to get tempo against them. Like, how many times you had to play these matchups to really have confidence in those decisions in the dark?
Yeah, like, so I played a lot on Arena, and obviously last weekend I did the big GP as well, and walked away for top 8, which was more than I was expecting. But a lot of matchups I realized, like the flash deck, was if they tap out ever, it is the perfect time to flash in the lands. Because if you, like a lot of people, because they have flash on turn 2, they got 1 mana, you're like, oh no, I'll just wait till their end step, flash it in, do it there. But if they're tapping out on your turn, just, you know, rampant growth or whatever, growth spiral, you should definitely flash in the guy there while they can't counter it. Because if you wait, they might just counter on your end step and you lose a heap of tempo. And obviously, having the ability to do that on their end step as well when you already have a couple 1-drops in play makes a really hard decision for them, because it's like, oh, I can counter the lands, but now you have 3 mana and you might just play a Regisaur, and that's even harder to deal with. So
yeah, I think we saw you play the Paragon on their turn once in the matchups that we watched, and it was the turn when you had a 3-mana Embercleave play set up with the 2-mana Flyer, and we watched your opponent tank and then let the Paragon resolve because they respected that your turn 3 plays were so dangerous. So it's just like you know exactly how to pressure this deck, which has been sort of regarded as maybe the top deck in the format if there is one. Seems like a huge advantage.
Yeah, when I saw like the big shift from last weekend from the MC, and I actually went undefeated against blue-green decks last weekend at the GP2, I played 4 or 5 of them. I was like, if no one's playing, because the worst matchups for this deck is easily Teemo Adventures.
Yep.
And the Jeskai Fires is a coin flip. Basically, if you win the dice roll, you generally win game 1 and 3, and I'll win game 2. Because that's how all my matches seem to go with that matchup. Because they're basically we both combo on the same turn. So if they're on the player, they'll combo that 1 turn earlier, kill me, and it's just kind of hard to play around them with their Clarions and stuff. So that's why I've got the Berserker in the sideboard, which did come up today against the 5-color Niv guy. I actually got the Berserker in play, and he had to play Clarion just to 1-for-1 trade with my dude. And because I have Berserker in play, survives. He's got Pro White.
Yeah, keeps cracking in for 3. I was actually really sad that deck got knocked out of the tournament before we could spectate it. I really wanted to see the 5-color Niv Fires thing go off, but well. Were you surprised that was like the only Fires deck, and it's not even really sort of the Fires deck that you expect and prepare for?
Yeah, when I saw it was all like blue-green, I was like, oh, we could be in for a good day.
Were you worried about the cat food decks?
I was a little bit, but I adjusted my list a little bit more as I went up to 2 Angrath. I decided I didn't like running 4 of the Shield Breaker, who's like obviously really good against the cat decks and killing the oven.
2-1 body's a little bit sad.
Yeah, it doesn't match up that well at all. But Angrath had been super overperforming last weekend, and I tried it the week leading up to the GP, and it seemed to be whenever you get a stall, it just does so much damage against the green X deck. So I upped one in the sideboard because the extra drill bit wasn't really doing anything. I noticed I wasn't really siding in the second drill bit in a lot of matchups. So I trimmed there and also upped the grasp count to 2, just because I respected last weekend Mythic Championship with all the blue-green. And yeah, it paid off.
Well, I haven't seen anyone else running Angrath, but it definitely won you that match, so...
It was absolutely fantastic. And just, Rubik's, let me ask, what was your mindset and your thought process like after? So you lost that first match and went down to the losers bracket. What was going through your mind at that point? And then how did you go? Like how is your thinking changing as you just kept winning and winning through that lowest bracket? And then the stress of realizing that holy crap, I've made it, clawed my way back, and I'm now in the grand final. What was that thought process there? How did that all go?
Well, after that first loss, I was like, ooh, we are not going to be in for a good day today. I lost, like, my opening first hand in the first game. It didn't have a 1-drop, but it was like triple of the Lance Flash guy, and I was like, this card is good against the Flash deck, so we're going to keep. But just not having that 1-drop means he just easily won that turn 1 game, because he was on the play as well, and I was just too far behind.
Yeah, the tempo loss.
Yeah, tempo loss was just too much. And then, so I was going to mulligan to 1-drops basically for probably the rest of the day. What I was thinking, but I'll just see how my hands go. And then yeah, second game, won that one easily, just lots of 1-drops. And then game 3, he
you got mana screwed on 2 lands, right?
yeah, and I found out he kept a 1-lander.
Yeah, we were watching that game from Dingo's perspective, and it was a 1 forest keep where your only hope is you either draw an island, or at best, if you draw a second non-blue source, you have to cast Paradise Druid and then wait to cast anything else. First draws an island, and then drew more land. It's like, wow.
Yeah, and I was just like, and he skipped on, like, getting to his 4th land. I'm like, oh, if I just draw my 3rd land here, I'll probably win, because I can just play Regisaur while he's tapped out.
Yep.
Bloodstruck Beast. Just didn't draw that 3rd land for, I think, 4 turns, and it was like, oh.
I was really impressed by how you kept attacking and you kept holding up the bluff in such a way that you were getting in for damage with your Fervent Champions, but yeah, definitely an uphill battle.
Well, I knew I wasn't going to win the hit a certain point where I knew I had to turn, because I wasn't going to win the long game, so I just started attacking, trying to get the trades with the Regisaur for like 2 dudes, and I was getting 2-for-1s with the Regisaur, which is what I wanted, and then playing a backup Regisaur, and then doing the same thing over and over again. Eventually we got to the Embercleave into play, and it looked like they were about to do a really terrible block. Right at the end of the one, they like take lethal, and then they had just about had all their blockers set, and then they paused for a second, and then suddenly
yeah.
Take
I was watching that real time. I was like,
It was pretty funny, and then I was like, okay, and now I'm dead. Okay.
We definitely saw some mistakes. Like, it's a really high pressure format, so it's all the more impressive that you managed to get through the whole tournament, making so many tiny decisions that are hard to sort of evaluate how impactful they are in the moment, but turn out to decide games. I'd love to talk about every single one, of course, but there were just so many games today. I want to jump to those grand finals, and after you lost game 1, you realize you not only have to win game 2, but then win game 3 on the play. You got the second win, I think, pretty businesslike, and then in game 3, you kept a 1-land hand that couldn't even cast the Inspiring Veteran off the triple Javier Dominguez. What was the thought process there?
So I stared at that hand for a long time, and on the play, I would 100% mulligan that, but on the draw, I was like, well, I've got 2 chances to hit a land here, and this hand should easily just win the whole game. Because I'm on the draw, I do have to be slightly faster than obviously, when you're on the play, because he can get to his 2-mana counters, etc. like way before I can do Regisaur or anything like that. And I stared at the triple champion, and I was just like, he's got my back. He's got it. Keeping it.
You did.
Keeping it. Oh, we can get this land, we can get it, and we drew Swamp, and I was like, that's better than nothing. 2 guys, and we got the Noxious Grass back
Yeah.
up. We'll be fine. And then like we drew the 3rd land, I think, the following turn as
Yeah.
well, or maybe the turn after. I'm not too sure. And it was just like, okay, we did it.
Yeah.
Did it. Too easy.
I wanted to ask, there was one other really interesting decision, which at the time I guessed wrong about what you were going to do, and then I thought about it the next turn. I can see, I think, why you did it, but you had the triple champions already in place. You're cracking it for 6. You're going for 6 on turn 2, which just feels like, woo, or turn 3, when you got to play them all out. But then you had either Veteran or Embercleave to play, and I figured that since you had an attack where the shields were mostly down, and at worst, if they kill your Veteran, you don't get blown out, like none of your attackers would die for losing the buff, that you would sequence Veteran and then the Embercleave next turn, because the Cleave's always good. But you went Cleave, then Veteran.
Yeah, so my thought process behind that was next turn I can do double 2-drop, so I can do Lord plus hold up removal for Watchwolf. Wicked Wolf, I should say.
Yeah.
And I was like, if I can just skip past, like his Wicked Wolf doesn't have any good targets, like because I just got triple 1-drop on the following turn. So if he doesn't play it that turn, I was like, I can super punish him the next turn with Lord plus holding up Grasp. If he goes to kill my Lord, I just kill it in response, kind of thing.
Yeah.
If at worst, I'll tap it. And the Embercleave at that point was costing 3, so it was going to cost 1 mana. And if he did play a removal spell on his next turn, Embercleave would be 3 the next turn, and I wouldn't be able to sequence all my spells. The way I did it meant I could play an extra spell in those 2 turns. So that's why we did it that way, because I was like, well, Embercleave is like the same amount of damage as playing the Lord, if not more, because it gains Trample and Double Strike. So that was the reasoning there. And then he did block on the 1/1, expecting me to like on the 1/1.
That was so interesting. I was like, the only reason you would do this instead of maximum pumping the Embercleave target is to give them the opportunity to make a mistake, and they, there was the block.
Yeah. And like, I kind of made it obvious that I had it.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
the same guy to like be, this guy definitely gonna Embercleave this guy. And then they blocked the 0-2 on my 1/1. I'm like, well, I'm 100% blocking, putting the Embercleave on that one now. I'm definitely gonna take away one of your resources.
Maybe the double pump made it seem like maybe it was read as like a bluff of an Embercleave, or one of the situations where you just have to hope. I think that's the case against the Mardu deck a lot of the time when it gets to do what it wants. Is you just have to hope they don't have Embercleave.
Playing away as in they don't have it, and then it's like, well, I'm not really winning if they do have it.
No, it's just that strong. You believed in the Cleave, and wow, it came through for you. I really that black-green matchup is like so tight, because with the Trail of Crumbs and the Cat Oven in play, it feels like you're one turn off if the draw doesn't favor you from just like the game slipping away tempo-wise, but you pressured the resources so hard, you never really were in a spot where black-green was comfortably like sacking food, drawing a card, gaining a life like it wants to.
Yeah. I thought I was going in that second game when the Massacre Girl.
Oh, that was so disgusting.
I was like, oh my god, like how is that your last card?
We were watching that from their perspective. They just ripped that off the top, and I'm like,
I ripped that off the top because I was like, that must be off the top.
It
Yeah.
was an incredible top deck, and we couldn't believe that was what was drawn, and then it was all down there from there. Like Massacre George just absolutely, of course, just wiped the table, but it still came back.
And then the last draw of the game was Murderous Rider needing to hit removal, but with 2 life you can't cast it, so you got in for lethal with the Angrath token, which is just crazy close.
Yeah.
But
And then the second Angrath just to make sure.
yeah, just to make sure.
The Firefight.
I was so happy that the second sideboard Angrath made the difference. Potentially he was there at the end.
He was the true hero.
I wanted to ask, just we don't have much more time. It's a real pleasure. Thanks for giving such a great winners interview. And just greedily for myself, I'll let you have some secrets. But 2 cards we didn't really see from your deck that we noticed in the deck tech: Oathsworn Knight and Weaselback Redcap. Were those in your top 8 deck, or did we have an outdated list?
Yes.
Okay.
So last weekend I had with the Weaselback, but the 2 Oath were actually 2 Loxodon. The venerated Loxodon, puts the counters and everything. So
Yeah.
I was looking at the mana base, and that guy is much easier on the mana base than the black guy.
Yeah.
The Oaths. But in the end, I decided if I just switch out and go higher on the swamps, which does make a couple of like Embercleave slightly harder to cast. 'Cause
Yeah.
You go from 16 to 15, but Embercleave, the majority of the time, are doing it like turn 4 onwards.
Mm.
So I was like, that's fine. And basically the deck just needs another thing, kind of like the Dino on turn 3. And in the end, I decided that the Oath Swarm
Yeah, it's like nearly as good.
nearly as good. Like the Loxodon last weekend actually was really good in a lot of matchups. It like won quite a few games, surviving like Clarion and things like that, which is what makes a 4/4 really good in the format because of the Jeskai Fires deck.
Yeah.
But in the end, I decided you get too many more awkward games than you do good games, so I went for the one with slightly harder on the mana base, just to risk it that way. But I mean, I was there all the flex slot cards anyway, just for like,
Yeah, right.
So they pretty much always come out for
Right.
a lot of the sideboarded games anyway. So you're only gonna have them in your deck for
Okay.
ones.
So I was wondering, because the Oathsworn Knight also matches up pretty well against the Clarion, I was wondering whether the reason we didn't see that is that's like those are your Jeskai Fires cards and you just didn't play that matchup.
Yeah, I just didn't play that matchup.
Alright, well, it's good to call. It's like cool tech to spot in there anyway. Really, really like your list. One of the most effective aggro decks I've seen in the format, proving that everyone maybe declared the deck dead too early. And of course, you get to prove yourself right in the sweetest possible way with money.
Yeah, it's really, it was truly a spectacular showing, absolutely epic. So, Remix, you absolutely earned this, man. What are you going to do with this incredible like share of the prize money?
I mean, I could say I'm just gonna go crazy and spend it everywhere, but more, I'm just saving for a house at the moment.
Nice.
So it's gonna be slightly more boring than people expect, but
You're gonna have a framed. You're gonna have a framed. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say there'll be quite a few drinks today.
Hell yeah.
You're buying though. If any of your mates are watching this, stream, you're buying. I was gonna say when you buy that house, make sure you frame an Embercleave and just hang it on the wall somewhere, and people can ask the house that Embercleave built. But all right, thank you so much. Congratulations, of course, winning the tournament. Thanks for playing today. Thanks for playing for the last couple of months. The Mogul. This has been a long road through the Mogul GG Championship.
Very long road for this tournament.
I'm assuming.
Super happy.
Oh, of course you are.
Well deserved. Congratulations.
And I think with the success of the tournament, we're pretty likely to see another one in the near future. Maybe change some things up, switch the format around a little. But would you be back to defend your title?
I'll definitely be back.
Fantastic. Well, couldn't hope for a better champion. Congratulations, Remix Rubix. I'll let you go and enjoy those drinks. Cheers, mate. I hope to see you around in the next final series that we cast. That has been the day for us here at the Mogul MTG Arena Championship. We hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the tournament. There was some really, really crisp play, living up to every ounce of the potential in a high-stakes tournament like this, and paying off the last couple of months of competition for all of our players. So, all there is now is goodbyes and thank yous. Thank you to you, Nick, for joining me on the stream today. It was a real pleasure to cast together. Oh, sorry. Hang on, Nick. Hang on. Sorry.
I'm fine to go, am I?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're fine to go, Remix. Sorry. I thought I'd actually jumped out of the stream there, but something else went wrong. Okay. So,
Am I being heard? Hello?
Yeah, hang on. You're being heard now. You're being heard. Okay. There was something really weird there where I jumped out of the Discord channel that we were interviewing in, and for some reason that instead of leaving the channel just muted you. Yeah, don't worry, we're fine now. But yes, thank you for casting. That's fine. That's fine.
Tom, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. So, sorry. Apologies to the chat.
I'll call with him.
Hey, look, I was having some trouble with overlap from Discord and Skype. The chat could hear me and the chat could hear you, but apparently you couldn't hear me. So I think we've got it fixed up now. I assume you can hear me now?
Okay, yes, I can hear you now.
Great,
yes.
Fantastic. Sorry about that, everyone in chat. Look, we've been holding it together with duct tape all day, even if it doesn't look like it. So, really, really weird interaction between being in like 7 different voice chats at once there, muting and unmuting microphones. But thank you to Rubix for that interview. I'm really sorry he was quiet. Hopefully you could all still hear what he says, but otherwise, seems like an extremely cool when you can go back and review the VOD, hopefully turn that volume up all the way and get some really, really sweet insights from someone who's very clearly an absolute master of aggro play, and Mardu Knights in particular. No one else could have done it, run the losers bracket like he did, and in the end, Rubik's lifts the cup. Credit all to Psycho in second place, Lab Monkey in third, all of our competitors today, and all of the competitors, hundreds of them, who signed up initially for the Mogul MTG Arena Championship. A lot of them went home with something, if at least a sense of pride or excitement at getting to compete in some high-stakes competitive Magic the Gathering arena. And don't worry, if you missed out for whatever reason, I know some people did, or if you're one of those people who didn't quite make the cut, didn't make the top 32, maybe fell out, didn't make the top 8, there will be more opportunities. Stick around, keep an eye trained firmly on Mogul.gg. Not only are there more Quick Cups coming up, hosted by luminaries such as yourself, Nick, but also more tournaments to come like this one.
Absolutely, yeah. And thanks again for Mogul for putting on this entire month-long tournament. It's been absolutely fantastic. And thank you again to you, Tom, as well. And it's been an absolute pleasure. I've enjoyed this so thoroughly. This has been an incredible grand final and just an incredible tournament overall. So to all the viewers watching, hope you guys have enjoyed today's showing, and hopefully we'll see you all and see all the competitors back for the next one.
Absolutely. It's been a real thrill to the very finest nth degree, but we must leave you now as all good things must end. Make sure you are sticking around for the Mogul Championships whenever they are next announced. But until then, Wandering Bard signing off. Just follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. I'm not shameless enough. I'm not too proud to get the plug in. I write all sorts of esports and Magic content and generally produce a ton of stuff, so I'd be excited to hear more from all the Magic fans in the chat. It's not often that I get to interact with people. I'm sure you should also follow Nick, a fellow Magic content creator, and follow Mogul. Their at will be on the intermission screen we're going to cut to, but this really is the end of the stream, guys, after so many hours. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.